Chapter 1280. In this coastal area, his father was the overlord, and not many people dared to not give him face. But this time, the pure spiritual body had attracted many experts, and some of them were from the southern god palace. They were not afraid of the sea-suppressing marshal. Hai Tian rolled his eyes and pondered for a while, then said, "All right, you guys can attack together. After breaking the poison array, we will fight for the pure spiritual body's map with our own abilities." He had brought 5 supreme beings with him, and he was confident that he could suppress the crowd. "Haha, count me in. Count me in." At this moment, a few more voices sounded, and a few figures appeared. Each of them had a terrifying aura, and they were all supreme beings. Lu Ming stood not far away, and 1,000 miles behind him. Those perfected spiritual god, 9th-level spiritual god, and 8th-level spiritual god martial artists were watching from afar. So many supreme beings. I wonder how many supreme beings have been attracted this time. There are more than 10 in front of us, and there are definitely more. With so many supreme beings, 100 Poison Supremacy will definitely not be able to keep his map. Some people were talking among themselves, and they looked ahead excitedly. Boom, boom, boom. The supreme beings that came later burst out, and their terrifying auras soared into the sky, stirring up a huge hole in the sky, and it was extremely terrifying. Bright light shone out, and all kinds of terrifying attacks burst out, blasting towards the poison array. Rumble. Under the attacks of the supreme beings, the sky was shattered like tofu, and all kinds of attacks along with spatial storms fell towards the poison array. With so many supreme beings attacking together, they wanted to break the poison array with strong means. Sizzle. The poison gas of the poison array was extremely terrifying, and when it came in contact with those attacks, it made sizzling sounds, as if it was corroding those attacks. However, although the poison array was strong, there were 8 supreme beings attacking together. The power of 8 supreme beings attacking together was too shocking, and it could destroy heaven and earth. Although the poison array was strong, it could not withstand such a powerful attack. Whoosh, the poison gas tumbled, and it was annihilated by the terrifying attacks, turning into nothingness. The various colors of the poison gas in front of them slowly faded, and they were slowly annihilated. Then some inscriptions, under the terrifying power, crumbled one by one. As the inscriptions crumbled, the array collapsed even faster, and the poison gas dissipated even faster. The poison array was about to be broken. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure shrouded in black poison gas flew out from the poison gas formation, and into the distance. 100 Poisons Prime. It's 100 Poisons Prime. Stop him! Hai Tian shouted. Whoosh! 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 With a flicker of their figures, the 8 Supremes executed their movement techniques, and chased after 100 Poisons Supremacy. All sorts of attacks were launched at him. 100 Poisons Supremacy was helpless, and could only try his best to dodge. As a result, his speed was greatly reduced, and he was surrounded by 8 Supremacies. Baidu, hand over the map of the pure spirit body. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape death today. Hai Tian shouted as he rushed over with the 2 supreme beings beside him. Ha ha, what a joke. Why should I give it to you? I paid a great price to obtain the map of the pure spirit body, so why should I give it to you? 100 Poisons Sovereign laughed maniacally. If you don't give it to me today you'll die. Hai Tian sneered. You're just a piece of trash. If you didn't rely on your powerful father, I could kill you with a single breath. 100 Poisons Supremacy glanced at Hai Tian in disdain. You're courting death. Attack, kill this man. Hai Tian's face flushed red as he roared. Hai Tian's talent was average, and he had only awakened an 8th grade High God Realm bloodline. He was far from the top geniuses, and he wasn't even qualified to participate in the Heavenly Divinity Sect's disciple selection. This was his sore point. He was proud and arrogant, and he hated it the most when people said that his talent was inferior to others. If they said that, they would die. 100 Poisons Supremacy dared to call him a piece of trash, which violated his taboo. The 3 supreme beings that obeyed Hai Tian's orders instantly attacked 100 Poisons Supremacy. 3 terrifying attacks enveloped 100 Poisons Supremacy. 100 Poisons Supremacy's face revealed a hint of ruthlessness as he chopped off one of his arms. As soon as the arm fell, it turned into a 7-colored poisonous gas that filled the area. Not good. The faces of the Supreme Beings turned green when they were hit by the poisonous gas. The other Supreme Beings also retreated. 100 Poison's supremacy wanted to take this opportunity to break out of the encirclement. Attack! Don't let him escape! Attack! Haitian roared. The Supreme Beings that obeyed Haitian's orders ignored the poisonous gas and attacked 100 Poison's supremacy with all their might. Meanwhile, the other Supreme Beings reacted and attacked too. Bang! 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 A great explosion took place between the heavens and earth as the Supreme Beings exchanged blows. However, 100 Poison's supremacy was alone. Thus there was no way he could escape. In just a few moves, he was severely injured and vomited mouthfuls of blood. Here's the map of the pure spirit body. In the end, 100 Poison's supremacy had no choice but to take off his storage ring and toss it to one of the Supreme Beings. This Supreme Being was not Haitian's subordinate. He was overjoyed when he saw the storage ring. He immediately grabbed it and backed away. Hand it over. You're asking for it. The other Supreme Beings roared as they ignored 100 Poison's supremacy and charged toward the Supreme Being. 100 Poison's supremacy backed away as his body was engulfed in poisonous gas, trying his best to heal his injuries. However, he did not leave immediately. It was obvious that he was unwilling to hand over the map and was waiting for an opportunity. How dare you steal it from me? I'll kill whoever tries to steal it from me. Haitian let out a roar. The 8 Supreme Beings were engaged in an intense battle, causing terrifying gusts of wind to sweep in all directions. 100 Poison's supremacy's storage ring was taken by one person, then another. No one was allowed to monopolize it, as the one who obtained it would be attacked from all sides. I would like to see what the map looks like. Lu Ming murmured as he stepped forward toward the battlefield of the Supreme Beings. That kid. What is he trying to do? Why is he walking forward? He's courting death. Is he trying to compete for the map too? What a joke, he's overestimating himself. In the distance, the spectators were startled at first, before they began to laugh coldly. Haitian was slightly startled too, before he wore a ferocious expression as he said, "Kid, you're courting death. Kill him." At the edge of Haitian, a Supreme Being nodded and waved his hand, unleashing a saber glow toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced at Haitian calmly, before he suddenly accelerated and dodged the saber glow, charging toward the battlefield of the Supreme Beings. On the battlefield, a Supreme Being who obeyed Haitian threw a punch at Lu Ming. Piss off. Lu Ming grunted and threw a punch at his opponent. Haha, this kid dares to exchange blows with a Supreme Being. Someone sneered, but before he could finish he was stunned. Chapter 1281. Boom. The two fists collided. In this punch, Lu Ming unleashed the power of 9 dragons, which contained 5 types of wills. The hell-suppressing heaven skill was terrifyingly powerful. When the two fists collided, the space directly exploded, and the surrounding space spread out in all directions like a spider web. A terrifying force shot out, and then a figure trembled, stepping on the void and retreating wildly, causing the space to tremble violently. To everyone's surprise, this figure was not Lu Ming, but the Supreme Martial Artist, a burly Supreme Martial Artist. And Lu Ming's figure did not move at all. Everyone was stunned, dumbfounded and somewhat in disbelief. Even the Supreme Beings who were fighting were stunned and stopped fighting. A young man who looked less than 30 years old actually repelled a Supreme Being with one punch. How was this possible? Who was this person? Damn it, kill. The Supreme Being who was repelled reacted and let out an angry roar. He, a Supreme Being, was actually repelled by a young man with one punch. He felt that he had lost a lot of face. At this time he no longer cared about snatching the map. He wanted to kill Lu Ming to restore his reputation. 2 pairs of gloves appeared on top of his head. This was his bloodline, a level 6 divine bloodline. The gloves were on his palms, and he punched continuously. The power of his punches increased by several times. The fist force as heavy as a mountain drowned Lu Ming. Kill. True essence boiled, and the power of 9 dragons made Lu Ming's strength soar. He punched continuously with both fists and exchanged blows with his opponent. Bang. 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 After more than a dozen punches, Lu Ming had the upper hand and suppressed his opponent. In the distance, the martial artists who were watching the battle were dumbfounded, and they were completely speechless. Previously, they thought that Lu Ming dared to come here because he was overestimating himself and was courting death. Or perhaps, Lu Ming was just like them and wanted to watch from afar. But later, Lu Ming actually rushed to the battlefield. They thought that Lu Ming was courting death and was doomed. However, the result was far beyond their expectations. The battle prowess that Lu Ming displayed nearly blinded their eyes. Lu Ming was actually able to fight against a supreme being. Moreover, he was able to suppress a supreme being. This was simply a fantasy. Time to end this, Lu Ming muttered. Above his head, the third bloodline appeared. A gush of energy gushed out from the third bloodline and entered Lu Ming's body. After borrowing the power of the third bloodline, Lu Ming's strength increased greatly. Boom. With one punch, the other party retreated continuously. With another punch, there was a cracking sound and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from the other party's fist. The bones in his hand had been broken by Lu Ming's punch. Whoosh! The third bloodline turned into a battle sword, tearing through the void, hacking towards the other party. The other party cried out miserably, one of his arms severed by the blood sword. The other party retreated frantically, his face filled with fear. The rest of the 9 Heavens Supremes, including Hai Tian, were astounded. A supreme being was injured just like that. What kind of battle prowess was this? Give me the map. Lu Ming targeted one of the supreme beings and charged towards him. The 100 poisoned supreme being's storage ring fell into his hands. Seeing Lu Ming charging towards him, the supreme being's expression changed greatly, and he retreated rapidly. You can't escape. Lu Ming stepped out, charging towards the other party. Boom. Lu Ming's palm struck out, and a ferocious spatial crack appeared in the void. A chaotic spatial storm surged towards the other party. The supreme being tried his best to resist, but he was still forced back. Lu Ming's current strength was too strong, far surpassing the average supreme beings. Attack together, this person is too strong. The supreme being roared. Yes, attack together. All of you attack, kill this person first, then fight for the pure spirit body's map. Hai Tian also shouted. He looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of crazy jealousy and hatred. He was jealous of Lu Ming's talent. He looked younger than him, but his cultivation and battle prowess were so terrifying. He hated. He was so jealous that he wanted to go crazy. He wanted to destroy Lu Ming and make such a genius disappear from the world. Young master. On the edge of Hai Tian, the 2 supreme beings were still hesitating. Attack! I order you to attack and kill this person together. Hai Tian roared angrily. The 2 supreme beings had no choice but to attack Lu Ming together. As for the other supreme beings, they also attacked Lu Ming together. Lu Ming's battle prowess was too strong, and they felt threatened. If Lu Ming got the pure spirit body's map, it would be difficult for them to get it. Therefore, they planned to get rid of Lu Ming first. 10 supreme martial artists attacked at the same time, charging toward Lu Ming. Their power was extremely terrifying. Roar. A dragon roar shook the 9 heavens, and the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. Lu Ming performed bloodline fusion, turning into 9 dragons. The power of devouring erupted, enveloping all the supreme beings. Then the dragon claws continuously stepped out. Bang. Bang. 2 supreme beings were hit by the dragon claws, coughing up blood and retreating. Whoosh. The divine dragon swung its tail, and a supreme being subordinate of Hai Tian also vomited blood and was sent flying. Clang. The lightning cauldron appeared above the 9 dragons, and thousands of lightning filled the air, enveloping the remaining supreme beings. Boom. 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 A series of explosions sounded, and all the attacks of the supreme beings were blocked. Hiss in the distance, there was a series of gasps, and the cold air almost made their lungs explode. It was too shocking. 10 supreme beings joined forces to attack a young man, but in the end, not only were they blocked by the young man, some of them were even injured. How was this possible? He is Lu Ming of the Divine Wilderness Continent, the #1 genius of the Divine Ruins Continent. Suddenly, a supreme being shouted. This supreme being had gone to watch the selection of the Yuanlu sect, and he recognized Lu Ming. What? He is Lu Ming? The most powerful genius of the younger generation in the Divine Ruins continent? Didn't he return to the Divine Ruins continent? Why is he still here? Gosh, it's him, no wonder he is so terrifying. The scene was in an uproar. By now, Lu Ming's name had already spread across the Divine Ruins continent. Most of the people knew that the Divine Wilderness continent had emerged as a new force in the selection of the Yuanlu sect's disciples. The most terrifying one was a young man called Lu Ming, who had defeated the other geniuses and won the first place. No one in the younger generation could defeat him. Even if he is the most powerful genius of the younger generation, his combat strength is terrifying enough. Someone exclaimed. It was too shocking to be able to remain unscathed under the attacks of 10 supreme beings. Damn it, it's him. Hai Tian gritted his teeth in hatred. Leave it to me, Jiu Long said indifferently. He twisted his body and charged towards the supreme being who was holding 100 Poison's sovereign storage ring. That supreme being wanted to resist, but after being beaten up by Lu Ming, he no longer dared to resist and threw the storage ring to Lu Ming, who caught it. Lu Ming caught the storage ring, and with a thought, a rolled-up map appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Chapter 1282. Because the feeling this map gave him was almost exactly the same as the map he had obtained from the bandit. The material, texture, and weight were all the same. Lu Ming opened the map and looked at it. Lu Ming was even more stunned. The content of the map was exactly the same as the one he had obtained. There were no changes. There are actually 2 maps. Strange. Lu Ming frowned. Generally speaking, there would only be one such precious map. How could there be 2? Could it be fake? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Lu Ming, I am the son of the sea-suppressing marshal. I advise you to hand over the map to avoid causing trouble for yourself. Not far away, Hai Tian spoke as he stared coldly at Lu Ming. So what if Lu Ming's talent was strong? He was just a young man from the Divine Wilderness continent. In the coastal area of the Divine Ruins continent, he still had to listen to him obediently. Otherwise, as long as he sent out an emperor, he could easily kill Lu Ming. No matter how talented he was just an ordinary martial artist if he didn't grow up. The 5 supreme beings under Hai Tian surrounded Lu Ming and stared at him covetously. The other supreme beings also stared at the map in Lu Ming's hand with fiery eyes, wishing they could take it for themselves. There really was a map. It seemed that the matter of the pure spirit body was true. The temptation of a pure spirit body was too strong for them. Most of them had almost stopped at the Supreme Being realm for their entire lives. It was too difficult to take another step forward and break through to the Emperor realm. But with a pure spirit body, there was hope. As long as they cultivated a pure spiritual body, on the basis of a pure spiritual body, they might be able to condense a real spiritual body and become a ruler. The temptation of becoming an emperor who could live for 10 to 20,000 years and dominate the world was too strong. Knowing that Lu Ming was strong, they wouldn't give up so easily. Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. He looked at Hai Tian and said, "You want the map? Sure, here you go." With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming tossed the map to another paragon. Not the one who took orders from Hai Tian. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lu Ming to hand over the map so easily. Looks like Lu Ming is still afraid of Hai Tian. Everyone had the same thought. Hai Tian sneered. He also thought that Lu Ming was afraid of him. So what if he's talented? If you don't have a backer, won't you still have to listen to me? Hai Tian sneered. Although he knew that Lu Ming had been accepted as a disciple by the Yuanlu's Dragon God Valley, he wasn't afraid since Lu Ming hadn't officially joined the Dragon God Valley yet. He actually didn't give me the map directly. When my big brother arrives, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Hai Tian thought. Lu Ming threw out the map, causing another chaotic battle. As for Lu Ming, he transformed into his human form and took a step forward, suddenly appearing beside Hai Tian. Hai Tian's expression changed slightly as he scolded. "Lu Ming, what are you doing?" "Nothing. It's just that your face pisses me off. Moreover, you wanted to kill me before. I'm a very vengeful person," Lu Ming said with a faint smile. You dare?" Hai Tian's expression changed drastically. Slap. Lu Ming swung his hand and slapped Hai Tian's face. Hai Tian spun dozens of times, One side of his face was swollen. He was completely dumbfounded. Lu Ming dared to hit him? Didn't Lu Ming hand over the map because he was afraid of him? How dare he hit him now? Hai Tian felt that his brain couldn't process the situation. Young master. A few supreme martial artists under Hai Tian's command roared angrily and pounced on Lu Ming. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Lu Ming smiled and took a step forward. His figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. The reason why Lu Ming didn't kill Hai Tian wasn't because he was afraid of the forces behind him, but because he wanted to use them to decipher the map and find the pure spirit body. The map was very complicated. The more people there were, the higher the chance of deciphering it. After Lu Ming left, Hai Tian finally reacted. He covered one side of his face and screamed crazily, "Ah, damn it, kill him, Lu Ming, you must kill him." He screamed hysterically, but Lu Ming couldn't hear him anymore. He walked out of the swamp and soon came out of the endless swamp. That guy came out. As soon as Lu Ming came out of the swamp, many eyes looked at him. I knew he would come out. He must have seen the scene of the supreme martial artists fighting inside. It's too shocking, so he ran out in fear. Yes, that must be it. He's just a clown, why bother with him? Voices sounded one after another. Some of them were full of disdain. Lu Ming didn't bother to pay attention to them. He directly left and returned to the city. Not long after Lu Ming left, a group of people came out. They were the group of people who were watching the battle. How was it? How was the battle inside? Did the supreme martial artists fight? Is there any news of the pure spirit body? Many people began to ask. The map with the pure spirit body has appeared. A battle between the supreme martial artists. An expert at the perfected stage of the spirit god realm explained. When he mentioned that the young man from before was Lu Ming, and that Lu Ming had unleashed his prowess and fought against the 10 supreme beings, there was complete silence. You mean? That young man is the most powerful young man, Lu Ming? And he fought against the 10 supreme martial artists, seized the map, and then took the initiative to hand it over in the end? Someone asked in disbelief. That's right. The previous person nodded. The people outside the swamp were dumbfounded. Some of their faces were flushed red from shame. Just now, they were laughing at Lu Ming, saying that Lu Ming was scared. But in fact, Lu Ming was able to fight against the 10 supreme martial artists alone, and seize the map from them. His combat strength was beyond imagination. Lu Ming ignored them just now because he didn't care about them. In Lu Ming's eyes, they were the real clowns. Thinking of this, their faces turned red. Not long after, Hai Tian and the others also appeared. In this battle, Hai Tian's side was stronger. He brought a total of 5 supreme martial artists with him, and one of them even awakened a 7th-level divine bloodline. He was stronger than ordinary supreme martial artists. The 5 of them joined forces and seized the map. After Hai Tian seized the map, he disappeared with the experts. Many people guessed that they were studying the map. Many experts secretly sent people to keep an eye on Hai Tian and the others because as long as Hai Tian and the others studied something, they would be able to find some clues. Lu Ming was also studying the map. Of course, he called Dandan along. Dandan was an old antique who was proficient in all kinds of inscriptions. It was best to call Dandan along to study this kind of map. The two of them studied the map for 2 days. All the lines on this map converge at the end and lead to a certain place. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the nearby geographical location. Otherwise, I would be able to find the destination according to the corresponding geographical location. Dandan said slowly as he walked around the map with his claws behind his back. Oh, then I'll go by a few maps of the Godly Ruins continent. Lu Ming said. Sigh, even if you compare it with the map, it won't be that easy to find. After all, the map's description won't be that detailed. Chapter 1283. Even so, Lu Ming still went to buy a few maps, including maps of the Godly Ruins continent and the ocean, and put them together to study. Just as Lu Ming and the others were studying, a black-robed old man sat cross-legged in a secret room in the city. The black-robed old man's face was full of wrinkles, and his face was ferocious. No, there are too few maps. They won't be able to study it in a short time. I don't have time to continue waiting, so I might as well release a large number of maps. With so many people, Someone will definitely be able to find it. I must find the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. It's my only hope. A cold voice came out of the black-robed old man's mouth. Then a large number of maps appeared in the black-robed old man's hand. He casually took out a map and opened it. It was exactly the same as the one Lu Ming had obtained, and it was all about the pure spirit body. There were not just one or two maps, but many of them, and they were all duplicated by the black-robed old man. A day later, another map of the pure spirit body appeared, and it caused an intense competition. In the end, it was snatched away by a supreme being. But later, more and more maps of the pure spirit body appeared. In the beginning, the competition was still very intense, and supreme beings would make a move whenever a map appeared. But later, it seemed that all the supreme beings had a map, and only spirit god realm experts made a move. Later on, more and more maps appeared, and there were a few hundred maps. Could the maps be fake? Such a situation made many people speculate. Perhaps it was true. Someone had obtained a map first, but he couldn't study it, so he threw out so many duplicated maps in order to borrow the strength of others to find the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Then such words were thrown out, and many people were skeptical. But no one would give up easily. After all, the pure spirit body was too tempting. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, no one would give up. Many people held the maps and studied them carefully. Later on, some people even gathered together and began to study. A few days later, someone indeed made some progress and flew towards the sea. The location indicated on the map should be overseas. Dandan also came to a conclusion. For a time, countless people gathered together and flew towards the sea. Whoosh! The sea breeze whistled and blew. When they arrived at the seaside, they saw the boundless sea. Swoosh! 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 One figure after another rode the wind and broke the waves, flying toward the sea. There were a few individuals whose auras were especially powerful, terrifying to the extreme. Those were Supreme Being level experts. Look, that's Haitian. The Sea Conqueror has sent even more experts. Someone looked up at the sky. Everyone saw that there were a total of 9 people at the edge of the sea. Each and every one of them had a terrifying and powerful aura. They were all Supremes. However, this time, Haitian wasn't in charge. Haitian was obediently following behind a man in his 40s with a respectful expression. That's Haitian's elder brother, Haiyu. He's a terrifying existence. It's said that Haiyu has awakened a level 9 divine bloodline. He's already over 40 years old, and can step into the martial emperor realm at any time. His combat strength is terrifying. Haiyu has also come out. With his combat strength, he can easily kill an ordinary supreme being. A few people were discussing among themselves. When Haiyu was mentioned, they all felt great fear. A 9th grade divine bloodline sovereign. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. A 9th grade divine bloodline sovereign was absolutely terrifying. Such a person would definitely step into the martial emperor realm. His combat strength couldn't be measured by common sense. If Haiyu wasn't over 30 years old, he could participate in the heavenly divinity sect's selection of disciples. Such a genius combat strength could be imagined after he became a supreme being. Even if Lu Ming were to face him now, he might not have the confidence to win. Haiyu Haitian, and the others flew toward the sea. Following that, more people flew toward the sea. Lu Ming blended into the crowd and flew together. After flying for a full day, they didn't know how far they had traveled. A small island appeared in front of them. Could it be on this small island? Many people's eyes lit up. No, this small island is only the first location. It's a guiding point, someone said. They found the answer based on the map and the position of the stars in the sky. This small island wasn't the final location. It pointed to the next location. Some people took out the map and studied it together. In the end, they found the right path and continued to fly toward the sea. A day later, they found the second island. Unfortunately, after studying it, it was still not the final destination. It was also a guiding point. If they found this island, they could find the next location. Everyone studied and calculated together. Then they continued to fly. Another day later, they arrived at the third island. This island was still not the final destination. However, when they arrived here, they encountered a problem. They found a ruin on this island. It was full of abandoned stone pillars. Some people guessed that this was the key to studying the map, but it seemed that something was missing. They couldn't figure out the final route. If something is really missing, these ruins should give us a hint. Dandon frowned and thought seriously. Everyone studied it for a day but found nothing. These ruins are somewhat similar to the stone plate passed down in my family. At that moment, an old man walked to the ruins and took out a stone plate. Buzz. The stone plate vibrated and emitted light. At the same time, the ruins also vibrated and emitted a dazzling light. The ruins and the stone plate resonated with each other. There's a reaction. Someone exclaimed. Look, some routes have appeared. Everyone saw that the stone plate and the ruins were resonating with each other. In the dazzling light, some lines were condensed. These lines seemed to be some routes. Everyone quickly combined it with the route on the map and deduced. Got it, I found the route. Someone shouted excitedly. In the end, everyone worked together and found the next route. They continued to fly toward the sea. Sure enough, I made the right choice. Relying on myself, I can only reach this far in the end. In the crowd, an old man in a black robe revealed an excited expression. Those maps were leaked by this old man. He had obtained the maps a long time ago. After decades of research, he could only find the third island. There was no clue beyond that. Therefore, he copied a large number of maps, hoping to borrow the strength of others to find the method of the pure spirit body. Sure enough, this method worked. In just a few days, the results were greater than his decades of research. Then they found the fourth island, then the fifth island. 10 days later, they found a total of 9 islands. These 9 islands seemed to have a mysterious connection. They had to find the previous one to find the next one. However, the 9th island seemed to be the final destination. Everyone studied and found that the 9th island was the last island. The next step would be the location of the pure spirit body. Chapter 1284. Everyone studied carefully and finally found that the final destination was at the bottom of the sea. In a secret place at the bottom of the sea. Plop. Plop. Many experts jumped into the sea and headed in the direction of the pure spirit body, according to the map. Lu Ming also jumped into the sea. This was the outer sea, and the water was very deep. Everyone kept diving 100 meters, 1,000 meters, and finally, they reached a depth of more than 100,000 meters. At this depth, the pressure of the seawater had reached a terrifying level. Even a high-grade spirit weapon would be crushed into a ball under such water pressure. The terrifying pressure constantly pressed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his Zhen Yuan to protect his body, and at the same time, he circulated the concept of water. A mysterious aura circulated around his body, and the water automatically separated and couldn't get close to Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked relaxed, but the others weren't. Puff. A first-level spirit god martial artist's body trembled, and his face turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood and didn't dare to continue diving. Instead, he quickly swam upstream. At this point, ordinary low-level spirit god martial artists would have a hard time resisting and would be crushed to death by the huge pressure. Although they were unwilling, they could only leave because they hadn't reached the bottom yet. They had to continue diving and didn't know how deep it would be. The surroundings were pitch black, and there wasn't the slightest bit of light. However, those who could reach this place were all experts with strong eyesight. They could still see tens of thousands of meters away. Whoosh! Everyone continued diving and occasionally checked the map. Soon, they had reached a depth of more than 200,000 meters. The water pressure here was even more terrifying. Many people's Zhen Yuan protection creaked under the pressure, as if it would collapse at any time. At this point, Lu Ming found an underground mountain range. However, because the rocks here were under the terrifying water pressure all year round, their hardness was shocking. They were harder than many strange metals outside, and 100 times harder than ordinary steel. It's under that valley. Dandon stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and pointed at an underwater valley below. Looking from afar, it was pitch black, as if it led to the abyss of hell. Lu Ming nodded and headed towards the valley. Obviously, the others had also noticed and were swimming towards the valley. The number of people who could reach this place was much smaller than before, but there were still about 1,000 people. 1,000 people, like 1,000 tiny fish, swam into the pitch-black valley. Whoosh! All of a sudden the seawater churned. From a pitch-black cave at the edge of the valley, a colossal creature suddenly pounced out. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow the experts. The berserk aura was frightening. "You're courting death," someone roared, and a sword chi slashed out at the huge monster. The attacker was a consummate spirit god expert. However, as they were in the deep sea, his strength was greatly suppressed. His sword chi slashed out and slashed at the mouth. The sharp teeth of the mouth bit the sword chi in half. Then a scarlet tongue rolled out and wrapped around the expert, pulling him into the mouth. Damn it! The expert in the consummate spirit god realm unleashed all kinds of terrifying attacks. However, they were more than 200,000 meters deep in the sea, and his strength was greatly suppressed. The monster that suddenly pounced out was only equivalent to a consummate spirit god. However, the monster's strength here was far above that of an ordinary consummate spirit god. The human expert in the consummate spirit god realm was no match for the monster at all. He was pulled into the mouth of the scarlet tongue, and was bitten in half. Ah! The expert in the consummate spirit god realm let out a shrill scream. However, in the next moment, the scream stopped abruptly. He was bitten into pieces by the monster and swallowed into its stomach. What kind of monster is that? At this moment, everyone saw the monster's appearance clearly. Its body was like a python, but it also looked like an eel. It was very long, and its tail was still in a cave in the valley. Only the upper part of its tail was sticking out. Its body was covered in scales, and its eyes were blood red. It was extremely ferocious. Its mouth was chewing, and it seemed to be eating with relish. Its blood-red eyes stared at the others with greed. Whoosh! In the next moment, it pounced out again and opened its bloody mouth to bite the experts of the human race. "You're courting death." At this moment, a supreme being shouted coldly and stepped out. With a wave of his hand, the embryonic form of a domain spread out and enveloped the monster. Chi-chi. The monster's scales made sizzling sounds when it was enveloped by the embryonic form of the domain. Die. The supreme being stepped out and appeared on top of the monster's head. He punched out and bombarded the monster's head. Bang! With a boom, the monster roared and retreated. Its head caved in and blood flowed out, but it was not killed. So powerful. Many people's hearts trembled. This monster was too powerful. Judging from its aura, it was only at the consummate spirit god realm. If it was outside, the attack of a supreme being was enough to kill a consummate spirit god. However, the monster was only injured here and was not killed. Obviously, this monster lived at the bottom of the sea all year round. In this place, the monster could unleash its strength while the strength of human warriors was suppressed. The human supreme being's face darkened when he did not kill the monster with one attack. A snow-white battle sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. A shocking sword light split the sea and slashed the monster's neck. Splat! Blood dyed the sea red, and the monster's head was chopped off. However, the monster was not dead for a while after its head was chopped off. Its lower body frantically retreated, trying to shrink back into the cave. However, it only retreated halfway before its vitality was extinguished, and it became limp and motionless. There are marine monsters at the bottom of the sea. We have to be careful. Someone whispered and increased their vigilance. Once there were creatures at the bottom of the sea, they would definitely be dangerous and not simple. Everyone continued to dive. The valley was too deep. They dived for another 10,000 meters, but they still did not reach the bottom. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the sea water surged and there was another boom around the valley. Hiss hiss hiss. At the same time, there was a shrill sound that made people's hair stand on end. Then, everyone was shocked to see dozens of behemoths on the walls of the valley pouncing towards them at the same time. Monster! It's that kind of monster! Someone screamed in horror. This behemoth that suddenly pounced out was exactly the same as the one that appeared before. Its body was as slender as a python, its eyes were blood red and its mouth was wide open. Its body was covered with scales and it looked terrifying. There were dozens of them here, and each of them had a terrifying aura. Caught off guard. More than a dozen human warriors were bitten by the monster without any chance to fight back. The sharp teeth chewed them into pieces, and they died on the spot. An exceptionally huge monster pounced towards Hai Tian and the others. "You're courting death." A supreme being roared at the edge of the sea, and a spear appeared in his hand. The spear broke through the sea water and fought with the monster. After 3 moves, the monster was nailed to the bottom of the sea. Chapter 1285. Splash. A monster targeted Lu Ming and bit at Lu Ming's head. The dragon power in Lu Ming's body burst out, and his left hand used the devouring power to envelop the monster. The fingers of his right hand lengthened and turned into dragon claws. Lu Ming grabbed the monster's head with his right hand and tore it off with all his might. Blood gushed out, but it was all devoured by Lu Ming's devouring power. What a rich blood essence, and the demonic power in it is even more astonishing. After devouring the monster's blood essence and demonic power, Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This monster was also a type of demonic beast, but the demonic power in its body was astonishing. The blood essence in its blood essence was also extremely rich, far surpassing that of ordinary human martial artists. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation had reached a bottleneck. After devouring and refining, it was not of much help to him. Kill, kill, kill. Deep in the sea, a fierce battle broke out. Although the dozens of underwater monsters were powerful, they were still easily killed by the human race's supreme martial artist. In the end, dozens of humans died, but the dozens of monsters were killed one by one. Next, everyone continued to dive, but they were even more cautious. Sure enough, not long after, they were attacked again. It was a strange fish. Its body was not big, and it looked exactly like a stone. Even its aura was like a stone, as if it was lifeless. However, when Lu Ming and the others approached, the stone-like fish suddenly launched an attack. This fish was not particularly strong, but there were many of them, and they were highly poisonous. If a perfected spirit god was bitten by this fish, he would be severely poisoned and paralyzed, unable to fight back. In this battle, dozens of powerhouses died. In the end, they relied on the powerful strength of the Supremes to kill the stone-like fish. However, no one retreated. The temptation of a pure spirit body was too great. Since they had come this far, no one wanted to return empty-handed. Everyone continued to dive. In total, they had dived 300,000 meters into the sea. The water pressure here was simply unimaginable. Moreover, it was pitch black. With Lu Ming's vision, he could only see within 1,000 meters. The others might be able to see even closer. "It's the end," someone said. Everyone relaxed. They had finally reached the bottom. Was the pure spirit body cultivation method here? "Look, there's a crack." Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone hurriedly gathered over, and sure enough, they found a crack. It seemed to be a spatial passage. This is a spatial tunnel. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body must be hidden inside. This thought appeared in everyone's mind, and their eyes couldn't help but become fiery. Just as someone was about to charge in, the seawater in the distance churned, and a furious roar rang out. "How dare you invade my ancestral land? All of you must die." The loud roar was like a dragon's roar, rumbling through the rolling seawater. Then everyone saw a large group of black behemoths rushing towards them. Demonic beasts. All of them were demonic beasts, and they were all marine demonic beasts. Lu Ming saw huge octopuses, ferocious sharks, and slender eels. The one in the lead was covered in black scales, had dragon horns, and had 4 claws under its belly. It was a flood dragon. It was a black flood dragon. Moreover, the flood dragon had a strong true dragon's aura. It obviously contained a rich true dragon's bloodline. The terrifying aura was enough to make people tremble even if they were far away. Supreme Being. That flood dragon is a Supreme Being expert, and it contains 90% of the true dragon's bloodline. Lu Ming's pupils shrank slightly. A flood dragon with 90% of the true dragon's bloodline was absolutely terrifying. Behind the flood dragon, there were many marine demonic beasts with terrifying auras. Many of them were Supreme Being experts. Not good retreat. Charge into the spatial tunnel. Many human experts screamed in horror and turned around to charge into the spatial tunnel. "You're courting death." The flood dragon roared, and a black dragon claw stretched out. It grew rapidly and clawed at the human experts. Puff, puff. In an instant, More than 10 high-level spiritual god experts were crushed by the dragon claw. Their bodies and souls were annihilated. Whoosh! The dragon claw didn't stop, and it went for a Supreme Being expert. That Supreme Being expert's face changed. A snow-white saber appeared in his hand, and the saber light was shocking. It broke through the seawater and slashed at the dragon claw. With a loud bang, the saber light shattered. That Supreme Being expert's body shook violently. His face paled, and he vomited blood as he was sent flying. The difference was too big. Even though they were both Supreme Being experts, the flood dragon was no match for the human experts. They were at the bottom of the sea, and the flood dragon had an advantage. Moreover, the flood dragon had 90% of the true dragon's bloodline. And it was the same as the human experts who had awakened a grade 9 high god realm bloodline. He was a genius among geniuses. At this time, some human experts had already charged into the spatial tunnel and disappeared. Kill them all. Seeing this, the flood dragon became even more furious. He roared again and again, and his dragon claw slashed out. Rip. Space was torn apart, and seawater flowed into the spatial crack and disappeared. A dragon claw grabbed at Hai Tian and the others. Protect the young master. At the edge of the sea, several supreme beings roared and attacked the black dragon claw together. Boom. 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 The terrifying attack evaporated more than 10,000 tons of seawater, creating a vacuum. Several supreme beings joined forces to block the black dragon claw. There are so many experts. Die. Hai Tian and the others attracted the attention of the black flood dragon. It stared coldly at Hai Tian and the others. It let out a dragon roar and pounced towards them. At the same time, several supreme being marine monsters followed the flood dragon and pounced towards Hai Tian and the others. The marine monsters had the advantage under the sea. Now that several supreme beings joined forces, their power was shocking. Hai Tian's face changed drastically, and he was extremely frightened. Boom. Boom. Several supreme beings joined forces, but they were still unable to stop the flood dragon and were sent flying. Big brother, save me. Hai Tian screamed in fear. Rip. Haiyu stepped out and appeared beside Hai Tian. He activated his embryonic domain, and a huge battle axe appeared in his hand. He swung the axe. Clang. The axe collided with the black flood dragon's claw, and a shocking force was released. The force formed a storm that swept out, and some of the weaker supreme beings could not stand steadily. Haiyu was also in existence who had awakened a level 9 divine bloodline. His battle strength was shocking, and he was not weaker than the flood dragon. Even at the bottom of the sea, he was not much weaker. When the two collided, the flood dragon and Haiyu's bodies shook slightly, and they retreated a few steps. There's actually an expert like you, but this is the bottom of the sea. Stay here. The black flood dragon roared and attacked Haiyu. Bring Hai Tian into the spatial tunnel. I'll block them. Haiyu ordered the other supreme beings, and then used bloodline fusion to fight the flood dragon. Splash. Chapter 1286. They were more than 300,000 meters deep at the bottom of the sea. An ordinary spiritual god would probably be crushed to death by the seawater, not to mention stirring the seawater. However, the battle between Haiyu and the Flood Dragon Supreme could actually stir the seawater within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. It was obvious how terrifying their combat strength was. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Is this the power of a 9th grade divine rank bloodline and a 90% divine beast bloodline? Their strength is indeed shocking. Lu Ming mixed in the crowd and casually fought with a demon beast. However, his gaze was fixed on the battle between Haiyu and the Flood Dragon Supreme. Lu Ming was rather solemn at the combat power of the duo. Lu Ming felt that even if he unleashed his full strength now, he would probably not be a match for Haiyu or the Flood Dragon Supreme. The main reason was that his cultivation was too far away from theirs. If his cultivation broke through to the perfection stage of the spiritual god realm, he was confident that he could fight and even suppress them. But now he was still a little short. The gap between the 9th level of the spiritual god realm to the perfection stage of the spiritual god realm and the spirit god realm to the sovereign realm was getting bigger and bigger. It was too difficult to surmount. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, It was more than enough to deal with or even suppress those sovereigns who had awakened a 6th-grade divine rank bloodline. However, they were only the most ordinary sovereigns. The higher their bloodline, the stronger their combat strength, and the more difficult it would be to deal with them. Let's go. After watching for a while, Lu Ming had a rough understanding of Hai Yu and the Flood Dragon's supreme strength. Then, he casually killed a sea demon at the perfection stage of the spiritual god realm, and followed the crowd into the spatial tunnel. The space changed. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt the pressure around him lighten, and the true yuan in his body circulated quickly. There's no seawater here, nor is there any pressure from the seawater. This was Lu Ming's first reaction. Then Lu Ming looked around. At this moment he was standing in the void. He could clearly see that there was seawater all around him, but it was separated by a layer of transparent material that kept the seawater outside. It was the same in all directions. There seemed to be a layer of restriction that kept the seawater out. There was a spatial rift in the sky. It was the spatial tunnel. Lu Ming and the others had come in through that spatial tunnel. That is an ancient city. Then Lu Ming looked ahead. This area was completely occupied by a vast ancient city. An ancient city stood in front of them. It was filled with an ancient aura, as if it had crossed over from the ancient era. The ancient city was vast. At a glance, one could see that it stretched for hundreds of thousands of li. To think that there was such an ancient city hidden at a depth of more than 300,000 meters under the sea. At this moment, some people were already flying towards the ancient city. Clearly, this ancient city was very likely their final destination. The pure spirit body technique was very likely to be hidden in this ancient city. However, Lu Ming saw a strange scene. When some people flew above the ancient city, it was as if they could not fly, or they were affected by a powerful gravitational force. They could not stay in the air, and quickly descended into the ancient city. It seems like you can't fly in this ancient city. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Whoa. Suddenly, the space around Lu Ming trembled, and several figures appeared. Hai Yu, one of them was Hai Yu. Most of the remaining ones were sea monsters, such as the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Kill. The moment the Flood Dragon Sovereign appeared, he wanted to kill Hai Yu. However, Hai Yu was not in the mood to fight. He took a step forward and flew towards the ancient city. Lu Ming did not hesitate either. He used his movement technique and flew towards the ancient city. Kill all these humans. The Flood Dragon Sovereign ordered and chased after the ancient city with the sea monsters. When Lu Ming flew above the ancient city, there was indeed an extremely powerful gravitational force. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation, it was difficult for him to maintain flight. He could not help but fall below the ancient city. Lu Ming landed on a street in the ancient city. Hai Yu and the others landed on another street. As soon as he landed on the street, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. At this moment, he felt the bloodline of the prison-suppressing monument trembling slightly. Lu Ming realized that when he stepped on the ground, he seemed to be able to fuse with the earth with the help of the bloodline of the prison-suppressing monument. At this moment, he felt that the earth concept seemed to be restless, as if it could break through at any time. This ancient city is 300,000 meters below the sea. It's close to the earth's core. When I step on the ground here, it resonates with the earth. I can clearly sense the earth concept. Touch. Lu Ming thought in his heart and guessed the general reason. Perhaps this is an opportunity for me to break through to the peak of the 4th level of the earth concept. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. If his earth concept broke through to the peak of the 4th level, Lu Ming could continue to devour and refine origin stones and break through to the peak of the spirit god realm. Then the next step would be to comprehend the embryonic form of the domain and break through to the sovereign realm. Boom. Boom. Not far away, there was a rumbling sound. It was obvious that someone was fighting. Let's go. Even if there is a pure spiritual body cultivation technique, it must be in the depths of the ancient city. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He took a step forward and rushed towards the depths of the ancient city. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream came from in front of Lu Ming. Could it be that someone is killing each other? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and continued to move forward. Ah! Not long after, another shrill scream rang out. The scream contained despair and terror. and it caused one's entire body to go cold. It doesn't sound like the scream of someone killing each other. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but be careful. He also slowed down his speed. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a chilly wind blowing on his body, making his hair stand on end. Be careful, Dandan suddenly warned. At the same time, Lu Ming also felt a cold aura approaching him from behind. Lu Ming suddenly turned around and threw out a punch. Boom. The fist energy pierced through the space and a pitch-black space tunnel appeared. However, there was nothing. Lu Ming didn't see anything or any living thing. However, at this moment, Lu Ming felt a cold aura on his neck that was getting closer to him. Swoosh. Lu Ming's palm was like a blade. He slashed out horizontally and swept in all directions. However, when his palm swept across, it was still empty. There was nothing. What the hell is this? Dandan, did you notice? Lu Ming frowned and looked around carefully, but he still found nothing. I didn't notice it either, Lu Ming. This place is very strange. It should be the residence of a powerful existence, Dandan said. You don't have to tell me that. Lu Ming curled his lips. To be able to move an ancient city to a place 300,000 meters deep under the sea, even an ordinary emperor couldn't do it. Only a terrifying existence could do it. How could the residents of such a powerhouse be ordinary? Ah! At this moment, another scream came from ahead. It was extremely shrill. Who cares what it is? Since it doesn't dare to appear, I'll continue forward. Lu Ming's eyes were bright. The dragon power in his body erupted. He was ready to fight at any time and stepped forward. In the ancient city, screams could be heard from time to time. What the hell is this? Get out here. Chapter 1287. But there was nothing. Some of the weaker cultivators were trembling in fear, feeling like they were going crazy. Whoosh whoosh, gusts of cold wind blew in the ancient city. Trying to mystify us. Some of the Supreme Being experts snorted coldly. They covered their bodies with true essence and strode forward, passing through the streets. Lu Ming also strode forward, but strangely, Lu Ming did not see a single corpse along the way. Screams could be heard from time to time, but not a single corpse could be seen. Lu Ming could not help but look at the mansions and palaces on both sides of the street. The doors of these palaces were tightly shut, and they were full of mystery. Whoosh. Lu Ming took a step and rushed up the high wall of one of the palaces, looking inside. At one glance, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Inside the palaces was a small courtyard, and the courtyard was filled with skeletons. There was also a corpse lying in the courtyard. Its eyes were wide open, and there was still fear in them, but there was no sign of life. As expected, there is something wrong with these palaces. Lu Ming looked at the door in front of the courtyard. The door was open, and it was dark inside. He could not see what was going on, as if a terrifying demon was hiding inside. Hell suppressing heaven skill. Suddenly, Lu Ming roared and punched the air in front of him. Because at this moment, Lu Ming felt a dangerous aura descending. Boom. A phantom of the hell-suppressing monument appeared in Lu Ming's palm, as if it could suppress everything. The space trembled, and a black phantom appeared in front of Lu Ming. It seemed to be suppressed by the power of the hell-suppressing monument, and it was rapidly twisting. This is... Lu Ming's eyes were filled with surprise. This was a black shadow that did not seem to have a physical body. It was just a phantom with a ferocious face. Under the power of the hell-suppressing monument, it was twisting crazily, and it was even screaming. The black shadow twisted and screamed, as if it wanted to pounce on Lu Ming. Resentment, this is resentment, Dandan said with a frown on her face. What is resentment? Lu Ming asked. According to my conjecture, the owner of this ancient city must have died with extreme unwillingness. His cultivation base was extremely high, and before he died, he produced a terrifying amount of resentment. After that, there were people who came after him who were killed by his resentment, resulting in even more resentment. These resentment are all incomparably terrifying and formless, making them extremely difficult to kill. Dandan explained. There's actually such a strange thing in this world. Lu Ming frowned. He increased the power of the suppressing hell skill, and the suppressing hell monument trembled. The black shadow twisted and then collapsed. He's not that strong. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Lu Ming, don't be so smug. That's because you have the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel, and you obtained a fragment of it. The prison-suppressing steel can suppress everything, especially evil things. That's why you were able to suppress and kill it. If you used other methods, it would be very difficult to kill a wisp of resentment. Dandan glanced at Lu Ming in disdain. I see. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. That wisp of resentment was produced by someone who came after him. If you encounter the resentment produced by the owner of this place, it won't be so easy to deal with it. Dandan warned. Lu Ming nodded. He did not stop here, and continued to walk deeper into the ancient city. From time to time he could hear miserable screams. Such a strange thing made many people afraid. Many experts gathered together, helping each other and working together. This way, the situation was much better, and there were fewer miserable screams. The group continued forward and soon reached the center of the ancient city. In the center of the ancient city, there was a large group of palaces. It was like a palace, and there were countless palaces. Buzz. At this moment, a beam of light shot out from the depths of the palaces. Everyone saw a jade talisman in the beam of light. Could that be the cultivation method of a pure spirit body? Many people's eyes lit up. It must be, it must be. The cultivation method of a pure spirit body is mine. Get lost, it's mine. Many people's eyes were burning with passion as they rushed in the direction of the palaces. Ha ha ha, the pure spirit body is mine in the end. An old man in a black robe had a greedy look in his eyes. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. He was the one who distributed all the maps. His goal was to find the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. Whoosh! With a flicker of his body, he scuttled out like a ghost. The cultivation method of a pure spirit body belongs to the Sea Conqueror's residence. Hai Tian, Hai Yu, and the others also rushed madly into the palaces. The treasures of the ancestral land belong to the Sea Demon clan. Flood Dragon Prime roared, and led the experts of the Sea Demon clan into the depths of the palaces. Lu Ming did not rush in immediately. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. The resentment in the palaces is very strong. It's very scary, Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. He followed behind everyone and dashed in slowly. Ah. Sure enough, many people rushed into the palaces and let out miserable screams. What the hell is that? Kill. Kill. The group of palaces was in a mess. The fledgling domain is useful against it. Kill it with the fledgling domain. A supreme being shouted. Lu Ming saw a supreme being using the fledgling domain to cover an area. In the fledgling domain, the black shadow formed by the resentment appeared and was finally destroyed by the fledgling domain. After discovering this secret, the supreme beings used the fledgling domain to cover an area and destroy the resentment. In an instant, the situation reversed. Many supreme beings rushed towards the jade token. Lu Ming followed behind and did not act rashly. It's mine. Among the palaces, an old man in a black robe was the fastest. He flashed like a ghost and was the first to approach the jade token. He tapped his foot on one of the palaces and soared into the sky, grabbing the jade pendant. How dare you? You're courting death. Hai Yu shouted. Get lost. Supreme Being Flood Dragon also roared. The other supreme beings also rushed over. Haha, I was the one who distributed the map. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body belongs to me. The old man in the black robe laughed, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. There was no doubt that the old man in the black robe was a supreme being. Moreover, he was not an ordinary supreme being. The bloodline that he had awakened was definitely not weak. The old man in the black robe was about to grab the jade token. At this moment, the old man in the black robe suddenly widened his eyes and revealed a look of shock. In the end he roared angrily, "Get out of here, get out! Get out of here!" Then the old man in the black robe let out a shrill roar. The power in his body erupted crazily. Some of the palaces in the ancient city collapsed and turned into dust under this power. What's going on? Many people were shocked and could not help but stop in their tracks, not daring to go forward. Chapter 1288. It was obvious that the black-robed old man had suffered a terrifying attack. Judging from the strength that the black-robed old man had, it was definitely terrifying. He was close to Haiyu and Flood Dragon Supreme. However, even with such strength, he was still in a miserable state. The black-robed old man shouted as he tumbled in the air, attacking randomly. Then everyone was shocked to find that the black-robed old man's body was shriveling, as if the vitality in his body was slowly disappearing. At the same time, a black shadow appeared around the black-robed old man's body. It was twisted and ferocious. It was that kind of resentment. It's that damn thing again. Why is this one so strong? What the hell is that? Someone's voice trembled. Squeak, squeak. The black shadow let out an ear-piercing sound and suddenly drilled into the black-robed old man's body. The black-robed old man let out an incomparably mournful scream, then stopped struggling. The vitality in his body had completely disappeared. His eyes were wide open, filled with shock, disbelief, and unwillingness. He racked his brains and spent dozens of years, but he still couldn't find the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. In the end, he made up his mind and made hundreds of copies of the map, hoping to borrow the help of others to find the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. Seeing that he was about to reach the final step, the cultivation method of the pure spiritual body was about to fall into his hands. His long-cherished wish was about to be fulfilled, but he had inexplicably died here. How could he be willing to accept this? Whoosh. After the black-robed old man died, the twisted black shadow reappeared and looked ferociously at Haiyu, Flood Dragon Supreme and the others, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. I'm afraid that this thing is only at the embryonic stage of a domain. I suggest that we work together to destroy this damn thing first, then fight for the Jade Token with our own abilities. How about that? Haiyu suggested as he looked at Flood Dragon Supreme. The only person he was afraid of here was Flood Dragon Supreme. Alright, I'll work together with you guys first, Flood Dragon Supreme said. Flood Dragon Supreme was also afraid of that resentment. What about you guys? Haiyu looked at the other Supremes. I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. The other Supremes nodded. Alright, then let's join hands and unleash the embryonic form of our domains. Let's go, Haiyu shouted. He thrust out his palm and the embryonic form of his domain spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading towards the black shadow. Creak, creak. That black shadow seemed to be afraid of the fledgling domain. It squeaked and swayed its body, trying to dodge. Attack. Attack. The other Supremes, including the Supremes of the Sea Demon Clan, also made their moves. Numerous embryonic domains spread out and permeated toward the black figure. There were more than 39 Heavens Supremes on the scene. They immediately set up their domains to seal off the place. The black figure had nowhere to run, and was soon enveloped by layers of domains. Creak, creak. The black figure let out a shriek. It was as if it had sunk into a quagmire, unable to move its body. Obliterate. Destroy. More than 30 Supremes roared. They controlled the embryonic form of their domains and unleashed a shocking destructive force, trying to obliterate the black figure. The black figure kept twisting and screaming, struggling with all its might. However, it was useless. It was trapped by the layers of domains. Under the destructive force, its body slowly shrank and was slowly obliterated. As time passed, the black figure became smaller and smaller. After a while, with a bang, the black shadow collapsed and turned into nothingness. The black figure was finally destroyed under the combined efforts of dozens of Supremes. This time, many greedy eyes stared at the jade pendant. After the black figure was destroyed, everyone's eyes naturally focused on the jade pendant. Creak, creak. Just as everyone was about to make their move, another ear-piercing sound was heard. This time, it wasn't just one or two but a whole bunch of them. Squeaks and screams converged and sounded from all directions. Then everyone saw in horror that many black figures flew out from the surrounding palaces. They were exactly the same as the previous one. At the same time, more and more black figures flew out from the palaces behind them. Countless black figures screamed and twisted. They were hideous and terrifying. Like a black storm, they swept towards everyone. At this moment, Haiyu, Supreme Flood Dragon, and the others turned pale. There was no trace of blood in their faces. Save me, big brother, save me. Especially Hai Tian, he was so scared that he screamed. His whole body was trembling, and a foul smell came from his pants. It turned out that he was so scared that he wet himself. Charge out! Hai Yu let out a roar and pulled Hai Tian along as he madly charged outside. Charge! The others also charged out. At this moment, no one was thinking about the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. There was only one thing in their mind, and that was to charge out and save their lives. Boom! 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 Everyone unleashed all kinds of attacks. Unfortunately, it was useless. Ordinary attacks were useless against those black figures. Only the embryonic form of a supreme's domain was effective. Ah! Blood-curdling screams resounded. Many high-level spiritual god experts were entangled by the black figures and suffered terrifying attacks. Some people screamed as they were killed by the black figures. Those supremes used their embryonic forms of domains to protect themselves and continuously charged out. Many smart spiritual god experts followed closely behind these supremes and did their best to charge out. Countless black figures charged towards the group. Now, at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly turned around and rushed towards the jade token. He circulated the suppressing hell heavenly art and struck out with his palm. His palm carried the suppressing hell steel's shadow, and the suppressing hell steel's unique suppressive force erupted. Creak! Several black figures screamed under Lu Ming's palm and the suppressing hell heavenly art. They were constantly twisting, and seemed to be in great pain. Lu Ming punched out a few more times, and several black figures retreated far away. Lu Ming took large strides towards the jade token. As he charged, he continuously used the suppressing hell heavenly art. The suppressing hell heavenly art seemed to be the nemesis of those black figures. Wherever the suppressing hell heavenly art enveloped, those black figures retreated rapidly. What's going on? Some people widened their eyes in shock when they saw this scene. It's him, it's Lu Ming. He can restrain those black figures. Someone shouted as he recognized Lu Ming. Damn it, big brother, it's him, it's that Lu Ming. Hai Tian also saw this scene and shouted in jealousy. Let's leave this place first. Even if he can get the jade token, he can't get out of here. Hai Yu snorted coldly and led Hai Tian out with the help of other supremes from the sea-suppressing Hell Marshal's residence. Of course, this was also because Lu Ming had attracted a large number of black figures when he rushed towards the jade token. This reduced the pressure on Hai Yu and the others by a lot. Otherwise, they might not have been able to rush out. Chapter 1289. As for Lu Ming, he was getting closer and closer to the jade pendant. The closer he was to the jade pendant, the more irritated the black shadows became. They screamed with all their might and rushed towards Lu Ming without any regard for their lives. Some of the black shadows were extremely powerful and could pose a fatal threat to supreme beings. Lu Ming could not repel them even with the hell-suppressing heaven skill. Hell-suppressing steel. Lu Ming's spine glowed and the bloodline of the hell-suppressing steel appeared. Lu Ming performed the bloodline fusion and turned into the bloodline of the hell-suppressing steel. Below, the word steel emitted a dazzling light and the suppressive force was greatly enhanced. Boom! The hell-suppressing steel grew as big as a mountain and pressed down on the black shadows. Squeak, squeak, squeak. With a series of screams, the black shadows were enveloped by the hell-suppressing steel and distorted rapidly. Then they collapsed and disappeared from the world like black smoke. Even the black shadows that could pose a threat to supreme beings were the same. Under the suppression of the hell-suppressing steel, they could not resist for long and also turned into black smoke. Swoosh! The hell-suppressing steel's bloodline vibrated, and the suppressive force exploded. A large number of black shadows turned into ashes. Lu Ming was not hindered at all, and flew towards the jade pendant. In a few breaths, Lu Ming was close to the jade pendant. The hell-suppressing steel shrunk and turned back into Lu Ming's appearance. It stretched out its hand and grabbed the jade pendant. Bang! At this moment, the jade pendant suddenly exploded, turning into green smoke and dissipating. What's going on? Lu Ming's face changed and became gloomy. Could it be that everything was fake? The cultivation method of the pure spirit body was fake? Was it all a scam? They were tricked into coming here and there was nothing? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's face turned even uglier. No. Lu Ming suddenly looked at a palace below. There, in the courtyard of a palace, A figure was sitting cross-legged. It was a middle-aged man. He looked like a living person, very lifelike. However, Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual consciousness and knew that this person did not have any vitality and had died many years ago. However, this person's cultivation was too strong and his physical body was strong. Even after so many years, his physical body did not decompose. This person might be the owner of this place. Lu Ming's heart moved as he guessed. At the thought of this, Lu Ming landed in the courtyard. However, Lu Ming did not dare to let his guard down. He was on his guard and at the same time, he called Bubbles out to squat on his shoulder. If anything went wrong, he could make use of Bubbles' space-time ability to escape quickly. However, after careful observation, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Moreover, when Lu Ming landed in this courtyard, the black shadows above all stopped and did not continue to pursue Lu Ming. Lu Ming observed for a while and looked disappointed. Apparently, this powerful cultivator's storage ring had been taken away after his death. He did not leave anything behind. Initially, Lu Ming thought that he would be able to obtain the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. However, it seemed impossible. Lu Ming was stunned because the middle-aged man's forehead began to glow. Then, a jade token emerged from the middle-aged man's forehead and floated above his head. When the jade token appeared, the middle-aged man's corpse exploded with a bang, turning into a pile of ashes that drifted away with the wind and disappeared between heaven and earth. There was only one jade token floating in the courtyard. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He condensed his vital essence and condensed it into a big hand. He grabbed the jade token and held it in his hand. Is this the cultivation method of the pure spirit body? Lu Ming's heart pounded. He scanned the jade token with his spiritual consciousness. In the next moment, Lu Ming's face revealed a look of surprise. Yes, the jade token really did record a secret method. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Cultivating the pure spirit body would give one part of the power of the pure spirit body. Moreover, with the foundation of the pure spirit body, it would be much easier to cultivate the pure spirit body in the future. It was exactly the same as the rumors in the outside world. Lu Ming was ecstatic. If he cultivated the pure spirit body, his combat strength would definitely increase greatly. It would be much easier for him to break through to become a ruler in the future. Also, the cultivation method of the pure spirit body could be regarded as an important inheritance. In the future, his family and friends could cultivate it. In that way, the chances of them breaking through to become a ruler would be much higher. This trip wasn't in vain. Lu Ming laughed out loud. He carefully read the cultivation method of the pure spirit body again, and memorized the contents. Then he carefully put the jade token away. Following that, he looked around the hall, and did not find anything else. Lu Ming soared into the sky and planned to leave. When the middle-aged man's body turned into ashes, the black shadows in the world also turned into wisps of black smoke, and disappeared into the world as if they had never been there. Swoosh! Lu Ming soared into the sky and landed on the roof of a hall. Then he ran out of the ancient city. Soon he had run more than half the distance and was getting closer to the exit. Swoosh! Swoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of the air being torn apart was heard. Figures appeared in front of Lu Ming and blocked his path. There were a total of 10 people. One of them was Hai Tian, and the other was Hai Yu. The other 8 were all Supreme Being powerhouses brought by Hai Tian and Hai Yu. The 9 Supreme Beings blocked Lu Ming's path. Lu Ming, hand over the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Hai Tian stared greedily at Lu Ming. If the cultivation method of the pure spirit body fell into the hands of a great force like the Sea Suppression Marshal's residence, it would definitely play a terrifying role. There would be many more powerhouses and even more rulers. Who said that I've obtained the cultivation method of the pure spirit body? Lu Ming replied indifferently. He did not admit that he had obtained the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Humph, is there any use in quibbling? I clearly saw you rushing towards the jade pendant. You must have gotten it. Hand it over immediately. Otherwise, we'll kill you and take your storage ring. It's the same. Hai Tian shouted coldly. As for the fact that Lu Ming had attracted a large number of black shadows and allowed them to escape, he did not care at all. In his opinion, Lu Ming attracting the black shadows and letting them escape was something Lu Ming should do. It was Lu Ming's honor. Now Lu Ming had to hand over the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Otherwise he would die. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body belongs to our sea demon tribe. At this moment, a loud roar was heard. One by one, tall figures rushed over and appeared behind Lu Ming, surrounding Lu Ming. It was the Flood Dragon Supreme Being, and the other Supreme Being powerhouses of the Sea Demon tribe. There were a total of 10 of them. Now, the Sea Demon tribe had turned into human form, but the tyrannical aura on them was terrifying. Damn it! Haiyu and the others growled. They looked at the Flood Dragon Supreme Being and the others with some fear. This person is a human. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body he obtained should belong to us humans. Chapter 1290. Hahaha, what a joke. This is the ancestral land of the Sea Demon race. The cultivation method of the pure spiritual body naturally belongs to the Sea Demon race. The Supreme Flood Dragon laughed as he stared at Haiyu coldly. His powerful aura locked onto Lu Ming. Haiyu did the same. He released his aura and stared at the Supreme Flood Dragon. In their eyes, their greatest enemy was each other. As for Lu Ming, although he was strong, he was alone. They didn't take him seriously at all. Lu Ming, why aren't you handing over the cultivation method of the pure spiritual body? Hurry up and hand it over. I can let bygones be bygones for beating up my brother. Haiyu shouted coldly. He was slowly losing his patience. Haha, do you really think you can take me down? Lu Ming sneered. Are you still thinking of resisting? Let me tell you, you're courting death. Haiyu shouted. He wasn't trying to let Lu Ming go out of kindness. He was just afraid that Lu Ming would fight back and give the Sea Demon race an opportunity. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. Suddenly, he pounced towards one of the Supremes from the Sea Conqueror's residence. Roar. In the process of pouncing, the 9 dragon forces in Lu Ming's body erupted. At the same time, the third bloodline appeared and a powerful force surged into Lu Ming's body. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch towards the Supremes. The suppressing prison steel's bloodline vaguely appeared. The Supremes were shocked. He obviously didn't expect Lu Ming to suddenly attack him under such circumstances. In a hurry, he tried his best to fight back. But when the two of them exchanged blows, the Supremes from the Sea Conqueror's residence trembled violently. He retreated rapidly and spat out blood from his mouth. With Lu Ming's current strength, it was easy for him to suppress an ordinary Supremes. Moreover, the Supremes weren't prepared at all. Kill. After injuring the other party with one move, Lu Ming bellowed and stepped forward. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared above his head. Lu Ming performed bloodline fusion and transformed into 9 dragons. The dragon claws stepped out and shattered the void. The terrifying pressure caused the Paragon's heart to tremble. He hurriedly used bloodline fusion, hoping to block Lu Ming. However, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's dragon claws slashed down continuously, breaking apart the opponent's bloodline power, causing his bloodline body to collapse and reverting back to human form. Whoosh. The dragon claws did not stop and continued to claw downwards. No, that person roared, and in the next instant, the dragon claw reached into his dantian. A violent power tore his body apart, and even his spiritual deity was torn to shreds. Both body and soul were destroyed. A supreme martial artist was annihilated in a few moves by Lu Ming when he launched an attack. Fast, too fast. It was so fast that Haiyu and the others only reacted now. You're courting death. Haiyu let out a furious roar, and the battle axe in his hand chopped down at the 9 dragons' heads. This axe seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth. Its power was shocking. The pitch-black axe radiance instantly chopped down on the 9 dragons' heads. Hell-suppressing heaven skill. Thunder God Strike. A few of the 9 dragons' claws activated the hell-suppressing heaven skill, while the other dragon claws executed Thunder God Strike. Lightning filled the sky, forming a lightning phoenix that danced in the air, pouncing towards Haiyu's battle axe. Boom, boom, boom. After a few consecutive explosions, the 9 dragon claws landed on the battle axe. With each explosion, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. After 9 explosions, Lu Ming was forced back 9 steps. Haiyu's battle strength was too strong. He had awakened a ninth-grade divine bloodline. Such a person was a peerless genius, and he could easily jump levels to fight. He was invincible among those of the same level. Moreover, his cultivation was far above Lu Ming's. He could force Lu Ming to retreat without using bloodline fusion. This showed how terrifying his battle strength was. Kill. When Haiyu saw that Lu Ming was able to block his attack, his killing intent exploded. With a loud roar, he held onto his battle axe and launched a barrage of attacks at Lu Ming. Tung, tung, tung. The 9 dragons stepped in the air, and every inch of his muscles was a weapon. He could use the hell-suppressing heaven skill to fight against Haiyu. The terrifying force shattered the ancient city below. Many palaces were reduced to ashes by the force of the force. In an instant, the two exchanged more than 10 blows. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he wouldn't be defeated in a short time. Let's attack together. Haiyu ordered the other Supremes in the sea-suppressing marshal's residence. At this moment, Supreme Flood Dragon and the rest were watching from afar. They did not make a move. This made Haiyu feel extremely pressured. He wanted to kill Lu Ming quickly, and seize the cultivation method of the pure spirit body to prevent any undue delay. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other Supremes also made their moves. Powerful attacks tore through the void and landed on Lu Ming. At the same time, a huge battle axe appeared above Haiyu's head. This was his bloodline. 9 golden chakras shone brightly. Haiyu turned into a beam of light and entered his bloodline. He used bloodline fusion and turned into a battle axe. He slashed at Lu Ming with even more power. Wang. The lightning cauldron appeared above Lu Ming's head. It expanded rapidly and collided with Haiyu's battle axe. Clang! The lightning cauldron and the battle axe collided. The space rippled like water, and thousands of lightning bolts were triggered. The lightning cauldron firmly blocked Haiyu's battle axe, and even sent it flying. Then the divine dragon swung its tail, and with a sweep of its 9 tails, it destroyed the attacks of several Supremes. Kill! Then, Lu Ming roared and stepped out with his dragon claw. In the sky, 3 sealed doors suddenly appeared and enveloped a Supreme Being. Then he controlled the lightning cauldron and smashed it at the Supreme Being. The Supreme Being didn't even have time to scream. He was directly submerged by the lightning cauldron and shattered into pieces in the sea of lightning. Another Supreme Being was killed. Ah, damn it. Lu Ming, you must die today. Haiyu roared crazily. The Supreme Beings of the sea-suppressing marshal's residence were killed one after another. He was about to go crazy. The battle axe vibrated and split the heaven and earth. It slashed at Lu Ming with terrifying power. Clang! Lu Ming continued to block with the lightning cauldron and the battle axe. However, the battle axe was also sent flying. Whoosh! Dragon Claw stepped on the air. Lu Ming didn't continue to fight. Instead, he rushed out. After all, there were too many opponents. Lu Ming planned to leave this place first. It's about time. Let's attack. We can't let this kid escape. Not far away, the Flood Dragon Supreme, who had been watching the battle, said. At the same time, his body changed rapidly and turned into a black flood dragon that was 1,000 meters long. He pounced at Lu Ming. The other sea demons also turned into their true forms and attacked Lu Ming. With so many Supreme Beings attacking together, a pile of embryonic domains appeared and sealed the surroundings, completely blocking Lu Ming's escape route. Especially the Flood Dragon Supreme. He was extremely powerful and wasn't any weaker than Haiyu. With so many people attacking together, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure. Kill! Haiyu yelled as well. Together with Supreme Flood Dragon and the rest, they charged towards Lu Ming. Bubble! At this moment, Lu Ming called out softly. Chirp chirp! Chapter 1291. The 10 Supremes, including the Flood Dragon Supreme, were instantly frozen in the air, unable to move. This is the space-time concept. The Flood Dragon Supreme and the others roared in their hearts, their faces filled with fear. Kill! Lu Ming roared. His dragon claw stepped on the air, and instantly appeared in front of a huge octopus. His dragon claw grabbed the octopus's 8 tentacles and tore it apart. The octopus let out a blood-curdling scream as its body was torn apart, dying on the spot. After killing another Supreme Martial Artist, Lu Ming didn't stop at all, and continued to kill the next one. This time, Lu Ming targeted Supreme Flood Dragon and charged toward him. Hai Yu and the others' attacks arrived from behind. Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron and attacked Hai Yu and the others. Mouth whirled. At the same time, Dandan also made its move. Its body became taller than a mountain as it spat out a ball of chaotic light from its mouth. It was like a real world. Dandan cooperated with the lightning cauldron and successfully blocked Hai Yu and the Supremes from the sea-suppressing Marshal's residence. As for Lu Ming, he continued to attack the Flood Dragon Supreme. He had to end the battle quickly. The power of the bubble's space-time imprisonment was limited. It couldn't hold on for long if it imprisoned so many Supremes at once. The 9 dragon claws were about to grab the Flood Dragon Supreme. Dragon Mark Sword. At this moment, the Flood Dragon Supreme let out a roar and spat out a black battle sword. This black battle sword had a true dragon coiling around it, and there were dragon patterns engraved on it. As soon as the battle sword appeared, Sword Chi soared into the sky. It slightly trembled and slashed towards the transparent bubble. With a puff, the transparent bubble cracked. As soon as the bubble cracked, the terrifying Sword Chi seemed to have broken free from its restraints and slashed towards Lu Ming. Not good, it's an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Lu Ming's face changed. He didn't dare to face it head-on. He executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and quickly retreated, avoiding the terrifying Sword Chi. Kill. The Flood Dragon Sovereign controlled the Dragon Vein Sword and continued to attack Lu Ming. Sword Chi swept out in all directions. Lu Ming could only control the lightning cauldron to resist. With a clang, the lightning cauldron shook, and the lightning that filled the sky was cut apart. The lightning cauldron was sent flying. An Emperor-grade spirit weapon. The Dragon Vein Sword used by the Flood Dragon Sovereign was an Emperor-level spiritual weapon. It was the Emperor-level spiritual weapon among spiritual weapons. It was a top-notch existence with terrifying power. Most importantly, a ruler's spirit armament contained a domain. When a sovereign activated the domain within the ruler's spirit armament with their own embryonic domain, the power would be even more astonishing. Back then, with Yen Kuangtu's supreme position and the Emperor's spirit tower, the combat strength he displayed was comparable to the weakest emperor. On the other hand, Yen Kuangtu had only awakened a level 8 divine bloodline, which was weaker than Flood Dragon Sovereigns. Naturally, his battle strength was also weaker than Flood Dragon Sovereigns. In other words, with the help of a ruler's spirit weapon, the power unleashed by the Flood Dragon Supreme had completely reached the level of a ruler. In fact, it had even surpassed that of an ordinary ruler. Chirp chirp, a transparent bubble appeared, enveloping the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the others within. They were frozen in place once again. Break for me. Flood Dragon Sovereign frantically activated the Dragon Vein Sword, wanting to break free from the bubble's imprisonment. However, no matter how strong his battle strength was, it would still take some time for him to break free from the bubble. This amount of time was more than enough for Lu Ming. Lu Ming charged towards a shark sovereign. That shark sovereign couldn't move at all under the bubble's shroud. His body was torn apart by Lu Ming's dragon claws, and he died on the spot. Another supreme martial artist was killed. Bang! At this moment, Flood Dragon Sovereign finally broke free from the transparent bubble and charged towards Lu Ming with a furious roar. Lu Ming retreated. He didn't want to clash head-on with Flood Dragon Sovereign. All of you spread out. If anyone is trapped, help each other. Flood Dragon Sovereign yelled. The other Sea Demon Sovereigns spread out and attacked Lu Ming from afar. Their attacks tore through the void and headed towards Lu Ming. Die. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. A terrifying attack headed towards Lu Ming. The terrifying attack completely enveloped Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. He felt the threat of death. Hai Yu had originally used bloodline fusion to transform into a battle axe. However, at this moment, another battle axe appeared beside Hai Yu's battle axe, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. An Emperor spiritual weapon. Another Emperor spiritual weapon. Hai Yu also wielded an Emperor spiritual weapon. With his cultivation, the might of his Emperor spiritual weapon wasn't any weaker than Flood Dragon Sovereign's. Previously, he had been holding back and didn't use his Emperor spiritual weapon. He was waiting for an opportunity to launch a fatal attack. With this attack, he wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. This attack was indeed well grasped. In a hurry, Lu Ming controlled the thunder cauldron to block. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was still weak. Although the thunder cauldron was strong, it couldn't exert much of its power. It was slashed by the battle axe and flew far away. The battle axe didn't stop and continued to slash at Lu Ming. Nest, watch me. Dandan shouted and retracted its limbs into its turtle shell. The turtle shell shone and flew out to block the battle axe. Clang! The battle axe slashed at the turtle shell and sent Dandan flying far away. However, after Dandan's block, Lu Ming had won an opportunity. Using the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, Lu Ming retreated like a stream of light, avoiding Haiyu's fatal attack. At the same time, Bubble opened its mouth and spat out a transparent bubble that enveloped Haiyu. Haiyu roared and controlled his Emperor spiritual weapon to attack the transparent bubble with all his might. At the same time, the attacks of Flood Dragon Sovereign and the other sea demons arrived. With so many Supremes and the 2 strongest Supremes with Emperor spiritual weapons, Lu Ming was exhausted and was at a complete disadvantage. Moreover, the other party had learned their lesson. Everyone was spread out far away. Bubble's conception of time and space could not cover such a large area. At once, it could only cover 1 or 2 people. Seeing that one person had been enveloped and imprisoned, Lu Ming wanted to kill him, but the others immediately came to his rescue. More than a dozen terrifying attacks pierced through the void and attacked Lu Ming, giving him no time to kill the others. As a result, even if Lu Ming, Dandan, and Bubble worked together, they were still very passive and were no match for the other party. The situation was very critical. There were too many people on the other side. In total, there were nearly 20 Supremes, and 2 of them were top-notch Supremes. Their combat strength was already terrifying, and with the addition of Emperor spiritual weapons, it was like 2 rulers were attacking. With so many people working together, it was normal for Lu Ming and the others to be no match for them. If it were anyone else, even an ordinary ruler, they would not be a match for them and would be seriously injured. It was already shocking that Lu Ming could barely resist. However, if this continued, it would be more and more disadvantageous for Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, another dozen or so moves had been exchanged. The light on the 9 dragons' bloodline began to dim. His bloodline power is about to be exhausted. Kill. He's dead for sure. Haiyu and the others were overjoyed. Bang. At this moment, the 9 dragons' bloodline collapsed, but before Haiyu, Flood Dragon Sovereign, and the others could smile, a stone tablet appeared and rapidly grew in size. Chapter 1292. Clang. The lower part of the suppressing steel's bloodline was the main body. It was invincible and blocked the Dragon Vein Sword's attack. Although it was sent flying, it wasn't destroyed. Yeah, my intent of Earth is about to break through. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Originally, when he entered the depths of the sea, his intent of Earth was already showing signs of loosening. After a series of battles, Lu Ming circulated his 5 intents to the extreme. In addition, Lu Ming was using the bloodline of the suppressing steel, which made him feel closer to the intent of Earth, as if he would break through at any moment. Buzz. Buzz. The prison-suppressing steel vibrated. Together with Bubbles, Dandan, Haiyu, Supreme Flood Dragon and the rest, Lu Ming unleashed all his abilities to the maximum. While fighting, Lu Ming was still comprehending the Earth concept. As long as he succeeded in comprehending the intent of Earth and broke through to the perfect 4th stage, Lu Ming's battle strength would also increase. Lu Ming would also have a greater chance of breaking out of the encirclement. Mountain Sea Slash. Haiyu roared. At this point in the battle, Haiyu had completely lost his patience. He unleashed his battle strength to the extreme, eager to kill Lu Ming. At this moment, he had already returned to his human form. Holding the Emperor-grade giant axe in his hand, he constantly slashed at Lu Ming. Haiyu's main intent was the intent of Earth. When the axe slashed out, the terrifying pressure of the intent of Earth acted on Lu Ming's body, as if it wanted to break Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. I'll use you to help me break through. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. He controlled the lightning cauldron and charged at Haiyu. This time, Lu Ming didn't choose to retreat. Instead, he chose to fight Haiyu head-on. Haha die. Seeing Lu Ming charging at him, Haiyu was overjoyed. The power of the axe in his hand couldn't help but increase a little. Clang! The axe and the lightning cauldron clashed, causing a violent tremor. A terrifying force surged, causing Lu Ming's body to tremble violently as he retreated. Dandan, Bubble, help me hold off the sea monsters for now. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan and Bubbles. Chirp chirp. Bubble waved its claws and nodded repeatedly, indicating that there was no problem. Dandan, on the other hand, was full of resentment. It kept muttering that it wanted Lu Ming to compensate it. However, Dandan and Bubble were indeed worthy of being one of the top 10 war beasts. Although they hadn't fully matured yet, they were able to unleash their full strength and cooperate with each other. Although they couldn't defeat the Flood Dragon Sovereign, they could still delay him for a short period of time. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was wholeheartedly focused on fighting Haiyu. He wanted to use the sea to break through the concept of Earth. Clang! 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 Lu Ming used the lightning cauldron as a shield to block the other party's Emperor Spirit weapon, and engaged in a great battle with Haiyu. Although Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage, Haiyu couldn't kill Lu Ming for the time being. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Almost there, almost there. With the help of Haiyu's concept of Earth in his own body, Lu Ming felt that his understanding of the concept of Earth was constantly deepening, and he could break through at any time. Earth, all-inclusive, can give birth to life, give birth to all things, contain everything thick and broad. Lu Ming's mind was constantly spinning with thoughts. At this time, many figures appeared in the distance where Lu Ming and the others were fighting. They were all people who had entered this place. They were watching from afar, and there were high-level spirit god experts and supreme being experts. At this moment, they were all incomparably shocked. Is that Lu Ming's battle strength? It's really shocking. The strongest youth expert is too strong. Even after Haiyu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign used their Emperor Spirit weapons, together with the cooperation of a dozen other supreme beings, they still couldn't take him down. Terrifying, too terrifying. Moreover, Lu Ming's two pets are also incomparably terrifying. The onlookers exclaimed in amazement. They looked at Lu Ming with astonishment. Of course, there were also supreme beings who had other thoughts. It seems like the pure spirit body cultivation method has fallen into Lu Ming's hands. The stronger Lu Ming is, the better. It's best if he and Haiyu and the others are both injured. At that time, I can sit back and reap the benefits. Some supreme beings thought. In fact, it wasn't only this supreme being who thought so. The other supreme beings also had the same thought. These supreme beings had all entered by themselves. At most, there were two of them working together. They weren't a match for Haiyu or the Flood Dragon Sovereign. If the pure spirit body cultivation method fell into the hands of Haiyu or the Flood Dragon Sovereign, they would have no hope at all. However, if Lu Ming could injure both of them, they would have some hope. How is this possible? How can Lu Ming be so strong? How can there be such a strong person in the younger generation? I can't accept it. Not far away, Hai Tian muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with jealousy. He was the most shocked. Lu Ming's battle strength had exceeded his imagination again and again. At this moment, on the 9th island in the sea, there was a sea of people. Many martial artists with low cultivation bases who couldn't go deep into the sea were waiting here. They couldn't go deep into the sea, so they waited here to see if there was a pure spirit body cultivation method and who could get it. Rip! At this moment, the space suddenly split open, and a figure stepped out from it. It was a gray-haired old man wearing a purple gold robe. As soon as he appeared, an earth-shattering aura spread out, making it difficult for people to breathe. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on them. Sovereign, it's the sovereign. Judging from his attire, it's the sovereign of the sea-suppressing marshal's residence. The eldest son of the sea-suppressing marshal, Haiyu, is here personally. Now even the sovereign is here. Many people exclaimed. They looked at the purple gold-robed old man with fear. Even the sovereign was here. After the purple gold-robed old man appeared, he casually glanced around. Then he stood calmly in the void and didn't enter the sea. In the depths of the sea, in the ancient city, Lu Ming and Haiyu exchanged a few blows. Lu Ming, we have to find a way to break out. We can't hold on any longer. Dandan shouted, waving its claws. All kinds of inscriptions spread out in the air, forming a large formation. At the same time, Dandan also used all kinds of martial arts, all of which were mysterious and dazzling. Almost done. Lu Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, among the 5 intents on his body, the earthy yellow intent suddenly soared. Its power increased by a notch, surpassing the other 4 intents. The earth intent finally broke through and reached level 4 perfection. In this way, all 5 of Lu Ming's intents reached level 4 perfection. Clang. The 5 intents combined with the thunder cauldron and clashed with Haiyu. In the roar, Lu Ming retreated. But this time, Lu Ming retreated less than before. So what if you broke through? You're still going to die. Haiyu shouted, holding the battle axe, and continued to attack Lu Ming. Dandan, Bubbles, that's enough. Get ready to break out. Lu Ming transmitted to Dandan and Bubbles, preparing to let Bubbles use the space-time tunnel to break out. Chapter 1293. A token suddenly flew out from Lu Ming's body, floating above Lu Ming's head, emitting a blinding light. It was the primordial chaos token. The token that suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's body was actually the primordial chaos token. Why would the primordial chaos token suddenly appear at this time? Lu Ming was bewildered. As soon as the primordial chaos token appeared, the 5 types of concepts on Lu Ming's body took the initiative to wrap around the primordial chaos token, making the primordial chaos token shine even brighter. Bang! Haiyu's axe chopped down on the primordial chaos token's light. The light did not move at all. Instead, it was Haiyu who was repelled by a powerful force, retreating again and again. Following that, the primordial chaos token scattered a beam of light, enveloping Lu Ming inside. Lu Ming felt a powerful pulling force, wanting to pull Lu Ming to another place. What's going on? Lu Ming was alarmed. Rip. Suddenly, space trembled. Lu Ming felt the world spin. Everything before his eyes turned black, falling into boundless darkness. Lu Ming had a feeling that he seemed to be passing through the endless void, carrying out a void journey. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming felt that he had recovered his ability to move. In front of his eyes, there was also light shining into Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming subconsciously opened his eyes and looked around. Sure enough, the surrounding environment had changed. He was no longer in the ancient underwater city, but in a great hall. The great hall was tall and majestic. The surrounding walls were built with a kind of boulder, full of an ancient aura. Moreover, on the walls there was a kind of chaotic fog floating. This kind of fog was something Lu Ming had never seen before, but it gave him a lofty and ancient feeling. Where is this? Did the primordial chaos token bring me here? A series of questions appeared in Lu Ming's heart. Previously, the primordial chaos token suddenly appeared on its own, emitting a blinding light. The reason why he appeared here was definitely related to the primordial chaos token. But why would the primordial chaos token suddenly have an abnormality and bring him here at that time? What was the reason? The more he thought about it, the more questions Lu Ming had. Also, Dandan and Bubbles were still in the ancient underwater city and didn't follow them. He didn't know if they would be in danger facing Haiyu and the others. Dandan and Bubbles are both top 10 beasts. Their life-saving methods must be superb. They should be fine. Lu Ming consoled himself. Then he carefully observed his surroundings. There was nothing in the empty hall. There was no one. There was only a huge door in front of the hall. It seemed to be a passageway. Excuse me, is anyone here? Lu Ming opened his mouth, but there was no one there. He didn't get any reply. Lu Ming frowned and asked again, but there was still no answer. Just when Lu Ming thought that there were no living creatures here, a voice suddenly sounded. How many years has it been? Finally, someone has come. The voice was dry and ear-piercing, as if it was devoid of any emotions. Senior, Junior Lu Ming, may I know why you brought me here? Hearing the voice, Lu Ming's spirit was refreshed, and he cupped his fists towards the void. The primordial chaos token brought you here, because you met the requirements. The dry voice sounded again. Then, in front of Lu Ming, the space rippled and a figure stepped out of it. Huh. Seeing this figure, Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. Because this figure was very strange. Although it was a middle-aged man, his whole body was khaki. Even his skin and hair were khaki, as if he was carved out of stone. However, this khaki man gave Lu Ming a feeling that he was vast and unfathomable. It was as if he was facing the world. Strong. This was definitely an incredible powerhouse. His strength was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. You don't have to be surprised. I'm not a human. I'm just a puppet. The khaki man said. Puppet. Lu Ming was shocked. The khaki man was actually a puppet, but it seemed that he also had human thoughts and emotions. Moreover, his cultivation was unfathomable. This was actually a puppet. What kind of existence was this? Could he refine such a puppet? Senior, may I ask where this place is? How did I appear here? Lu Ming asked humbly. This is the Primordial Chaos Sect, the Primordial Chaos Palace. Also, my name is Tui. The khaki man explained. Primordial Chaos Sect. It's the Primordial Chaos Sect again. Lu Ming's eyes moved. In the ruins of God, he had heard Dandan say that it was the Space-Time Spirit Palace, which also belonged to the Primordial Chaos Sect. And this place was also the Primordial Chaos Sect. Sure enough, the Battle of Providence was related to the Primordial Chaos Sect. Senior 2E, is this place no longer in the Yuan realm? Lu Ming asked. Yes, this place is the Heaven Realm. Tui said. The Heaven Realm. Lu Ming was shocked. Just now, the Primordial Chaos token had brought him to the Heaven Realm. You should have a lot of questions. I can explain it to you. You should have obtained the Primordial Chaos token through the Battle of Providence. There are not many people who can obtain the Primordial Chaos token. Only those who are considered to have great potential can obtain the Primordial Chaos token. And you should have cultivated 5 different types of wills of heaven and earth. Moreover, all 5 wills have reached the peak of the 4th level. Therefore, the Primordial Chaos token was activated and brought you to the Primordial Chaos Palace. Here, you will be tested. If you can pass the test, you will be able to obtain the Primordial Chaos scripture and combine the 5 wills you have comprehended into one. From then on, you will transform into the Supreme Primordial Chaos concept. Tui explained in detail. Primordial Chaos concept? Is there really a Primordial Chaos concept in the world? Lu Ming was shocked and his eyes widened. He had also heard of the Primordial Chaos concept. It was a supreme concept. According to legend, the universe came from chaos. The Primordial Chaos concept was a concept that transcended time and space. If the time and space concepts were the kings of the wills, then the Primordial Chaos concept was the emperor of the wills. Lu Ming had always thought that the Primordial Chaos concept was only a legend. He did not expect such a concept to exist in the world. Moreover, according to 2E, as long as Lu Ming passed the test, he would be able to obtain the Primordial Chaos scripture and cultivate the Primordial Chaos concept. Lu Ming's heart could not help but beat rapidly. The Primordial Chaos scripture was created by the strongest person in the Primordial Chaos sect. It can allow you to cultivate the Primordial Chaos concept. After becoming an emperor, you can transform into the Primordial Chaos domain. Later on, you can even transform into the law of Primordial Chaos. It is the strongest secret scripture in the world. However, if you want to cultivate it, the conditions are extremely harsh. First, you have to cultivate 5 different types of wills to the peak of the 4th level. Alright, show me the wills you have comprehended. Let me have a look. Tui said. Alright. Lu Ming quickly nodded. The 5 types of wills burst out and 5 colored rays of light twined around Lu Ming's body. It was dazzling. Chapter 1294. The concept of earth, concept of wind, concept of fire, concept of thunder, and concept of water are indeed 5 different types of concepts, and they are fused together. You barely qualify to take the test, but whether you can obtain the Primal Chaos scripture or successfully cultivate it, you still have to go through a series of tests. Tui looked at the 5 types of intent surrounding Lu Ming and nodded slightly. Deep in his eyes, there was a glimmer of hope. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He was amazed by the crazy requirements to cultivate the Chaos Sutra. First, one had to comprehend 5 completely different types of intent. For example, Lu Ming's earth intent, wind intent, fire intent, thunder intent, and water intent were 5 completely different types of intent. If Lu Ming cultivated the earth intent, and the other type was the mountain intent or earth intent, it would be impossible. This was because the mountain intent or earth intent and the earth intent were of the same type. Or if one cultivated the water intent, ice intent, swamp intent, etc., it would also be impossible because their intrinsic attributes were the same. Only by cultivating 5 completely different types of intent to the peak of the 4th level was 1 in a billion geniuses. Furthermore, to successfully fuse all 5 types of intent was even more difficult. It was simply too harsh. If not for Lu Ming's 9 dragons bloodline, it would be impossible for him to achieve it. Lu Ming found it hard to imagine anyone in the world other than him who could achieve such a requirement. And this was only the initial requirement of the test. If he wanted to cultivate it, he still had to go through another test. Alright, I've pretty much said everything that needs to be said. Now take the test. Enter that passage and walk straight ahead. If you can reach the end, you'll be able to obtain the primal chaos scripture and cultivate the concept of primal chaos. If you fail halfway, you'll be teleported out. Also here, time is accelerated many times. Even if you stay here for a few years, it might only be a short while in the outside world. So you can rest assured and take the test. Tui said. A few years here is only a short while in the outside world? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. He was worried that if he stayed here for too long, there would be changes in the outside world. For example, Dandan and Bubbles, or the situation in the Divine Wilderness continent. But now Lu Ming didn't have to worry. A few years here was just a short while in the outside world. What was there to worry about? At the same time, he was also amazed at the strength of the Hunyuan sect. What kind of power was the Hunyuan sect? It was truly unfathomable and unimaginably powerful. I must get the primal chaos scripture. Without any worries, Lu Ming's eyes shone with fighting spirit, and he clenched his fists. The chaotic concept was a legendary concept. If he could successfully cultivate it, his battle prowess would increase tremendously, and it would become his strongest trump card. Most importantly, the help it would provide in the future was unimaginable. Lu Ming's eyes slowly became firm. Senior 2E, I'll be going then. Lu Ming cupped his fists towards 2E, then stepped out and walked towards the tunnel. His figure slowly disappeared into the tunnel. How many years has it been? Finally, someone has come. This time, we must succeed. Looking at Lu Ming's disappearing figure, Tu Yi's eyes were filled with hope and expectation. He had been waiting for countless years. Over the long years, there were also outstanding geniuses who met the requirements and were brought here. Unfortunately, none of them could reach the end, pass all the tests, and cultivate the chaotic concept. Therefore, he could only wait. Every time someone came, it was a ray of hope. He was full of expectations, hoping that someone would succeed. Tui stood quietly in the main hall, waiting quietly. Lu Ming stepped into the tunnel. At first, everything was calm, but after walking for a while, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Kill, kill, kill. Suddenly, roars filled with killing intent rang out. Endless killing intent suddenly enveloped Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly turned red, as if countless beasts had been aroused in his heart. Lu Ming's heart was also filled with endless killing intent. This kind of killing intent was too cold and too strong. An ordinary person would become an idiot if they were hit by this kind of killing intent. However, Lu Ming's eyes only fluctuated for a while at first, then immediately calmed down. It's another killing intent test, but compared to the endless killing intent of the 3rd bloodline, it's too weak. Lu Ming thought in his heart. His eyes became calmer and calmer, not affected by the killing intent. In fact, Lu Ming also understood why there was a killing intent test. Because in a martial artist's life, if they wanted to reach the peak, they had to kill their way out, from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This path was destined to be a path of blood, a path full of killing intent. Those who were not determined would be affected by the killing intent. Therefore, the tests set by some powerful inheritances would test the killing intent. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's 3rd bloodline had endless killing intent. Compared to the 3rd bloodline, these tests were child's play. Despite the murderous intent shrouding him, Lu Ming remained indifferent. His gaze was calm as he walked forward step by step. Suddenly, the surrounding environment changed again. The endless killing intent disappeared without a trace. Squeak, squeak. Lu Ming could hear the melodious chirping of birds. It was crisp and pleasing to the ears. A gentle breeze blew, bringing with it the fragrance of flowers that refreshed the mind. It was completely different from the endless killing intent just now. Lu Ming's heart could not help but calm down. Looking up, Lu Ming found that he was outside a small mountain village. There was a small mountain village in front of him. Around the small mountain village, the grass was green and there were all kinds of colorful flowers. There were birds flying and chirping. It was like a paradise. Ring, ring, ring. A melodious sound was heard. It was a 6 or 7-year-old girl. She looked very cute with a rosy face. She had a string of bells on her wrists and ankles. When she walked, they made melodious sounds. The little girl ran to Lu Ming's side and looked at Lu Ming curiously. She whispered, "Big brother, are you an outsider? Are you lost? Come to my house to play. Ling Ling will treat you to milk tea." After saying that, the little girl pulled Lu Ming's hand and walked toward the village. She was so innocent and cute that Lu Ming could not bear to refuse. "Hello, young man." A simple and honest man carrying a bunch of firewood greeted Lu Ming with a simple smile when he saw Lu Ming. Even though Lu Ming knew that this was an illusion, he could not help but be infected by the man's simplicity. He smiled and nodded at the man. "Mother, this big brother is lost. I brought him here to be a guest and treat him to milk tea." The little girl pulled Lu Ming into the village and came to a wooden house. In front of the wooden house, there was a young woman in her 30s. When she saw Lu Ming, she revealed a pure smile. She touched the little girl's head dotingly and said, "Since you are Ling Ling's friend, you are Mom's friend. Wait here. I will get the milk tea." Chapter 1295. Ling Ling, you have a friend. Can you treat me to a drink too? A white-haired old man walked over and said with a smile, "Of course, fifth grandpa." The little girl smiled. The villagers were really simple and honest. None of them were scheming. Their smiles were very clean. Lu Ming couldn't help but be infected. He picked up the milk tea and took a sip. It was very fragrant and sweet. "Big brother, is it delicious?" The little girl blinked her big eyes and asked. "It's delicious." Lu Ming smiled. "Thank you, big brother." The little girl smiled happily and jumped up and down. The bells on her wrists and ankles rang pleasantly. The people of the small mountain village were very simple. Lu Ming's arrival attracted a lot of people, but most of them were very simple and honest. They looked at Lu Ming with a smile that revealed a sense of authenticity. "I wonder what this illusion is going to test." A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind as he drank the milk tea. Suddenly, there was a slight sound in the air. It was really soft, like a child holding a sharp knife and stabbing at Lu Ming. The sound was very soft, but with Lu Ming's cultivation, he could still hear it clearly. It was Ling Ling, the little girl. A dagger appeared in her hand and she stabbed at Lu Ming's stomach. At this time, the little girl was not naive at all. Her face was full of ferocity. "Kill!" The little girl shouted and stabbed the dagger straight at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped back slightly and avoided the little girl's attack. "Kill!" Behind him, a cold shout sounded. The little girl's mother, the kind young woman, also held a sword and stabbed at Lu Ming with a ferocious face. Then on the right, the old man, the little girl's fifth grandpa, who was simple and honest before, also took out a knife and slashed at Lu Ming. Their strength was very small and weak, like ordinary villagers, but they seemed to have a deep hatred for Lu Ming and wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming casually retreated and dodged all the attacks. However, they continued to attack Lu Ming relentlessly. "Kill!" Other than the little girl and the other villagers also took out their weapons and charged at Lu Ming. "What are you doing?" Lu Ming shouted. However, no one uttered a single word. With bloodshot eyes, they charged toward Lu Ming. When Lu Ming retreated, they continued to attack Lu Ming. Around the small mountain village, the originally simple and honest villagers all charged at Lu Ming as if they had gone mad. They wanted to kill Lu Ming, and all kinds of weapons continuously stabbed and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming dodged the attack and wanted to soar into the air and leave this place. However, he discovered that he could not. He was blocked by a force. "Kill!" More and more villagers gathered, and all of them charged at Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes. Ding ling ling. The little girl, Ling Ling, rushed to the front and stabbed at Lu Ming's stomach with a dagger. Lu Ming dodged again and again, but the number of villagers increased and surrounded him in all directions. Lu Ming's eyes became colder and colder. I don't kill innocent people, but since you want to kill me, you're not innocent. Since you're my enemy, then I'll kill you. Kill. When Lu Ming uttered the word kill, a cold murderous intent burst out from Lu Ming's body. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The long spear swayed, and the sky was filled with spear shadows. Puff, puff. The long spear stabbed out, and the first one to bear the brunt was the little girl. The spear light pierced through her forehead and nailed her to the ground. Then, it was the young woman and the simple fifth grandpa. A kind and simple person was assassinated on the ground by Lu Ming. In the beginning, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, his gaze was soon replaced by coldness and disdain. On the path of martial arts, if you want to kill, then kill thoroughly. Kill. Kill. The spear light whistled. How could these villagers resist? They were killed one by one. Corpses covered the mountain village, and blood dyed this paradise red. Lu Ming strode forward, step by step, out of the mountain village. There were still villagers charging at Lu Ming from all directions, and in the end, they all turned into corpses. Soon, Lu Ming stepped out of the village, and saw a town that was bigger than the previous village. Many people shouted with bloodshot eyes at the sight of Lu Ming. Murderer, you killed the innocent. Kill him. In the town, more people charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no choice but to kill, and kill all the way out. Between heaven and earth, blood chi filled the air, and there were millions of corpses on the ground. Wherever Lu Ming went, everyone who saw Lu Ming wanted to kill him. Lu Ming could only choose to kill them. Slowly, Lu Ming's eyes turned red, and his body exuded a cold killing intent. His eyes became colder and colder. Outside in the hall, Tu-Yi was staring at a ball in front of him. The scene on the ball was the scene where Lu Ming was. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the space, and a golden figure appeared beside Tu-Yi. Genie. Tu-Yi nodded. How is it? You can't even pass the first stage, right? Genie asked. I don't know. The first stage is very difficult. A martial arts expert can't be soft-hearted. When you meet an enemy, you must kill them no matter what. This is a must. If you are soft-hearted, you will only die in the hands of the enemy. However, amidst the endless slaughter, amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, one must remain clear-headed. One must maintain one's original heart and mind. Some people's nature will slowly change amidst the endless slaughter. In the end, they will become a killing machine. Tu-Yi frowned slightly. Yes, humans are easy to get lost. Jin-Yi also said. Suddenly, the space moved again, and a few more figures appeared. Like Tu-Yi, they were all puppets, but in different colors. They were Lei-Yi, Mu-Yi, and Shui-Yi. When these figures appeared, they all stared at the ball without blinking. It's been so many years, I hope this kid can pass. Gold one side. Everyone looked at him and didn't say anything else. Lu Ming's killing continued. His eyes became redder and redder, and the killing intent on his body became stronger and stronger. Kill, kill, kill. Kill everything. In his mind, there was a voice, constantly roaring, as if to drown Lu Ming in endless slaughter. This kind of killing intent, this kind of killing, was born in Lu Ming's heart, and was not imposed on Lu Ming by the outside world. Even the third bloodline could not help Lu Ming. Suppress. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. That was the voice of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Lu Ming shuddered, and in his mind, a trace of clarity was restored. No, I, Lu Ming, only kill enemies in my life, not innocent people. No matter how many enemies I kill, they are still enemies, and have nothing to do with others. Even if I want to kill, I will kill those who deserve to be killed. Lu Ming's mind turned sharply, and his eyes slowly restored clarity. In the end, he simply sat cross-legged, and his mind fell into emptiness. Chapter 1296. Several hours later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. At this time, Lu Ming's eyes had regained their clarity. The killing intent in his eyes had completely disappeared, leaving only indifference and calmness. Around him, Those people were still attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward, his true essence bursting out, condensing into endless spear lights that pierced through the air. Those figures were all killed by Lu Ming's spear lights. But this time, Lu Ming's heart was unmoved. On this path filled with slaughter, he would no longer be influenced by it, turning into a killing machine. In the main hall, 2E Gold won, and the rest smiled as they watched this scene. He passed the first trial. 2E smiled. Although he passed the first trial, the following trials will be even more difficult. Gold 1 sighed. Don't rush, one step at a time. 2E said. The others nodded and continued to watch. This time, Lu Ming did not stop. Endless spear lights erupted from his body. With each step he crossed dozens of miles. Every time he took a step, everything that obstructed him turned into ashes. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding environment changed again. Lu Ming returned to the passage. Congratulations, you passed the first trial. A voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. After that, there was no more sound. This is only the first trial? It's really difficult, ah. Lu Ming was inwardly shocked. After entering this passage, first, endless killing intent suddenly descended. Then he entered the illusion that would make him lose himself in the slaughter. Originally, Lu Ming thought that this was already the second trial. He didn't expect that this was only the first trial. The first trial was already so difficult. Who knew what he would face later? Lu Ming's eyes revealed confidence and battle intent as he walked forward in large strides. The passage was very long, as if there was no end. Lu Ming walked for half an hour before the passage suddenly widened, like a stone chamber. Around the stone chamber, there were densely packed carvings, incomparably mysterious. Vaguely, there was the aura of the earth. And in front of the stone room, there was an earthen yellow light screen blocking the way. The concept of earth martial skill on the walls is the earth element art. Only those who have successfully cultivated the earth element art can break through that light curtain. Only those who have successfully comprehended the earth element art on the walls can pass through this stage. You only have half a year. The voice from before sounded in Lu Ming's mind again. Concept of earth martial skill, earth element technique? Succeed in cultivating it in half a year? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The test this time was actually a concept of earth martial skill. Moreover, the time limit was half a year. Lu Ming had absolute confidence. Immediately, Lu Ming's gaze fell on the carvings on the wall, and he began to carefully comprehend them. In Lu Ming's eyes, those carvings seemed to have come alive. They were like small snakes that slithered on the walls, transforming into one mystical martial skill after another. Concept of earth martial skill. How wonderful. Just looking at it, Lu Ming felt that this concept of earth martial skill was incomparably wonderful and mysterious, as if it contained the principles of heaven and earth. Lu Ming had also cultivated the concept of thunder martial skill before, Thunder God Strike. The difficulty of cultivating Thunder God Strike was shockingly high. It was 100 times more difficult than ordinary martial skills. But the earth element art was much harder than Thunder God Strike. Lu Ming stood there, carefully observing for 3 days, but he still had no clue. No wonder, as long as one succeeded in cultivating it in half a year, the difficulty of cultivating it was too high. In the hall, 2E Jean and the others quietly observed. I wonder if this kid can succeed in half a year. Someone said. If he really needs half a year to succeed, then there's no hope for the rest. Jeannie said. That's right. According to past experience, the shorter the time, the greater the hope for the rest. Some people only succeed in half a year, or even 5 months. This means that their potential is limited, and they definitely won't pass the later stages. Tui sighed. In this stage, the shorter the time taken, the greater the hope for the rest. In the past, the person who used the shortest time was 3 months and 15 days, but he still didn't reach the end. In my opinion, only if he succeeds in 3 months, then there's hope for him to pass the stage. Jeannie said. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere became heavy. Being able to succeed in half a year was already not bad. To do it in 3 months was too difficult. In the stone chamber, Lu Ming remained motionless, carefully perceiving the engravings around him. In Lu Ming's eyes, those engravings seemed to have turned into little people, practicing the concept of earth martial skill, earth element art. The core of a concept martial skill lies in the concept. It fully exerts the potential and power of the concept, exerting 10 or 100 times the power. Therefore, to cultivate a concept martial skill, one must start from the concept aspect. Slowly, Lu Ming closed his eyes, and those engravings disappeared. In Lu Ming's heart, there was only the concept of earth left. Slowly, the concept of earth and those engravings overlapped. Here, one couldn't rely on the Enlightenment ancient tree to comprehend. One could only rely on oneself. Time flew by quickly. 5 days, 10 days, 1 month. When 1.5 months had passed, Lu Ming suddenly moved. He stepped on the ground, and the ground rumbled. At the same time he punched out. This punch was as heavy as a mountain and as powerful as thunder, as if it could suppress everything. It felt like the suppressing hell heaven skill. Yes, this is the feeling. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His fists kept punching out, and the void rumbled. In the hall, 2 Genie, and the other's eyes also lit up. So fast, it's only been 1.5 months, and he's already grasped the knack. Amazing too amazing. Although he's only grasped the knack, it's only been 1.5 months. He really has hope to succeed in 3 months. Ha ha ha, there's hope. 2 Genie, and the others spoke out excitedly, and their eyes were full of hope. They had waited for too long, and they didn't want to wait any longer. In the stone chamber, Lu Ming kept practicing, as if he would never stop. Time continued to pass. The power of Lu Ming's punches grew stronger and stronger. Heaven and earth trembled along with Lu Ming's punches. 2.5 months had passed. Boom. Lu Ming punched out, and the earth concept burst out along with the power of the fist. It was extremely powerful. Earth element technique. This was the earth element technique. Lu Ming had succeeded in cultivating it. Although it was also a concept martial technique, the earth element technique's level was obviously higher than the thunder god strike, and its power was also stronger. Although it was only at the first level, its power was equivalent to the second level of the thunder god strike. 2.5 months. I don't know what level it is. I'll think about it after I pass this stage. Lu Ming mumbled. He then stepped forward and came to the front of the khaki-colored light curtain. He threw a punch at it. Crack. The khaki-colored light curtain shattered like glass, turning into light spots and dissipating. Lu Ming stepped forward and continued to move forward. Chapter 1297. It was almost the same as the stone room from before. The stone room's walls were filled with carvings. The only difference was that these carvings were filled with the aura of the concept of fire. In front of him, there was also a fiery red light screen blocking his path. On the walls here is the concept of fire martial skill, the fire origin art. Only by successfully cultivating the fire origin art within half a year can you break through the light screen and step into the next stage. That voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind again. This time it's the concept of fire martial skill, the fire origin art. Could it be that it's based on the concepts I've comprehended? I've comprehended 5 types of concepts, so do I have to cultivate 5 types of concept martial skills? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. His gaze looked at the light screen. Then he walked over, circulated the earth origin art, and punched it. After the violent fist energy hit it, the light screen remained motionless, not even a ripple appeared. Then Lu Ming changed to the thunder god strike, hell suppressing heaven skill, 9 dragons ascending heaven steps, etc. But they were all useless. The light screen didn't even have a ripple. Tricks were indeed useless. He still needed to comprehend the fire origin art to pass. Lu Ming didn't think too much and started to observe the carvings to comprehend the fire origin art. With the previous experience, Lu Ming quickly entered the state. The fire origin art was also more powerful than the thunder god strike, but the difficulty of cultivating it was also terrifying. Lu Ming carefully comprehended. Time flew by. 2 months and 12 days later, Lu Ming's body was bathed in flames like a fire god. With a casual strike, the power of the concept of fire exploded to the extreme, displaying a terrifying power. He had successfully cultivated the fire origin art. Success, he succeeded again, haha. It's still within 3 months. This time, he only used 2 months and 12 days, saving 3 days compared to the earth origin art. There's hope this time. This Lu Ming's comprehension is too strong. There's really hope this time. In the hall, 2E Gold E, and the others cheered excitedly. In the past, the fastest person to successfully cultivate a concept martial skill took 3.5 months. However, Lu Ming had only used 2.5 months for the first class, and he had even saved 3 days for the second class, surpassing all the others in the past. The shorter the time taken, the greater the potential. Only then would one have a chance to pass the last stage. Boom. Lu Ming pointed his finger and used the fire element spell. The fire mentality condensed on his fingertip and touched the fiery red light screen. The light screen shattered and disappeared. Lu Ming smiled faintly and continued to step forward. Sure enough, as Lu Ming expected, it didn't take long for them to arrive at another stone chamber. There were also carvings on the walls of the stone room. At the end of the stone room, there was also a light screen. This time he needed to comprehend the concept of wind, the wind origin technique. Lu Ming didn't want to waste any time. He immediately entered the state and began to comprehend. This time, the time Lu Ming used was shortened by 2 days. He only used 2 months and 10 days to successfully comprehend the wind origin technique and pass this stage. Not long after, he arrived at the next stage. This time, it was the concept of water, the water origin technique. This time, the time was shortened by 2 days. He only used 2 months and 8 days to successfully cultivate and pass this stage. After that, he arrived at the 5th stage. He needed to cultivate the concept of thunder, the lightning origin technique. Compared to Lu Ming, the thunder elemental skill was simpler. This was because Lu Ming had cultivated the thunder god strike before. He had more experience in cultivating the thunder concept martial technique. Hence, it was easier for him to cultivate it. In the end, Lu Ming only used 2 months to successfully cultivate the lightning origin technique and pass this stage. Congratulations on passing the 2nd stage. When Lu Ming passed through the 5th light screen, a voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. From start to finish, Lu Ming used less than a year to pass the 2nd stage and cultivate 5 powerful concept martial skills. I've really profited. Even if I don't get the primal chaos scripture this time, I've still profited. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. These 5 concept martial skills were priceless in the outside world. They couldn't be compared to a concept martial skill like the Thunder God Strike. Each of them was an elite concept martial skill. If Lu Ming could cultivate these 5 concept martial skills to the highest level, his battle strength would skyrocket. Let's continue. I must get the primal chaos scripture. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. It was just a trial. If he could obtain 5 such wondrous concept martial skills, then the primal chaos scripture would definitely be amazing. Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. He continued to move forward. Soon the light in front of him lit up. Lu Ming arrived at a battle stage. The battle stage was huge, more than 100 miles wide. Is the battle stage a test of battle strength? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When Lu Ming stepped onto the battle stage, 5 figures suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. These 5 figures were all tall and burly men, but their skin color was different. There was yellow, green, blue, and fiery red. They were very similar to 2E that Lu Ming had seen before. They seemed to be puppets. In the last stage, use the earth element technique, thunder element technique, fire element technique, water element technique, and wind element technique to defeat the 5 puppets. Other martial skills will be ineffective. The time limit is 2 years. A voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. In the last stage, he only needed to defeat the 5 puppets within 2 years. Lu Ming had just thought of this. Whoosh! One of the 5 figures pounced on Lu Ming. This figure was yellow in color and used the earth element technique. It punched at Lu Ming. The earth element technique filled the air, and a strong pressure acted on Lu Ming. This puppet's cultivation wasn't any weaker than Lu Ming's. With the earth element technique, it was terrifyingly powerful. Boom! Lu Ming's true essence exploded and the earth element technique filled the air. He used the earth element technique and punched at the puppet. When the 2 fists collided, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming force rushing toward him. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he couldn't help but retreat. Its mastery of the earth element technique is far above mine. Lu Ming's eyes sharpened. Bang! The yellow puppet stepped onto the battle stage and charged at Lu Ming. Its fist was as heavy as a mountain, and as heavy as the earth. I can't defeat it, Lu Ming thought. In a situation where they had the same strength, Lu Ming's earth element technique wasn't as good as his opponent's. He wasn't its opponent at all. As for other martial skills, they would be ineffective. Roar, roar, roar. Dragon roars sounded from Lu Ming's body as the 9 dragon energies exploded. Lu Ming's strength increased tremendously as the dragon energies exploded. He used the earth element technique and punched out. But in the next moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. Chapter 1298. Pung. The 2 fists collided, but Lu Ming was still pushed back. Bloodline. Lu Ming's heart stirred and the 3rd bloodline appeared. A gush of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, increasing his strength once again. However, as Lu Ming's strength increased, the power of the khaki-colored puppet would also increase. Then Lu Ming used the suppressing Hell Heaven skill to increase its power. Correspondingly, the puppet's strength also increased rapidly. It was useless. No matter how Lu Ming increased his strength, the puppet's strength would increase as well. It's useless. In the end, we have to fight using Intent Realm martial skills. Lu Ming sighed and withdrew his bloodline and dragon power. As expected, the puppet's strength also weakened. Its basic strength was always on the same level as Lu Ming's. Then let's fight using Intent Realm martial skills. Lu Ming only used his True Yuan and Earth Element technique to fight against the puppet. Unfortunately, the puppet's Intent Realm martial skill was above Lu Ming's. Lu Ming tried his best to resist, but he was still no match. In less than 10 moves, he was knocked off the stage. The puppet stopped attacking as soon as Lu Ming left the stage. Looks like this stage is going to be very difficult. Right now, only 1 khaki-colored puppet has taken action. There are still 4 others who haven't taken action yet. I wonder if the other 5 puppets will join forces. If they do, the difficulty will be even more terrifying. No wonder it took 2 years. Lu Ming thought quickly. It seems that I have to quickly improve my Intent Realm martial skills to pass this stage. Then let's continue fighting. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He stepped forward and returned to the stage. The puppet's Intent Realm martial skill was exactly the same as his. Continuous fighting would be of great help to Lu Ming in comprehending Intent Realm martial skills. Shua. This time, it was no longer the puppet that attacked, but a fiery red puppet. It used the fire element technique, which was full of explosive power. Lu Ming also used his fire elemental technique to fight. The other party's mastery of fire elemental arts was clearly above Lu Ming's. Even if Lu Ming did his best, it would still be difficult for him to resist. How ingenious! I didn't know that the fire elemental technique could be used like this. While fighting, Lu Ming tried to sense the fire elemental technique that his opponent was using. At the same time, he also tried to verify it with his own cultivation and improve his understanding of the fire elemental technique. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming was knocked off the fighting ring. However, Lu Ming was not discouraged. He continued to climb onto the platform. This time, it was a green puppet that attacked. It used the wind origin technique. Just like that, once Lu Ming was knocked off the battle stage, he would immediately get back on the battle stage and fight with his opponents. While fighting, he was also comprehending the poetic conception of martial arts. His progress was extremely fast. Every time, only when Lu Ming's true essence was exhausted would he stop and swallow the ores to replenish his true essence. Time flew by in a blink of an eye. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In this half a year, apart from recovering his true essence, Lu Ming was also fighting with the 5 puppets. His comprehension of the 5 poetic conception of martial arts had increased by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming had achieved a major breakthrough in all 5 poetic conception of martial arts. He had stepped into the 3rd level, and his power had increased greatly. Boom. Lu Ming used the Earth Origin technique to fight with the khaki puppet. Lu Ming's fist energy was powerful and heavy. The Earth Origin technique was integrated into it. Every punch was like the earth itself was suppressing the opponent. Its power was extremely shocking. When the 2 fists collided, the khaki puppet's body flew far away and fell on the edge of the fighting ring. Get down. Lu Ming rushed towards the khaki puppet. Shwa. However, at this moment, a green figure flashed. The green puppet pounced on Lu Ming like lightning. It waved its hand and the wind origin technique cut open the space and slashed towards Lu Ming. At the same time, a blazing aura filled the air. The fiery red figure also pounced on Lu Ming. Then it was the blue puppet and the purple puppet. The khaki puppet also stood up. The 5 puppets pounced on Lu Ming together. Sure enough, as Lu Ming had guessed, the 5 puppets had joined forces. The 5 puppets' power was amazing. Lu Ming was constantly pushed back. The key was that when Lu Ming used one of the poetic conception of martial arts, he would be restrained by the corresponding puppet. It would be difficult for him to use his full power. Lu Ming could only constantly change his poetic conception of martial arts. He used the 5 poetic conception of martial arts in turn to block the opponent's attacks. However, it took time to change the 5 poetic conception of martial arts. Even if it was only for a moment, it was still a flaw. Lu Ming was pushed back again and again. After a few moves, he was knocked off the fighting ring. The 5 puppets joining forces is too strong. It's flawless. I'm not their match at all when I use only one poetic conception of martial arts. If I can perfectly change the 5 poetic conception of martial arts, there might be hope. Lu Ming thought for a while, and then stepped onto the fighting ring. As soon as he stepped onto the fighting ring, the 5 puppets pounced on Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only try his best to change the 5 poetic conception of martial arts to fight the 5 puppets. In the beginning, Lu Ming was completely defeated, because there was always a gap between the 5 poetic conception of martial arts. If it wasn't perfect, the opponent would seize the gap and defeat him. However, as time passed, Lu Ming became more and more proficient in switching between the 5 types of martial techniques. A few months later, Lu Ming could easily achieve a perfect switch. He could cast any martial technique with ease. He could even cast different martial techniques with his left and right hands. At this point, Lu Ming finally managed to block the attacks of the 5 puppets. Merge! But at this time, the yellow puppet said indifferently. Then the 5 puppets' figures changed, and the 5 poetic conception of martial arts blasted out. They merged together, forming a chaotic color that blasted towards Lu Ming. The 5 poetic conception of martial arts actually merged together, and the power increased crazily. In just one move, Lu Ming was sent flying out of the fighting ring. No way, it can be played like this. Lu Ming shouted in his heart. The difficulty of this stage was too high. The 5 puppets' methods were endless, and they were getting more and more powerful. Now the 5 poetic conception of martial arts could actually be merged together? Merge. Right, merge. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Was this the prerequisite to cultivate the chaotic conception? Only by merging the 5 poetic conception of martial arts could one be qualified to cultivate the chaotic conception? Lu Ming couldn't help but guess. These stages were not only a test, but also a training. Only those who could break through under such training could walk to the end and successfully cultivate the chaotic conception. The chaotic conception was the emperor of all conceptions in the world. Its power was absolutely terrifying, but it wasn't hard to imagine that the difficulty of cultivating it was also absolutely terrifying. The conditions to cultivate it were also extremely harsh. It wasn't something that anyone could cultivate successfully. Only when certain conditions were met could one succeed. And the tests along the way were very likely to prepare for cultivating the chaotic conception. If he couldn't pass all the tests along the way, then he wouldn't be qualified to cultivate the chaos scripture, and it would be impossible to cultivate the chaotic conception. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit again. Come, I don't believe that I can't merge the 5 poetic conception of martial arts. Chapter 1299. In the hall, 2E Goldie, and the other stared at the ball and observed it carefully. It's the last stage. I don't know if he can succeed. Goldie sighed. His eyes were full of hope, but he was also worried. The last stage is the most important one. In history, there have been people who have reached this stage, but in the end they all failed. If they cannot merge the 5 martial skills into one, it is impossible to successfully cultivate the chaotic will. Tui said, "This kid has the best result in the beginning. I hope he can succeed." A fiery red figure spoke. "I hope so. The other side. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming was blasted off as soon as he got on the stage. Again. Lu Ming wasn't discouraged. He rushed onto the fighting ring again. The 5 puppets attacked at the same time. The 5 martial skills merged and blasted towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's soul consciousness was constantly scanning how the 5 puppets merged the 5 martial skills. He was also analyzing it in his mind. The power of the 5 martial skills was too strong. After 2 moves, Lu Ming was blasted off the fighting ring and spat out a mouthful of blood. Again. Lu Ming wasn't discouraged. He ignored his injuries and continued to fight. Time passed day by day. In the beginning, Lu Ming could only block 1 or 2 moves. Later on, Lu Ming blocked more and more moves, and the time he could hold on became longer and longer. After another half a year, Lu Ming could hold on for more than 10 moves. At this time, there were still 9 months before the end of the 2-year period, but Lu Ming still hadn't comprehended the 5 martial skills. Each of the 5 martial skills had its own unique system. Each of them was a deep excavation of their own martial skills. They were all unique. It was too difficult to merge them into one. It seems that when I fused the 5 concepts together before, it was only a superficial fusion. It wasn't a complete fusion. If it was a complete fusion, then the 5 concepts wouldn't have been separated, but would have become a new concept. After this period of time, Lu Ming also understood that the so-called fusion of his 5 concepts was only a superficial fusion. He was still thousands of miles away from a complete fusion. The fusion of 5 types of martial skills still needs to start from the fusion of the concepts. Lu Ming was analyzing all kinds of possibilities in his mind. Then, he stepped onto the battle platform to verify his thoughts. Boom, boom, boom. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming's 5-colored conception revolved around him. In a flash, he struck out 5 different kinds of martial skills. Fire, thunder, wild wind. They roared on the fighting ring and bombarded the 5 puppets. However, the attack with shocking might instantly crumbled under the fusion of the 5 martial techniques of the 5 martial techniques. It was no match for them at all. It was like steel hitting tofu. Continue. Lu Ming continued to strike out 5 martial techniques of the 5 concepts, trying to fuse them. Yes, this is the feeling. As long as I continue on this path, I will eventually succeed. Although he still failed, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He finally felt that he had found the right direction. As long as he found the right direction, he would eventually succeed. The battle continued. Half a month later, Lu Ming struck out continuously. This time, only 4 martial techniques of the 4 concepts erupted. It wasn't that one was missing, but that 2 of them had been successfully fused by Lu Ming. Haha, I finally succeeded in the first step. Lu Ming was ecstatic. After such a long time, he had finally taken the first step. Now that he had fused 2 concepts, it was only a matter of time before he fused 3, 4, or even 5. Continue. Lu Ming was excited and continued to fight. In the hall, 2E Gold E, and the others were so excited that they almost jumped up. Success, he succeeded. He has fused 2 concepts. He is not far from success. The first in history. No one has ever reached this step before. There is hope. Ha ha ha. The inheritance of the sovereign. There is finally a successor. Gold E and the others laughed. They were extremely happy and excited. The first 2 concepts were relatively easy to fuse, but the later 3, 4 and 5 concepts would become more and more difficult. However, Lu Ming had found the right direction. He had a clear goal, and he was improving every moment, getting closer to his goal. Time passed day by day, month by month. The 2 years were getting closer and closer. And Lu Ming had also made a major breakthrough. He had successfully fused 3 concepts, 4 concepts, and 1 month before the 2 years, Lu Ming had finally fused 5 martial techniques of the 5 concepts into 1 concept martial technique. Boom. With a strike, chaotic chi filled the air. The terrifying power dispersed the attacks of the 5 puppets, and the powerful chi continued to bombard. Pung, pung, pung. The 5 puppets were sent flying by Lu Ming and fell outside the fighting ring. Although the 5 puppets had also fused 5 martial techniques of the 5 concepts, they were separated by 5 people. However, Lu Ming was one person, and the fusion was purer and more powerful. Naturally, the battle strength he could exert was stronger. Ha ha ha, he succeeded. He succeeded. Let's go and see. 2E Gold E, and the others shouted excitedly. Then they moved and disappeared from the hall. In the next moment, on the fighting ring where Lu Ming was, the space cracked open, and 2E and the others stepped out. Senior 2E. Seeing 2E, Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He then cupped his fist and bowed, looking at Gold E and the others. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, no need to be so polite. Congratulations on passing all the tests. You are qualified to cultivate the chaos scripture. Let me introduce you. This is Gold E Lei. 2E laughed and was extremely excited. He introduced Gold E and the others to Lu Ming. Lu Ming greets seniors. Although he knew that Gold E and the others were puppets, Lu Ming still bowed respectfully. Haha, no need to be so polite. When you succeed in cultivating the chaos scripture, you will be the successor of the Overlord, and also our master. Gold E laughed loudly. He couldn't even close his mouth. The Overlord? Lu Ming was surprised. Lu Ming, let me make it clear to you. This is the Chaos Hall of the Hunyuan sect. The Hall Master is the Chaos Overlord. The Chaos Overlord is one of the strongest in the Hunyuan sect. His battle strength is unparalleled, and he is the top expert in the world. As long as you succeed in cultivating the Chaos Scripture, you will be the successor of the Chaos Overlord, and naturally our master, Tui explained. The Chaos Hall belongs to the Hunyuan sect. Senior, is there a space-time spirit hall in the Hunyuan sect? Lu Ming asked curiously. You know about the space-time spirit hall? Yes, there are 9 halls in the Hunyuan sect. The space-time spirit hall is one of the 9 halls in the Hunyuan sect. The Hall Master of the Space-Time Spirit Hall is one of the top 10 battle beasts, the Space-Time Spirit Mouse. He is also the top expert in the world, but he is still slightly inferior to the Chaos Overlord. Tui explained. When he mentioned the Chaos Overlord, his face was full of pride. The Chaos Overlord is so powerful. He is stronger than the top 10 battle beasts. Chapter 1300. Lu Ming, the Primal Chaos Scripture is inside. Go in. As long as you successfully cultivate the Primal Chaos Scripture, you can leave this place. However, since you have successfully merged 5 different martial skills, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to cultivate the Primal Chaos Scripture. 2E pointed to a stone door behind the fighting platform. Thank you, seniors. Lu Ming cupped his fists and walked towards the stone door. The stone door was closed, but after Lu Ming walked in, the stone door opened automatically. Behind the stone door, it was misty and he could not see clearly. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming stepped in. As soon as Lu Ming entered the stone door, it closed automatically. Behind the stone door was a huge stone chamber. Above the stone chamber, there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the air. That figure was not very burly, nor was it very tall. However, it gave off the feeling that it was as tall as the sky. It was capable of supporting both heaven and earth. It was the most burly figure in the world. That aura was mysterious and unfathomable compared to any expert Lu Ming had encountered before. Lu Ming felt as if he was facing the entire universe when facing this figure. Back then, when Lu Ming faced the Sacred Heart left behind by the Heavenly Profound Saint, he was already shocked by the other party's vast aura. However, he now felt that the Heavenly Profound Saint was just an ant or a speck of dust in front of this figure. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if he had stopped breathing. The figure was completely shrouded in the light of primal chaos. His appearance could not be seen clearly, only a blurry figure. Could this be the primal chaos emperor? Lu Ming thought to himself. Too powerful. The primal chaos emperor's realm had reached a level that Lu Ming could not imagine. Yet, such an expert had already fallen. Lu Ming had heard Tui mention that the primal chaos emperor had fallen. That was why he was looking for an inheritor. How could such a powerful existence fall? What kind of enemy did he face? Lu Ming could not imagine. Could the figure in front of him be a mark of the primal chaos emperor? Lu Ming guessed. I am the primal chaos scripture. Suddenly the figure spoke. Its voice was calm and soothing to the ears. The primal chaos scripture? This figure is the primal chaos scripture? Lu Ming was stunned. He had not expected the primal chaos scripture to take the form of a human and exude a vast aura. I was left behind by the primal chaos emperor. I have been waiting for an inheritor here for so many years. My mission is complete. The primal chaos scripture, said primal chaos scripture. It turned into a ray of light and flew into Lu's glabella of primal chaos scripture. In the next moment, Lu primal chaos scripture, primal chaos scripture. Chaos scripture, the primal chaos chaotic domain realm. And even the corresponding martial intent, and the domain martial intent. Primal as it is chaos scripture. It's too mysterious. It's too mysterious. The more Lu Ming read, the more excited he became. No, I can't read the rest now. Even if I read it, I won't be able to understand it. Now, I have to convert my 5 intents into the primal chaos intent. Lu Ming collected his thoughts and began to read the beginning of the primal chaos scripture. It was the most basic part of cultivating the primal chaos intent. The primal chaos intent was to convert 5 or more intents of different attributes into the primal chaos intent. The primal chaos intent was incomparably mysterious. It was the beginning of all intents in the world. After successfully cultivating the primal chaos intent, the primal chaos intent could be converted into other intents at will. For example, after successfully cultivating the primal chaos intent, the primal chaos intent could be converted into the slaughter intent, destruction intent, blood intent, lightning intent, and so on. Only the strongest intents could not be converted into the primal chaos intent. For example, the time intent, space intent, and so on. Lu Ming read the primal chaos scripture carefully. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Lu Ming had already merged the 5 intents into one. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to cultivate the primal chaos scripture now. It could be said that the previous training and tests had paved the way for him to cultivate the primal chaos intent. 3 days later, the 5 colored intents surrounded Lu Ming's body and began to boil. 7 days later, the colors of the 5 colored intents had become a little blurry. Half a month later, the 5 intents had completely intertwined together. The original colors could not be seen. 2 months later, Lu Ming's surroundings were misty and chaotic. The original 5 intents had disappeared, and were replaced by an even more mysterious and supreme intent that bloomed from Lu Ming's body. The primal chaos intent, the emperor of intents. Lu Ming had finally succeeded in cultivating it. Moreover, it was at the peak of the 4th level. Shua. Lu Ming stretched out a finger with the primal chaos intent entwined on it. He gently tapped the space, and waves of ripples appeared in the space like water waves. One had to know that this was the heaven realm. And the space was very stable. It was far more stable than the continent of God. Previously, Lu Ming could not tear the space apart even if he used all his strength. But now, with just a light tap, the space rippled. The power is too shocking. With my current cultivation base and the primal chaos intent, I should be able to fight against an emperor, right? I might even be able to suppress an emperor. Lu Ming guessed. His eyes revealed a shocking fluctuation. It was confidence, and extremely strong confidence. Lu Ming's current cultivation base was only at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming was confident that he could fight against and even suppress an emperor. If others knew about this, they would probably laugh at Lu Ming for being a madman. But now Lu Ming had such a feeling. In the past, he needed the help of the Thunder Cauldron, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others to contend against an emperor. But now Lu Ming was confident that he could suppress an emperor without the help of the Thunder Cauldron, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others. I wonder how Xiaoqing is doing? I've been here for more than 3 years. It might only be a while in the outside world. Xiaoqing is in my mountain and river diagram. I wonder if time is synchronized with me? Lu Ming thought. Then his glabella lit up, and the mountain and river diagram emerged. Lu Ming's figure moved and appeared in the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, Xian Yanqing appeared in front of Lu Ming, staring at Lu Ming with resentment. Lu Ming, what's going on? Why haven't you come to see me for more than 3 years? Xian Yanqing stared at Lu Ming with hatred, but deep in his eyes, there was a strong sense of longing. It's been more than 3 years. Is the time in the mountain and river diagram synchronized with me? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Xiaoqing, it's like this. Immediately Lu Ming explained the matter in detail. So it's like this. After hearing it, Xian Yinqing was amazed. Xiaoqing, your cultivation has improved a lot. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense and found that Xian Yinqing's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm. Like Lu Ming, he was only one step away from the perfected spirit god realm. Of course. I was bored alone, so I've been cultivating hard. In more than 3 years, my progress is naturally fast. Xian Yinqing said. I'm sorry, Xiaoqing. In the next moment, Lu Ming hugged Xian Yinqing tightly in his arms and pressed his lips against Xian Yinqing's red lips. When their lips met, Xian Yinqing's body trembled slightly, as if he had lost all his strength and allowed Lu Ming to do whatever he wanted. Chapter 1301. Speaking of which, the two of them hadn't seen each other for more than 3 years, so they naturally missed each other. They snuggled up to each other and chatted. Half a day later, a voice entered Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming, you will be teleported back to your original place in half a month. It was Tu Yi's voice. Half a month later? Lu Ming was stunned. Originally, he wanted to cultivate here for a while longer, because cultivating here for a few years might only be a short while in the outside world. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss such a good place? But now Tu Yi said that there was only half a month left. Lu Ming told Xian Yinqing about this matter, and then left the mountain-river diagram. He didn't see Tu Yi in the huge stone chamber. Tu Yi must have sensed something and sent him a voice transmission. Senior Tu Yi, why is there only half a month left? Lu Ming asked. He knew that Tu Yi should be able to hear him. The time here accelerates extremely fast, but it requires a huge amount of energy to maintain the time acceleration. Every time, only those who are qualified to participate in the assessment come here. The time acceleration will be activated. Now that you have successfully cultivated the chaotic will, the time acceleration will naturally stop. Otherwise, there won't be so much energy to consume. Tu Yi's voice came. Lu Ming nodded. Although he felt that it was a pity, it was normal. Time acceleration was too powerful. It naturally couldn't be maintained all the time as it would consume a terrifying amount of energy. If it could be maintained easily, it would be too terrifying. How long would it take to cultivate for thousands of years in the outside world? If a group of people were allowed to cultivate here, wouldn't it be incredible? That was impossible. Even with the Chaos Hall's foundation, it couldn't be maintained for long. Senior, I will leave in half a month. Lu Ming said. Okay. Tu Yi's voice came. Next, improve your cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Now his will had transformed into the chaotic will, which was at the perfected 4th level. Lu Ming's cultivation could also be improved to the perfected spirit god. Half a month was enough for Lu Ming to devour and refine origin stones and improve his cultivation. With a wave of his hand, a huge pile of ores appeared, along with the bloodline of the 9 dragons. With a single gulp, he devoured 10 million ores and began refining them. A huge amount of origin stones were constantly being refined and turned into true essence, helping Lu Ming to break through to the next realm. After refining the 10 million, he swallowed another 10 million. 10 million after 10 million. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Lu Ming had devoured and refined a total of 100 million origin stones. Such a shocking amount of origin stones transformed into a shocking amount of true essence, and began to attack. Boom. Inside Lu Ming's body his aura flourished. Inside his dantian, the spirit deity blossomed with boundless multicolored light. It became solid and heavy, just like a real person. Lu Ming's cultivation base also broke through from the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm to the consummate spirit god realm. Perfected spirit god. Lu Ming had finally reached the perfected spirit god realm. The next step was to break through to the emperor realm. Everything was in preparation for the ruler. In the process of breaking through to become a ruler, one would comprehend the embryonic form of a domain and become a sovereign. The consummate spirit god realm was already at the peak of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming felt the extremely rich true essence in his body, and a confident smile hung on his face. Now how strong was his battle prowess? Lu Ming couldn't figure it out himself, so he was very curious. It's time to go out. Lu Ming smiled and walked toward the stone room's door. The stone door opened automatically, and Lu Ming walked out. Outside was still the same battle stage. 2E Gold E, and the others were still on the stage. Seeing Lu Ming come out, 2E Gold E, and the others had smiles on their faces. Then they suddenly bowed to Lu Ming and shouted in unison, "Subordinate greets young master." Lu Ming was stunned. He hurriedly helped 2E and the others up and said, "Seniors, what are you doing? Please get up quickly." "Young master, you've obtained the Chaos Emperor's inheritance and successfully cultivated the Chaos concept. That means you're our young master." 2E spoke and insisted on kneeling to Lu Ming. What kind of cultivation did 2E and the others have? Lu Ming couldn't stop them at all, so he could only let them kneel. After bowing, 2E and the others got up. "Seniors, are you the only ones left in the Chaos Palace?" Lu Ming asked curiously. In the battle back then, all the powerhouses of the Chaos Palace died in battle. Only us puppets are left, but there aren't many left. 2E sighed. "Then can you all go out with me?" Lu Ming asked with some anticipation in his eyes. 2E and the others had unfathomable cultivation. If they could go out with him, it would be easy to kill DE and even wipe out the divine ruins. Unfortunately, the result disappointed Lu Ming. "No." 2E Gold E, and the others shook their heads. "Young master, the Chaos Emperor left a message. The inheritor of the Chaos Emperor must reach the Saint Realm before we can leave. Before that, we can't leave and can't help you much." 2E explained. Lu Ming was disappointed. It seemed that the Chaos Emperor was afraid that his inheritor would be too reliant on 2E and the others and lose the will to improve, so he set such a rule. Seeing Lu Ming's disappointed expression, 2E pondered for a while and said, "Young master, it's not that there's no reward at all. Because you performed exceptionally well in the test, there will be a reward." After saying that, 2E waved his hand and a figure appeared beside him. It was a figure with the same yellow color as 2E. At first glance, it was obvious that it was a puppet. "Young master, this puppet is called Tu Qian. He has the strength of a peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm. He can go out with you temporarily and help you," 2E said. Peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That was fine. A peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm expert was the most powerful expert in the Divine Region, comparable to DE. "Greetings, young master." Tu Qian bowed to Lu Ming. "Good. Tu Qian, enter the abode treasure for the time being." Lu Ming summoned the mountain and river diagram, and put Tu Qian into the mountain and river diagram. Whoosh. At that moment, a token flew over and floated above Lu Ming's head. It was the Primordial Chaos Token. "Young master, keep this Primordial Chaos Token well. In the future, you may be able to compete for the position of the Primordial Sect's successor," 2E said. "The Primordial Sect's successor?" Lu Ming was surprised. "Yes. Anyone who gets the Primordial Chaos Token will have a great opportunity in the future to compete for the position of the Primordial Sect's successor, and have a chance to inherit the Primordial Sect. At that time, not only the Chaos Palace but also the other 8 palaces will have to obey the orders of the Primordial Sect's successor," 2E explained. Lu Ming was shocked. He did not expect the Primordial Chaos Token to have such a use. Lu Ming quickly put away the Primordial Chaos Token. "Young master, let's send you back." Earth 1 then joined forces with Gold 1 and the rest to open up a void passageway. Lu Ming felt his body tighten. His vision turned black and he fell into darkness. Chapter 1302. Lu Ming, that guy, is really disloyal. He can't beat us, so he abandoned us and ran away. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, he heard Dandan yelling and shouting. There were also rumbling sounds. But in the next moment, all the sounds disappeared. Lu Ming stood in the void. Dandan, Bubbles, Haiyu, Flood Dragon Supreme, and the others all looked at Lu Ming. At this moment, they were still in the ancient city where they fought with Haiyu and the others. "Nestle, Lu Ming, so you didn't leave. I thought you left the 2 of us and took the opportunity to escape." Dandan shouted and ran towards Lu Ming. "Chirp chirp," Bubbles shouted as its body glowed. In a flash, It appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Haiyu, Flood Dragon Supreme, and the others surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I said you can't run away. Hand over the pure spiritual body cultivation method. Haiyu shouted coldly. He held an emperor-level battle axe in his hand, and his aura was terrifying. The cultivation method of pure spirit body belongs to the Sea Demon clan. Flood Dragon Supreme said. The dragon vein sword floated above his head. Sword chi flowed out and cut cracks in the void. Dandan, how long have I been gone? Lu Ming ignored Haiyu, Flood Dragon Supreme, and the others and asked Dandan. Not long, only a dozen breaths. But do you know how dangerous it was? Fortunately, I have many tricks up my sleeve and managed to escape. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. Dandan shouted. Only a dozen breaths. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. Although he knew that time was accelerated in the Primal Chaos Palace, and that a few years in the Primal Chaos Palace was only a short while in the outside world, he still found it unbelievable after experiencing it for himself. In just a dozen breaths, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Humph, how dare you ignore us? You're courting death. Seeing that Lu Ming was ignoring them, Haiyu's eyes turned cold. He raised his battle axe and chopped down at Lu Ming. The power of this axe had completely reached the level of a ruler, and it was terrifyingly powerful. Dandan, Bubbles, follow me. Lu Ming exhorted. Then he released the aura of the concept of wind. The concept of primal chaos could transform into other concepts at will. Wind element technique. Lu Ming's figure shuddered slightly. He dodged Haiyu's axe with a flicker, and headed for the other 9 heavens supremes behind Haiyu. The wind origin technique was a martial technique that focused on movement. When executed, one's figure would become ethereal and untraceable. After dodging Haiyu's attack, Lu Ming appeared in front of the other supreme martial artists in the sea-suppressing marshal's residence. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, and the true Yuan in his body violently surged out. He used the suppressing hell heavenly skill and punched out. Attack, attack together! One of the supreme martial artists roared. He was shocked by the power of Lu Ming's punch. He immediately used the bloodline fusion technique to attack Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming punched out, and the bloodline fusion technique of the supreme martial artist was directly dispersed. His original body appeared with a horrified expression on his face. Then his body split into pieces and exploded in the air. Oh my God! He killed a supreme martial artist with a punch. In the distance, the other spectators were almost scared to death. They shouted incoherently. It was too shocking, too terrifying. What kind of combat strength was needed to kill a supreme martial artist with a punch? Was Lu Ming an emperor? Oh no, retreat. When the other supreme martial artists saw this, they were scared out of their wits. They screamed crazily and retreated frantically. You can't leave. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning, emitting a cold killing intent. Using the wind element technique, Lu Ming's figure moved like lightning, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of another supreme martial artist and punched out. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. Although the supreme martial artist tried his best to block the attack, it was still useless. Under Lu Ming's punch, all his defenses were as fragile as tofu. He was easily defeated by Lu Ming and killed in the air. The second one. Lu Ming murmured, and then attacked the third one. Lu Ming did not use the chaotic will, but his current cultivation had broken through to the perfect spirit god realm, and his combat strength had improved greatly. Killing these ordinary supremes was as easy as killing chickens and dogs. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's figure flickered continuously as he threw out punches. Each punch would kill a supreme martial artist. The scene was too terrifying, and the onlookers felt a chill down their spines. Those were supremes who were considered high and mighty experts even in the godly ruins continent, but now they were like weak chickens being killed by Lu Ming without being able to fight back. Beast, don't go fight with me! Haiyu roared, and his eyes were red. These were the supremes of the sea-suppressing marshal's residence, and so many of them were killed consecutively. His heart was bleeding. He controlled the emperor's spiritual weapon to slash at Lu Ming, but Lu Ming's figure flickered, and he did not fight with Haiyu at all. He avoided Haiyu and focused on killing the ordinary supremes. Bang! Another punch, and another supreme martial artist was killed. Lu Ming had already killed 5 of the supremes that Haiyu had brought with him. In addition to the previous ones, there were more than 5 of them. How could this be? Hai Tian, who was watching the battle from afar, was in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes hard, hoping that all of this was fake. Haha, Lu Ming, I didn't expect your cultivation to improve so much after not seeing you for a while. You have reached the perfect spirit god realm. Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and laughed, feeling very happy and elated. It's your turn. Lu Ming whispered as he looked at the Flood Dragon Sovereign and the other sea demons. Retreat, retreat, follow behind me. The Flood Dragon Sovereign's expression changed. The sword chi of the dragon vein soared into the sky as he stared at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming used the wind origin technique, and his figure was like a phantom. With a few flashes, he avoided the Flood Dragon Sovereign and attacked the other supremes. Join forces, gather together and join forces. A sea demon roared, and the other supremes gathered together, hoping to join forces to fight against Lu Ming. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's current combat strength had far surpassed theirs. Bang! The fist crushed down, breaking everything. The phantom of the suppressing prison monument suppressed a supremacy. The supremacy screamed as his body was penetrated, and he died on the spot. Lu Ming was like an invincible war god, invincible. Roar! 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head, and Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. At the same time, the 3rd bloodline appeared, and its power was even more shocking. The dragon claws slashed out continuously, tearing apart everything, directly killing several sea demon supremes. In just a few breaths of time, 4 sea demon supremes had been killed. Let's join forces and kill him. Haiyu rushed over with his battle axe. Kill. The Flood Dragon Sovereign also roared and charged towards Lu Ming with killing intent. The 2 of them joined forces and surrounded Lu Ming, charging toward him. It's time to settle the score with you. Chapter 1303. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following that, the dragon claws clawed out continuously. Each dragon claw used a different attack. One dragon claw shone with a yellow light. It was the earth element technique. Another dragon claw was filled with lightning that turned into a spear. It was the lightning element technique. In addition, there was the fire element technique, wind element technique, and water element technique. In the Primal Chaos Palace's test, Lu Ming was able to fuse 5 martial techniques into one. At this moment, using 5 martial techniques at the same time was a piece of cake. The 9 dragon claws clawed at Haiyu and the Flood Dragon Supreme. Die. Haiyu shouted coldly as he desperately activated his battle axe. His eyes were filled with malevolence. At the same time, the Flood Dragon Supreme was also filled with killing intent. Lu Ming actually stopped running and wanted to fight them head-on. This was exactly what they wanted. They were ecstatic. They wanted to get rid of Lu Ming in one go. What is Lu Ming doing? He's courting death. That's too unwise. The people watching from afar exclaimed when they saw this scene. Lu Ming's battle strength was strong, but that was only for ordinary supremes. Haiyu and the Flood Dragon Supreme were both top supremes. Their battle strength was terrifying enough. It wouldn't be too difficult for them to kill an ordinary supremes. Furthermore, they also had Emperor spiritual weapons. With their Emperor spiritual weapons, their battle strength was definitely comparable to an ordinary Emperor realm expert. Lu Ming was courting death by fighting them head-on. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming's attack finally collided with Haiyu's and the Flood Dragon Supreme's attacks. At this moment, a violent force swept across tens of thousands of miles. In the ancient city below, countless buildings collapsed and turned into ashes. Not good retreat. The people watching from afar frantically retreated, afraid that they would be swept in. Heavens, look, Lu Ming has the upper hand. Someone exclaimed as they retreated. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw 2 figures rapidly retreating. The figures retreating were actually the Flood Dragon Supreme and Haiyu. How was this possible? Haiyu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign joined forces. Both of them wielded Emperor tier spirit weapons, but they were not a match for Lu Ming. They were repelled by Lu Ming. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Impossible. How could this be? Haiyu and Flood Dragon Sovereign also roared in disbelief. The two of them found it hard to believe. How could Lu Ming be so strong? A while ago, Lu Ming was not their opponent at all. He was completely suppressed by them. Even with the two pets, he was still far from being their opponent. However, Lu Ming had only disappeared for a short while. When he reappeared, his combat power had soared sharply, and he could easily kill ordinary supreme martial artists. Now he was actually able to repel them without relying on pets or weapons. What was going on? Could it be that Lu Ming had been hiding his strength all this time? Haiyu, Flood Dragon's supremacy, and the others felt as though their minds couldn't process what was happening. He must have used some kind of secret technique to increase his battle prowess. If we join hands, he won't be able to hold on for long. Haiyu roared at the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Kill! Kill! Then Haiyu and the Flood Dragon Sovereign joined hands and charged towards Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold smile. The lightning cauldron appeared above his head and smashed towards Haiyu. As for Lu Ming, he charged towards the Flood Dragon Sovereign. Swoosh! This time, Lu Ming only clawed out once. However, this time Lu Ming had fused 5 types of martial skills together. When the 5 types of martial skills were fused together, their power instantly soared. The Dragon Claw collided with the Flood Dragon Sovereign's Dragon Vein Sword. Clang! The Dragon Vein Sword shook violently. The sword energy dissipated, and it was sent flying far away. Not good. The Flood Dragon Sovereign's expression changed as he retreated. However, it was already too late. Lu Ming's attack came again. It was another claw. Once again, it was the fusion of 5 types of martial skills. The Flood Dragon Sovereign also stretched out his Dragon Claw and tried his best to block. However, the moment it came into contact with Lu Ming's Dragon Claw, it exploded. Poochie! Lu Ming's Dragon Claw did not stop as it pierced through the Flood Dragon Sovereign's body. Roar! The Flood Dragon Sovereign let out a violent roar. His eyes were filled with endless fear. He wanted to struggle and escape, but the other Dragon Claws of the 9 dragons had already reached him. The Dragon Claws contained the suppressing Hell Heavenly Art as they all bombarded the Flood Dragon Sovereign's head. Bang! 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 After 7 to 8 consecutive explosions, the Flood Dragon Sovereign's head was pierced through and exploded. The Flood Dragon Sovereign had fallen. The Flood Dragon Sovereign, who possessed 90% of the true dragon's bloodline, was still killed by Lu Ming while controlling an Emperor-grade spiritual weapon. If I use the Primal Chaos Intent, it will be easier to kill the Flood Dragon Sovereign. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming did not use the Primal Chaos Intent. At most, he would convert it into the Lightning Intent, Wind Intent, etc. The Primal Chaos Intent was Lu Ming's trump card. Unless it was a critical moment, Lu Ming would not use it easily. Not good. On the other hand, after Haiyu exchanged a blow with the Thunder Cauldron, he saw the scene of the Supreme Flood Dragon being killed. He was so frightened that he almost wet his pants. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. He had to run as far away as possible from Lu Ming. Haiyu turned around and ran, frantically flying towards the ancient city's exit. Big brother, bring me along. Hai Tian cried out in fear from afar. However, Haiyu was already scared out of his wits. At this moment, he only wanted to save his life. How could he care about Hai Tian? He pretended that he did not hear anything and continued to run. Big brother! Hai Tian roared, filled with despair. Whoosh! Lu Ming turned back into his human form and took a step forward, appearing beside Hai Tian. Hai Tian was so scared that he kept screaming. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? My father is the sea-suppressing marshal. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will die too. Hai Tian cried out. At this moment, he was still trying to threaten Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand, and a spear light flew out, piercing through Hai Tian's dantian and shattering his spiritual deity. Hai Tian's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so straightforward. He did not say anything and killed him in one move. Hai Tian's life force dissipated with an intense unwillingness. The remaining sea demons and primes in the sea-suppressing marshal's residence had already fled for their lives. Lu Ming looked in the direction that Haiyu fled in. He was not in a hurry to give chase. Instead, his quintessence burst out, forming a strong suction force, attracting all the Prime's corpses over. The mountain and river diagram in Lu Ming's forehead flew out and collected all the Prime's corpses. The Prime's corpses contained essence blood. Lu Ming still needed the essence blood to raise the hell-suppressing steel's bloodline grade. He could not waste it. After collecting the Prime's corpses, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram with a thought. Inside the mountain and river diagram, there was a mountain peak piled with Prime's corpses. At the side, Xian Yinqing and Thunder Rhino Prime were staring at it with their mouths agape. Chapter 1304. Supremes, they are all Supreme's corpses. Thunder Rhino Supreme muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with disbelief, especially when he saw the corpse of Flood Dragon Supreme. He was even more shocked. He could naturally feel that Flood Dragon Supreme's bloodline contained 90% of the true dragon's blood. Even such a powerful Supremes were dead. Could it be that he was killed by Lu Ming? Thunder Rhino Supreme looked at Lu Ming. After feeling the terrifying killing intent on Lu Ming's body and the suffocating power, his heart trembled. How long has it been? He's already so powerful? Thunder Rhino Supreme only felt his whole body tremble. Lu Ming casually glanced at Thunder Rhino Supreme. Back when he suppressed Thunder Rhino Supreme, Dandan engraved a large formation on Thunder Rhino Supreme's body. During this period, Thunder Rhino Supreme had been obediently staying in the mountain river diagram. However, Lu Ming knew that Thunder Rhino Supreme was definitely not convinced, and wanted to find an opportunity to escape. Lu Ming came in this time with the intention of intimidating the Supreme Thunder Rhino. Sure enough, Lu Ming Supreme was completely shocked when he saw so many Supreme's corpses. Thunder Rhino, come out with me and chase after the enemy. Lu Ming's voice sounded, and Thunder Rhino Supreme nodded repeatedly. Little Qing, let's go out together. Lu Ming waved his hand, and Xian Yinqing and Thunder Rhino Supreme were brought out of the mountain river diagram by Lu Ming. Thunder Rhino, go over there, Lu Ming said and pointed in the direction of the ancient city's exit. At this time, Haiyu had already escaped from the exit. Yes. Thunder Rhino Supreme's body grew rapidly. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing stood on Thunder Rhino Supreme's body. Thunder Rhino Supreme roared and flew toward the ancient city's exit. Oh my god, Lu Ming's combat strength is too strong. He can completely stand shoulder to shoulder with an emperor, or even suppress one. It's too terrifying. Lu Ming's cultivation is only at the perfection stage of the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Yet his combat strength is so shocking. I've never even heard of him. The point is, how old is Lu Ming? Pervert, demon. Lu Ming must have gone after Haiyu. Let's go out and take a look. The spectators were in an uproar, unable to control their emotions. Even some Supreme Being experts lost control and started shouting. The fluctuations caused by Lu Ming were simply too shocking. Then, the group of people rushed toward the ancient city's exit. After a while, Lu Ming rode the Thunder Rhino to the exit of the ancient city. The Thunder Rhino rushed in, and in the next moment, they appeared in the deep sea. A huge pressure pressed down on them. Crash. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the surrounding seawater seemed to be controlled by Lu Ming. It automatically parted, and a passage appeared. Moo. The Thunder Rhino Supreme was shocked by Lu Ming's means. Then it roared and rushed up. With Lu Ming's help, Thunder Rhino's speed was extremely fast. Like a bolt of lightning, they rushed up. In a short while they rushed out of the deep sea that was 300,000 meters deep and out of the surface of the sea. As soon as they rushed out of the sea, Lu Ming found that the sky was densely packed with people. When Lu Ming rushed out, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's eyes fell on one of them. Haiyu. After rushing out of the sea, Haiyu didn't run away. At this moment, he was looking at Lu Ming coldly, full of killing intent. Lu Ming, how's my brother, Hai Tian? Haiyu shouted. He wants to kill me. What do you think? Don't worry, I'll send you down to accompany him right away. Lu Ming sneered. His words caused an uproar. What? Just now, I saw Haiyu rushing out with a frightened face. Is it because of him? How can it be? Although Lu Ming's combat strength is strong, it's impossible for him to be Haiyu's opponent. Strange. Who on earth got the cultivation method of the pure spirit body? Previously, the people waiting outside suddenly saw Haiyu running out of the sea with a frightened face. They were all very surprised. With Haiyu's cultivation, how could it be? They all guessed that some powerful monster had appeared at the bottom of the sea, and even Haiyu was no match for it. However, at this moment, it seemed that Haiyu fled in fear because of Lu Ming. How dare you kill the people of my sea-suppressing marshal's residence? You should be executed by 1,000 cuts. At this time, a cold voice came from the side of Haiyu. Lu Ming looked over and his pupils shrank slightly. An old man in a purple gold robe stood beside Haiyu. Just now, the old man's aura had been restrained, and he looked like an ordinary old man. So Lu Ming didn't notice him just now. But now, as the old man spoke, a domineering aura bloomed from his body, and a heavy pressure pressed on Lu Ming. Emperor! Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, he also understood why Haiyu didn't escape. It turned out that there was an emperor from the sea-suppressing marshal's residence here. This was a real emperor. Not good, it's an emperor, run! Under Lu Ming's feet, Thunder Rhino Supreme screamed in horror when he sensed the aura of the old man in the purple gold robe. He turned around and was about to run away. Bang! Lu Ming slapped Thunder Rhino Supreme's head, and it almost exploded. Thunder Rhino Supreme's head buzzed, and he was stunned for a moment. Why are you running? Isn't it just an emperor? Why are you so scared? Lu Ming glanced at Thunder Rhino Supreme and said disdainfully. But this is an emperor. Thunder Rhino Supreme was still scared to death, but after seeing Lu Ming's glare, he was so scared that his whole body trembled. He could only stop and look at the old man in the purple gold robe with a vigilant face. He wailed in his heart, lamenting that Lu Ming was courting death, but he didn't want to drag him down. Lu Ming actually didn't escape. The same thought flashed in the hearts of others. Facing an emperor, he probably knows that he can't escape, so he simply stopped running. Someone guessed. Haha, I've already killed Haitian, and I'll kill Haiyu too. If you want to stop me, it depends on whether you have the ability or not. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What a big tone. The purple gold-robed old man shouted coldly, but in his heart, he didn't dare to underestimate Lu Ming. Haiyu had already roughly told him about Lu Ming's combat strength just now. He knew very well how strong Haiyu, who controlled an emperor's spiritual weapon, was. Even if he was weaker than him, it wasn't by much. However, Lu Ming could suppress Haiyu, so one could only imagine how strong his combat strength was. Nonsense. Let's see how you're going to stop me. Kill. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the other party. He shouted coldly, took a step forward, and charged towards Haiyu. Arrogant. I'd like to see how strong you are. Earth Domain. The purple gold-robed old man stretched out his palm and pressed the void. A yellow circle spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. Domain. This was a real domain, not the embryonic form of a sovereign's domain. The speed of understanding was astonishing. As soon as it appeared, it enveloped Lu Ming. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure on his body. It was as if a few hundred mountains were pressing down on him. Chapter 1305. Domains of different attributes could produce different effects, but their power was still very shocking. This was the Earth Domain. Not only did it have the effect of trapping the enemy, but it also had a terrifying offensive ability. Once someone below the Emperor realm was trapped in the domain, they would not be able to fight back and would be at the mercy of others. Open up. A dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body as 9 streams of dragon force burst out. At the same time, he borrowed the power of the third bloodline, which gave Lu Ming a terrifying strength. Boom. Lu Ming's palm was like a knife as he executed the hell-suppressing heaven skill and slashed out. Rip. This palm was like a heavenly saber that appeared in the world. When the saber struck, heaven and earth would be split open. An extremely powerful force erupted. The earth domain of the purple golden-robed elder shook violently, and a hole was forcefully torn open by Lu Ming. The purple golden-robed elder's face changed. His figure swayed and he appeared in the domain. He pointed at Lu Ming. I'd like to see the strength of an Emperor Realm expert. The true origin in Lu Ming's body boiled as he exerted his cultivation of the spiritual god perfection stage to the extreme. Lu Ming struck out again, and this time, his palm collided with the elder's finger. Boom. With a loud explosion, the earth domain shook violently. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging toward him. He stepped on the void and retreated continuously. However, the purple golden-robed elder's figure also retreated a few steps. That's a spiritual body. What a powerful force. Lu Ming exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as he pondered. A Emperor Realm expert was indeed extraordinary. The purple golden-robed elder's cultivation was at the LV1 Martial Royal Realm, but his combat strength was considered strong even among the LV1 Martial Royal Realm experts. Lu Ming was slightly at a disadvantage in the previous attack. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was far from being fully displayed. Even so, the purple golden-robed elder's heart trembled violently. What a terrifying force. Is he still a spiritual god perfection stage martial artist? The purple golden-robed elder's eyes were filled with seriousness. On the other hand, the others at the side had long since been flabbergasted and were stunned on the spot. Lu Ming was actually able to fight against a ruler. He was shrouded in a ruler's domain, but he was still able to fight against a ruler head-on. It was unbelievable. Again, Lu Ming took a step back and stomped on the void, shattering it. However, Lu Ming continued to pounce on the purple golden-robed elder. In the process of rushing out, the Nine Dragons' bloodline appeared. Lu Ming used bloodline fusion and turned into 9 dragons. Whoosh! Whoosh! After Xiao Chun turned into 9 dragons, he swung his dragon claws and executed all sorts of state martial techniques. Using so many types of martial skills at the same time, the purple gold-robed elder had a grave expression on his face. His palms glowed as a pair of spirit weapon gloves appeared on his hands. Of course, this was not a ruler's spirit weapon. It was just an ordinary level 9 spirit weapon. A ruler's spirit weapon, the ruler of spirit weapons, was not something that ordinary people could possess. Many rulers did not even have one. Wearing the spirit weapon gloves, the purple golden-robed elder's body swelled slightly. His muscles squirmed and a layer of yellow light appeared on the surface of his muscles. The purple golden-robed elder raised the power of his spirit body to the extreme, and threw out a few punches in succession. The power of each punch was much stronger than the power of the previous finger. The fist force collided with the 9 dragons' dragon claws. However, this time, the purple golden-robed elder's expression changed drastically when the two came into contact. His body shook and the yellow light on his body trembled. Boom, boom, boom. After a few explosions, the purple golden-robed elder's body was directly sent flying. He retreated a few thousand meters in the air and slid out a few thousand meters long spatial crack. However, Lu Ming's body did not move at all. At the scene, everyone was stunned once again. The ruler was actually at a disadvantage and was sent flying a few thousand meters. The strength of a ruler is just SOSO. Since you want to fight, I'll send you to hell first. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His dragon body twisted and he charged toward the purple golden-robed elder. How can he be so strong? The purple golden-robed elder was shocked as he forcibly suppressed the surging chi and blood in his body. His combat strength was considered strong even among LV1 martial emperors, but now he was no match for a young man at the perfect spiritual god realm. This was like a fantasy story. How could a martial artist at the perfect spiritual god realm have such powerful combat strength? If it were an ordinary perfect spiritual god, he could kill a lot of them with one slap. Seeing Lu Ming charging toward him again, the purple golden-robed elder could only use his full strength to fight against Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The two fought fiercely. However, Lu Ming's strength had increased greatly after transforming into 9 dragons. Moreover, the dragon claws were displaying different martial techniques with different intents. Some of the dragon claws were also displaying the hell-suppressing heaven skill, which brought great pressure to the purple golden-robed elder. Although the purple golden-robed elder tried his best, he was no match for Lin Fan, and was at a disadvantage. After a few moves, he was clawed by Lu Ming's claws. If it wasn't for the fact that he had cultivated a spiritual body of the Great Earth spiritual body, which specialized in defense, he would have already died. Even so, he still felt a burning pain all over his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the surface of the sea rolled and many people rushed out. They were the experts who had gone into the ancient city at the bottom of the sea. As soon as they rushed out, They were shocked to see Lu Ming and the purple golden-robed elder fighting. That's an emperor. God, Lu Ming has completely suppressed the emperor. The emperor is injured. Exclamations sounded. They had seen Lu Ming's combat prowess in the ancient city. However, when they saw Lu Ming injuring an emperor with their own eyes, the impact was still very great. Boom. Boom. The battle continued. After more than 10 moves, the purple golden-robed elder was beaten, until he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Even if he had a domain and a spiritual body, it was useless. Lu Ming's strength was too strong and had completely surpassed his. It's time to end this. Lu Ming shouted and clawed out. This claw was a fusion of 5 types of martial techniques, and a chaotic light flashed. This claw made the purple golden-robed elder feel a fatal threat. Slash. The purple golden-robed elder roared. A battle-axe suddenly appeared in his hand. The battle-axe quickly enlarged and turned into a giant axe that stood between heaven and earth. An extremely terrifying emperor's aura was emitted. It was an emperor's spiritual weapon. This battle-axe was the one that Haiyu had used before. It seemed that Haiyu had already given the emperor's spiritual weapon to the purple golden-robed elder. No wonder Haiyu was so confident and stayed here. An emperor using an emperor's spiritual weapon was completely different from a supreme being using an emperor's spiritual weapon. A supreme being using an emperor's spiritual weapon would not be able to unleash the true power of an emperor's spiritual weapon. On the other hand, an emperor's spiritual weapon would be extremely terrifying. The purple golden-robed elder controlled the battle-axe as if he could split heaven and earth. Whoosh! Chapter 1306. Boom. The force swept across tens of thousands of miles. A resplendent spot of light appeared where the axe collided with the dragon claw, and a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye was emitted. Whoosh! Huge waves were stirred up in the ocean below. The waves swept high into the sky as if it was the end of the world. The space was completely annihilated, revealing a pitch-black space. The clouds in the sky instantly disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, the spectators were far enough away. Otherwise, if they were swept by this force, no one below the supreme being level would be able to survive. Even so, such a horrifying scene still made many people tremble and retreat. Sizzle. The place where the giant axe and the dragon claw intersected emitted a sizzling sound as the dragon claw kept shaking. Bang! In the end, Lu Ming's attack was no match for the giant axe and was defeated. The dragon claw exploded, and the 9 dragons' bodies were sent flying hundreds of miles away by a powerful force. Fortunately, the 9 dragons were formed by Lu Ming's bloodline power. After the dragon claw exploded, it immediately condensed again. What a powerful force. An emperor using an emperor's spiritual weapon is indeed not something a supreme being can compare to. Lu Ming's gaze was somewhat solemn. When Haiyu used an emperor's spiritual weapon, his combat strength reached the level of an ordinary emperor. However, when the purple golden-robed elder used an emperor's spiritual weapon, its power was undoubtedly more shocking and several times stronger. Lu Ming is no match for him. An emperor using an emperor's spiritual weapon is too powerful. Lu Ming is no match for him at all. He's finished. Is such a person going to die here today? Many people exclaimed, some gloated, and some felt pity. Haha, I knew it. An emperor using an emperor's spiritual weapon will completely suppress Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you want to fight me? Go to hell. Haiyu laughed, his eyes incomparably ferocious. It's over, it's over. In the distance, Thunder Rhino Supreme kept growling. Previously, Lu Ming had displayed his invincible might and seriously injured an emperor, making Thunder Rhino Supreme think that he was dreaming. Back when Lu Ming had fought him, he had needed to rely on the lightning cauldron and his pet to defeat and suppress him. Now, only a few months had passed, and Lu Ming could rely on his own strength to defeat a ruler, let alone him. If Lu Ming wanted to kill him, he could probably do it with a slap. Originally, he had already made up his mind to follow Lu Ming obediently in the future. With such a prodigy like him, perhaps being Lu Ming's mount would be a blessing in disguise in the future. However, when he saw that Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, his heart sank. And what? Lu Ming will not lose. Xian Yinqing slapped Thunder Rhino Supremacy's head and berated. She was very confident in Lu Ming. Moreover, she also knew that Lu Ming had cultivated the legendary concept of primal chaos. Until now, Lu Ming had not used the concept of primal chaos. He still won't lose? Thunder Rhino Supreme was doubtful. Die. The purple golden-robed old man held a battle axe in his hand and slashed out. The heaven-raising battle axe split the space in half. The powerful power completely enveloped Lu Ming, making it impossible for Lu Ming to dodge. Let's see how far I can go without using the concept of primal chaos. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. Above his head, the lightning cauldron appeared and turned into the size of a mountain, rushing toward the battle axe. At the same time, he used the 9 dragon steps and clawed out again. It was also a fusion of 5 concepts. Clang. The lightning cauldron was the first to bear the brunt. It collided with the battle axe and was sent flying by the battle axe. Immediately, Lu Ming's attack arrived and blasted on the battle axe. Amidst the rumbling, Lu Ming retreated again. However, this time he retreated a lot less than the last time because the lightning cauldron offset a portion of the battle axe's power. It's only so. Come again. Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron and attacked again. Lu Ming did not use the concept of primal chaos. Instead, he used the lightning cauldron to support him. He mainly used 5 concepts to fight an intense battle with the purple golden-robed old man. In this way, although Lu Ming was still at a slight disadvantage, it was not a one-sided situation. The two fought fiercely, and the surrounding tens of thousands of miles became their battlefield. In the sea, huge waves surged. That island was swept by a terrifying force and directly exploded, turning into ashes and disappearing from the sea. In the distant sky, countless figures stood, staring at the battlefield with their eyes wide open. They held their breaths, not willing to miss a single moment. Some prime's eyes even lit up as they stared fixedly. It was rare to see sovereigns go all out in a life-and-death battle, which inspired them. Soon, the two exchanged over 100 moves. Good, haha. Lu Ming roared and laughed. In this battle, aside from the concept of primal chaos, he did not hold back at all. He used his full strength and fought to his heart's content. During this period he had improved too quickly, and his foundation was somewhat unstable. After this battle, he had completely stabilized it, becoming as firm as a rock. At the same time, during the battle, Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of the 5 concepts became deeper and deeper. It seemed like he could break through at any time. Furthermore, Lu Ming used them together. Once he broke through, the 5 concepts would all break through and reach the 4th level. When the 5 concepts reached the 4th level, their might would undoubtedly increase. Damn it! How can a mere consummation spiritual god and have such shocking combat strength? The more the battle, the more horrified the purple golden-robed old man became. This brat must be killed. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble. I'll just drag it out with him. As a sovereign, my veritable essence energy is definitely more boundless than his, so I can last longer. The purple golden-robed old man pondered. After making up his mind, he continued to charge at Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged over a dozen moves. Suddenly, Lu Ming's dragon claw slashed out. Its power was a level higher than before. Haha, I broke through. My concept martial technique broke through. Lu Ming was overjoyed. After an intense battle, Lu Ming's 5 types of concept martial techniques finally broke through and entered the 4th level. Boom. In this exchange, Lu Ming retreated, but the purple golden-robed old man was also repelled. A draw. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage at the beginning, but now, with the help of the lightning cauldron, he was able to draw with the purple golden-robed old man. Ah, damn it. The purple golden-robed old man naturally sensed the breakthrough of Lu Ming's concept martial technique. He roared in his heart, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. After an intense battle, not only did he not kill Lu Ming, but he also helped Lu Ming break through. How could this be? He only felt a breath in his chest, and it was so uncomfortable that he wanted to die. How depressing. Not only did he not kill Lu Ming, but he also helped Lu Ming. Haha, I really have to thank you. However, this battle should end here. Lu Ming laughed. A misty aura spread out from his body. turning into a chaotic color. The lightning cauldron shook slightly and quickly shrank, flying back to Lu Ming's forehead and disappearing. At the same time, Lu Ming's body also shrank, returning to his human form. Lu Ming put away the lightning cauldron and returned to his human form. He stepped toward the purple golden-robed old man. What is he doing? Chapter 1307. Lu Ming's action made the onlookers somewhat dumbstruck. Originally, Lu Ming could already contend with the purple gold-robed old man with the lightning cauldron. However, now Lu Ming actually put away the lightning cauldron and even cancelled the bloodline fusion. Then, he charged at the purple gold-robed old man. What is he doing? Is he trying to commit suicide? Countless people were puzzled, acting all mysterious. Who cares what you are trying to do? Go to hell. The purple gold-robed old man roared in his heart. He held the huge axe with both hands and poured quintessential essence into it. At the same time, he controlled the domain and activated the power of the axe's domain, pushing the axe's might to its limits. Whoosh! The huge axe, which was larger than a mountain, chopped down at Lu Ming. Facing this axe, Lu Ming remained calm. He had no intention of using the lightning cauldron to resist. Prison suppression. Lu Ming clenched his fists, and his muscles wriggled. Primal chaos chi spread out from his body, especially his fists, where the primal chaos chi was the densest. Lu Ming finally executed the state of primal chaos. Lu Ming used his quintessential essence, the 9 dragon energies, and the 3rd bloodline as a foundation to execute the prison-suppressing heavenly art. Then he punched with the state of primal chaos. Rumble. Lu Ming's fist seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast as it punched at the purple gold-robed old man. What is Lu Ming trying to do? He is actually using his physical body to fight against a ruler spirit weapon? Crazy. Is he crazy? Is he courting death? An outstanding talent of a generation has fallen. Lu Ming's actions caused an uproar. Lu Ming did not use the lightning cauldron and cancelled the bloodline fusion. In the end, he used his physical body to fight against a ruler spirit weapon. If this was not crazy, what was? No one could figure out why Lu Ming would do such a thing. Haha. Who cares if you are crazy? Go to hell. Haiyu's eyes revealed excitement. His face turned sinister as he laughed in his heart. Only one person, no, only one tortoise, saw through the trick. It was Dandan. That's the concept of primal chaos. Nestle, when did Lu Ming grasp the concept of primal chaos? Dandan was tongue-tied. Its eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. Boom. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Lu Ming's fist heavily collided with the Emperor-rank spirit weapon battle-axe. In everyone's imagination, Lu Ming would be easily defeated, heavily injured, or even killed by the axe. Instead, an inconceivable scene appeared. When the fist and the battle-axe collided, the battle-axe actually let out a violent roar and vibrated continuously. At this moment, the purple golden-robed elder seemed to have been hit by a terrifying force. His arms and even his body trembled along with the giant axe. Then his face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang. The giant axe vibrated and the purple golden-robed elder could no longer hold on to it. The giant axe flew out of his hand and into the sky. There was complete silence between heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes were wide open and their mouths were agape. It was as if something was stuck in their throats, preventing them from making a sound. Chaotic concept, it's really the chaotic concept. Only Dandan was muttering to himself. Chirp chirp. Bubble looked harmless and innocent. It blinked its innocent eyes and seemed to be cheering for Lu Ming. This guy, Xian Yinqing whispered. Even though he knew that Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the chaotic concept, he was still shocked by its power. As for Thunder Rhino Supreme, he was completely petrified. The power of the chaotic concept is indeed amazing. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Legend had it that heaven and earth evolved from the chaotic concept. There was chaotic chi in heaven and earth. It was the most original and precious treasure. Legend had it that a wisp of chaotic chi could crush the sky and collapse a mountain range. It was extremely heavy. The chaotic concept also had the characteristics of chaotic chi. It was extremely heavy and powerful. Coupled with the hell-suppressing heaven skill, It complemented each other perfectly. With a punch, the purple golden-robed elder's giant axe was sent flying. Through the giant axe, the purple golden-robed elder was injured. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and stepped out. Surrounded by the chaotic concept, he punched out again. Boom! Wherever Lu Ming's fist passed, the sky began to collapse. It was as if a black hole had appeared in the sky. The chaotic concept spread out and completely locked onto the purple golden-robed elder. The purple golden-robed elder's expression changed drastically. He roared and punched out with all his strength, hoping to block it. Boom! The moment the two fists met, the purple golden-robed elder's domain collapsed and exploded under the terrifying pressure. Then it broke through the purple golden-robed elder's fist and landed on his fist. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Even though the purple golden-robed elder had cultivated a spiritual body, it was useless. His palm was distorted and his entire arm was twisted. The purple golden-robed elder screamed and his body was sent flying a few hundred miles away. His face was pale and blood was spurting out of his mouth. But the purple golden-robed elder didn't dare to stay. He turned around and ran. Wind Origin Art. Lu Ming used the Wind Origin Art. His figure was like a phantom as he flashed and quickly approached the purple golden-robed elder. He punched out from 100 miles away. When the fist force was released, the space within a few hundred miles in front of Lu Ming was smashed. The terrifying fist force was like a surging flood, surging toward the purple golden-robed elder. This was a suppression of power. It was simple and direct, but there was no way to dodge. The purple golden-robed elder could only fight back. But now that he had lost his spiritual weapon, Lu Ming could suppress him even if he didn't use the chaotic concept. He wasn't a match for Lu Ming at all. The purple golden-robed elder was like a little chick as he tumbled in the air. Crackling sounds came from his body as blood spurted out of his mouth. It's time to end this. A deep voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming used the Wind Origin Art and appeared in front of the purple golden-robed elder in a flash. He clenched his fist and the chaotic concept formed a long spear. The long spear was like lightning as it pierced toward the purple golden-robed elder's dantian. No, spare me! The purple golden-robed elder roared, but Lu Ming didn't move at all. The long spear continued to pierce down. Puff! The long spear formed by the chaotic concept was incomparably sharp. It easily pierced through the elder's dantian and pierced through his spiritual spirit. The power of the long spear exploded. The purple golden-robed elder let out an unwilling scream. But after a breath, there was no more sound as his vitality completely dissipated. The purple golden-robed elder, an emperor of a generation, was dead. Heavens! The onlookers felt numb after seeing this scene. They couldn't say a word. Impossible! Haiyu roared. His eyes were red with disbelief. It's your turn. Lu Ming fixed his gaze on Haiyu. His figure moved and he headed toward Haiyu. No! Haiyu's body turned cold as he fled like a madman. However, even an emperor could not escape from Lu Ming's hands, let alone him. The wind essence skill allowed him to move at extreme speed. He caught up with Haiyu in an instant and threw a punch. The chaos concept suppressed Haiyu. Haiyu screamed and his body was torn apart. Even his spirit deity exploded. Chapter 1308. Hiss hiss hiss. At the scene, the sound of people gasping could be heard. It was only now that the spectators reacted. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. A ruler had been killed by Lu Ming. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. It was too shocking. That was a ruler. In history, there were also peerless geniuses who could cross realms to fight. It was not rare for a supreme being to cross realms to fight a ruler. Nonetheless, it was only a great battle. It was only a confrontation, not a suppression. There were very few people who could suppress a ruler as a supreme being. Not to mention killing a ruler. Even if a ruler was no match for a ruler, he would still have a high chance of escaping. Moreover, a supreme being had cultivated a spiritual body. Their vitality was extremely vigorous, and it was very difficult to kill them. There were not many cases of a supreme being killing a ruler in the continent of divine ruins since ancient times. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the perfected spirit god realm. A perfected spirit god realm cultivator could kill an emperor. Such an example had never happened in the continent of God, and there were no records of it. It was unheard of. Lu Ming had created history. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming. They were filled with shock and deep fear. Who else wants to stop me? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he swept his gaze in all directions. All the powerhouses, including the supreme beings, hurriedly lowered their heads after meeting Lu Ming's eyes. They did not dare to look directly at Lu Ming. Those powerhouses who had entered the ancient city at the bottom of the sea all knew that Lu Ming had obtained the cultivation method of the pure spirit body, but none of them dared to speak. What a joke! Lu Ming had even killed a ruler. If anyone spoke, wouldn't they be courting death? In that case, Lei Shi, let's go. Lu Ming waved his hand and put the body of the purple gold-robed old man into the mountain river diagram. Then he returned to the back of Lei Shi Supreme and said, "Moo." Lei Shi Supreme roared excitedly. His body was filled with lightning. He spread his legs and ran toward the sea. He was so excited. Now he was completely in awe of Lu Ming. He had already made up his mind to follow Lu Ming for the rest of his life. Even if Lu Ming chased him away, he would still shamelessly follow Lu Ming. A perfect stage spirit god could kill a ruler. Such a genius had never appeared in history. In the future, it was certain that he would become a ruler. In fact, it would be easy for him to dominate the continent of God and become the strongest powerhouse there. He might even be able to create waves in the Yuan continent and become an important figure there. If Thunder Rhino supremacy didn't follow such a genius with a boundless future, then he would be a fool. As long as he stayed by Lu Ming's side obediently, he would definitely benefit from Lu Ming's rise in the future. Originally, he had no hope of breaking through to become a ruler, but now, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. Dong dong dong. Thunder Rhino supremacy ran with all his might. His body was filled with lightning. He cut through the void like a bolt of lightning, passing through layers of the sea and heading toward the deep sea. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing sat cross-legged on Thunder Rhino supremacy's back. They were as steady as a mountain. Nest, Lu Ming, you've actually cultivated the chaos concept. Impressive, you're really impressive. I know now. You disappeared for more than 10 breaths in the deep sea ancient city. At that time, the primordial chaos token appeared. Did the primordial chaos token bring you to the chaos hall? Dandan jumped on Lu Ming's shoulder and mumbled a bunch of questions. Dandan was worthy of being an old monster. He was experienced and knowledgeable, and guessed the general idea right away. Yes, you guessed right. Lu Ming nodded. Amazing, Lu Ming. I didn't misjudge you. It seems like you've obtained the inheritance of the Chaos Emperor. Dandan said. Dandan, do you know the Chaos Emperor? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course I know him. That guy is very powerful. He's on the same level as me. Dandan said proudly with his claws behind his back. You're bragging. Lu Ming curled his lips. He knew from 2E that the Chaos Emperor was one of the pinnacle existences in the world. Not many people could compare to him. Even the Space-Time Spirit Mouse, the Space-Time Spirit Palace's Palace Master, was slightly inferior to the Chaos Emperor. Dandan and the Space-Time Spirit Mouse were equally famous. They were one of the top 10 battle beasts. How could they compare to the Chaos Emperor? Who's bragging? I'm the leader of the top 10 battle beasts. I'm the pinnacle existence in the world. Dandan shouted unhappily after being despised by Lu Ming again. Lu Ming smiled and didn't argue with Dandan anymore. With a wave of his hand, a pile of corpses appeared on Thunder Rhino Supremacy's back. They were the corpses of the Supremacies killed by Lu Ming and the purple golden-robed old man. Lu Ming, how about giving these corpses to me? This is a rare tonic. It can help me recover a bit. Dandan looked at these corpses, especially the Emperor's corpse, and almost drooled. Give them to you? Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, I have use for the blood essence, but I can give you the rest. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline was only at level 8 of the divine rank and needed blood essence to improve. As for the rest, they were not of much use to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's current cultivation was at the perfected spirit god realm. The next step was to comprehend the embryonic form of the domain and step into the supremacy realm. This step could not be improved by devouring with the 9 dragons bloodline. He needed to rely on his own comprehension. In fact, his cultivation in the future could not be improved by devouring. Comprehension was the most important. Therefore, besides blood essence, the blood of the supremacy's true essence, and so on were of no use to Lu Ming. So he might as well give them to Dandan. Next, Lu Ming took out some jade bottles and guided them with his true essence. Drops of sparkling and translucent blood essence flew out from the corpses of the supremacies and flew into the jade bottles. There were a total of 7 supremacies, and each of them had 9 drops of blood essence that were stored in different jade bottles. Finally, it was the purple golden-robed old man's blood essence. As an emperor, the purple golden-robed old man's blood essence was like a blood pearl that was filled with boundless energy. As soon as it flew out, it emitted a vast and majestic emperor's aura. This was Lu Ming. If it was an ordinary cultivator below the spirit god realm, they would have been crushed to death by this emperor's aura. Ordinary spirit god realm cultivators would be heavily injured. Only high-level spirit god realm experts and above could approach and even collect the emperor's blood essence. Lu Ming used a jade bottle to put away the emperor's blood essence. As for their storage rings, Lu Ming naturally didn't let them go and had put them away a long time ago. Dandan, you can have them, Lu Ming said. Haha. Dandan roared with laughter, and then it opened its mouth and sucked the corpses of the supremacies and emperors into Dandan's mouth and vanished. I'll keep them and digest them slowly. Dandan grinned, and its eyes narrowed. After that, Dandan's eyes started to size up the sea again. The treasures of heaven and earth in the sea are more than 10 times more abundant than on land. There are all sorts of precious treasures, and I can't miss them all along the way. Dandan muttered. Chirp, chirp. Bubble chirped in response to Dandan. Haha. All right, we'll join forces and get more treasures of heaven and earth. Chapter 1309. Lu Ming did not care about Dandan and Bubbles. A jade token appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Xian Yinqing, saying, Little Qing, this is the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. Take it and study it first. The cultivation method of the pure spirit body? Is there really such a secret technique in the world? Xian Yinqing's eyes revealed a look of curiosity. He took the jade token and looked at it carefully. After a while, Xian Yinqing revealed a look of amazement. Amazing, really amazing. If I cultivate the pure spirit body, the difficulty of breaking through to the emperor realm in the future will be greatly reduced. Xian Yinqing sighed. Little Qing, we have to rush back to the divine wilderness continent. It will take some time. Take advantage of this time to comprehend it, Lu Ming said. Okay. Xian Yinqing nodded, then entered the mountain river diagram, and began to comprehend the pure spirit body. As for Lu Ming, he continued to sit cross-legged on the back of Thunder Rhino Supreme. He took out a jade bottle, and the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing the 9 drops of supreme blood essence into his mouth, and began to refine them. Lu Ming originally planned to travel by himself, but now he needed time. Refining the blood essence required time. Cultivating the pure spirit body also required time. He also needed time to comprehend the 5 types of martial skills. According to the records of the Chaos Scripture, only by cultivating the 5 types of martial skills to the highest level could one cultivate the Chaos Concept martial skill, the Chaos Flipping Sky Seal. That was the Chaos Concept martial skill, and its power was terrifying. Lu Ming was naturally looking forward to it. Therefore, he simply asked Thunder Rhino Supreme to hurry up, so that Lu Ming could save time and cultivate various martial skills and secret techniques. The 9 dragons swallowed the 9 drops of supreme blood essence, and began to refine them rapidly. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, refining 9 drops of supreme blood essence at the same time was naturally no problem. Moreover, the refining speed was much faster than before. In just a few hours, the 9 drops of supreme blood essence were completely refined. The 8 golden chakras of the prison suppressing steel shone, but it did not advance. Lu Ming continued to take out 9 drops of supreme blood essence, and began to refine them. Just like that, Lu Ming wholeheartedly refined the blood essence. After refining 1 supreme blood essence, he took out another. A day later, Lu Ming had already refined the blood essence of 6 sovereigns. His prison suppressing steel bloodline still hadn't advanced, but Lu Ming had a feeling that it would soon. He took out the blood essence of the seventh supreme being. The 9 dragons opened their mouths, and 9 drops of blood essence flew into their mouths. The majestic blood essence was continuously converted into bloodline power, and fused with the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline. 1. After a short while, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel vibrated. On the basis of the original 8 golden chakras, a new chakra appeared. The 9th chakra, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline, had finally reached level 9. The hell-suppressing steel's bloodline emitted a dazzling light, and its aura surged. Lu Ming felt that the aura of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline completely surpassed that of the 9 dragons' bloodline. It seems like the prison-suppressing boulder has a shocking background, surpassing the 9 dragons. Lu Ming thought in his heart. Lu Ming felt that if he used the bloodline fusion and transformed into the prison-suppressing steel, its power would definitely be stronger than that of the 9 dragons. The prison-suppressing steel's original body must be an unimaginable treasure. It's a pity that I only have a fragment. If I can get all of them, how powerful would it be? Lu Ming's eyes were burning with anticipation. Since he could find a fragment of the prison-suppressing steel, it meant that the other fragments were still in the world, and there would be a chance to find them. Not long after, the energy of the blood essence was completely refined, and Lu Ming kept the bloodline. Alright, the bloodline has reached level 9. It's already the highest level. Now, it's time to comprehend the pure spirit body. Plop. Plop. At this moment, 2 figures flew out from the sea below and landed on the Thunder Rhino Sovereign's body. It was Dandan and Bubbles. At this moment, the 2 of them were each holding a spiritual herb and gnawing on it. Level 9 spiritual herb, water spirit ginseng. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The spiritual herb that Dandan and Bubbles were gnawing on was a level 9 spiritual herb, water spirit ginseng. The 2 of them had been rushing into the sea from time to time since a day ago, looking for treasures and eating them happily. Bubbles had mastered the concept of space and time, so he wasn't afraid of losing Thunder Rhino Sovereign. No matter how fast Thunder Rhino Sovereign ran, Bubbles could keep up. Not long after, the level 9 spiritual herb water spirit ginseng was finished by the 2 of them. Their bodies exuded a rich spiritual herb aura. Obviously, other than the water spirit ginseng, there were many other spiritual herbs that fell into their stomachs. The treasures in the sea were indeed not comparable to those on land. There were more than 10 times more of them. On land there were human martial artists mining, but in the sea, there were fewer human martial artists. At most, some of the sea monsters would devour them, but there were still many left behind. The 2 of them had a good time eating. Little guy, let's continue later. Dandan squinted his eyes and looked at Bubbles. Chirp chirp. Bubbles nodded repeatedly. Even the bubbles that he exhaled carried a rich spiritual herb aura. These 2 guys. Lu Ming smiled and then entered the mountain and river diagram. On the back of Thunder Rhino Sovereign, there was only 1 mountain and river diagram left. Entering the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming came to Xian Yanqing's side. Sensing Lu Ming's aura, Xian Yanqing ended his cultivation. Little Qing, how's your comprehension? Lu Ming asked. It's okay, but it's easy to comprehend, but it's not so easy to cultivate. It's even more difficult to cultivate completely, Xian Yanqing said. Indeed. Lu Ming nodded. He had memorized all the cultivation methods of the pure spirit body. Indeed, as Xian Yanqing said, it was not easy to cultivate completely. Cultivating the pure spirit body required a huge amount of raw stones as the foundation, because it consumed a huge amount of energy. With a huge amount of energy as the foundation, the body could evolve, transcend the mortal body, and have part of the power of the spirit body. This process couldn't be done overnight. It needed to be done step by step, steadily and surely. The 2 continued to comprehend. 3 days later, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a large pile of raw stones appeared beside him. Lu Ming sat cross-legged, circulating the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. One could see strange lines appearing on his body. There were a total of 108 lines. They seemed to be meridians. This was the special circulation route of the pure spirit body. Bang bang bang. With a shake of his true essence, a large pile of raw stones was shattered and turned into rolling origin chi. Lu Ming opened his mouth and sucked in the rolling origin chi. According to the cultivation method of the pure spirit body, he began to refine his body. Whoosh whoosh. The origin chi of at least 100,000 raw stones was swallowed by Lu Ming. Following the cultivation method of the pure spirit body, it seeped into the depths of Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body had already reached the 9th grade, the limit of the body. However, at this moment he began to break through the limit and evolve. The 9th grade was the limit of the body, which referred to the limit of the mortal body. Now he was evolving from a mortal body to a spirit body. As the origin chi continued to seep in and be absorbed, Lu Ming's body began to transform. After a few hours, the origin chi of 100,000 raw stones was completely refined. Lu Ming swallowed another 100,000 raw stones. Chapter 13:10. Phew. Lu Ming let out a long breath and opened his eyes. Crackle. His body moved slightly, and there was a sound like frying beans. His skin was covered with a thick layer of dirt, which were all impurities. What a powerful force. Lu Ming sensed it slightly and found that his body was full of explosive power. This was pure physical power, not the power of true essence. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that his qi and blood were abundant to the extreme. With a thought, his qi and blood would rush out of his body and burn like a furnace, full of powerful vitality. Lu Ming, how is it? Xian Yinqing blinked and asked. About 10%. Lu Ming said. A pure spirit body could not be achieved overnight. It needed to be cultivated step by step to perfection. Now Lu Ming could be considered to have cultivated a pure spirit body, which was about 10%. Xiaoqing, next you do it. I'll guard you. Lu Ming said. Okay. Xian Yinqing nodded and began to cultivate a pure spirit body. 108 paths appeared on her body. The cultivation process was the same as Lu Ming's. She absorbed the origin chi of the origin stones and tempered her body. A few days later, Xian Yinqing finished her cultivation. Like Lu Ming, she had also reached 10%. Let's go out and clean up, Lu Ming said. His body was covered with a layer of dirt, which was really uncomfortable. The two of them came out of the mountain river diagram and jumped into the sea to clean up. Boom. In the sea, Lu Ming punched out. This punch did not use true essence, nor the power of bloodline. It was purely the power of the physical body. In the sea, there seemed to be an ancient giant beast rioting. In front of Lu Ming's fist, the sea suddenly exploded. The powerful fist force punched a 100-mile-long passage in the sea. What a powerful force. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Lu Ming felt that the pure physical strength of this punch was enough to kill an 8th level, or even 9th level spirit god expert. This was only 10% of the pure spirit body. If it was cultivated to 100%, its power would be unimaginably terrifying. At that time, he could easily kill a supreme being with a single punch. Of course, the higher one's maturity, the harder it would be to cultivate. Boom. Not far away from Lu Ming, Xian Yinqing also struck out with his palms, stirring up the seawater and forming a 1,000-meter-tall wave. As expected of a pure spirit body, a smile hung on Lu Ming's face. With a strong physical body, Lu Ming's battle prowess would naturally be stronger as well. A pure spirit body is not a true spirit body. It's not as miraculous as a true spirit body, but its power is already very shocking. No wonder the emperor is so powerful. Lu Ming sighed. After washing up, the two returned to Thunder Rhino Supreme's back. Thunder Rhino Supreme continued to travel, while Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing continued to cultivate. Xian Yinqing entered the mountain river diagram and focused on cultivating the pure spirit body. As for Lu Ming, he cultivated the pure spirit body for a period of time every day. He would also take time to cultivate the 5 types of martial skills. As time passed, Lu Ming was slowly improving in all aspects. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. With Thunder Rhino Supreme speed, it would take at least 4 months to fly from the Divine Ruins continent to the Divine Wilderness continent. Now only 20 days had passed, and there was still a long way to go. Dandan and Bubbles would occasionally rush into the depths of the sea to search for treasures. During this period of time, their mouths were not idle at all. They had swallowed countless spiritual herbs, and their entire bodies were filled with a rich medicinal fragrance. In half a month, Lu Ming's pure spirit body had already reached 30%. Relying on his physical body alone, Even a perfected spirit god expert would be injured with a punch. At this time, Lu Ming temporarily stopped cultivating. My current cultivation is at the perfected spirit god level, and my foundation is stable. I can try to break through to the supremacy level. However, to break through to the supremacy level, I need to comprehend the embryonic form of a domain. To comprehend the embryonic form of a domain, I need to spread out the concept runes and merge them with the spirit god. I don't have the slightest clue yet. Let's see if the domain condensing pill can help me. Lu Ming's heart stirred, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. It was the domain condensing pill that he had obtained when participating in the Yuanlu's disciple selection. If a perfected spirit god took the domain condensing pill, it would greatly increase the chances of cultivating the embryonic form of a domain and stepping into the supremacy level. Without hesitation, Lu Ming swallowed the domain condensing pill and began to refine it. 2 days later, Lu Ming opened his eyes, revealing a trace of disappointment. It's useless, it's useless. Lu Ming frowned. After refining a domain condensing pill, he found that it had no effect at all. Originally, the domain condensing pill could help Lu Ming open the concept rune and merge it with the spirit god to form the embryonic form of a domain. But previously, Lu Ming had refined the entire domain condensing pill, but the concept rune did not move at all. Legend has it that the stronger the concept, the more difficult it is to cultivate the embryonic form of a domain. Now it seems that it's true. Lu Ming sighed. He knew that it was because the chaotic concept was too strong. A single domain condensing pill did not have much effect. If Lu Ming wanted to cultivate the embryonic form of a chaotic domain, it would be dozens or even hundreds of times more difficult than other concepts. Let's take it slow. Lu Ming shook his head and temporarily gave up the idea of breaking through to the supremacy level. He focused on cultivating the pure spirit body and the concept martial skills. Time passed day by day. 2 months had passed since Lu Ming went out to sea. After 2 months of hard work, the 5 concept martial skills had all reached the peak of the 4th level. Of course, the higher the level, the more difficult it would be to break through. The pure spirit body had been cultivated to 40% and was close to 50%. Lu Ming's strength was also constantly improving. Xian Yanqing's pure spirit body was about the same as Lu Ming's and was close to 50%. It was worth mentioning that Xian Yanqing's cultivation was also increasing due to the continuous breakthroughs of her pure spirit body. She had stepped into the great circle of the spirit god realm. Her cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the spirit god realm, because she had been in the primal chaos palace for more than 3 years. Now that she had cultivated the pure spirit body, it was completely natural for her to step into the great circle of the spirit god realm. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly sensed movement outside. His figure flashed and Lu Ming came out of the mountain river diagram. Nestle, didn't you just steal a few spiritual herbs? How dare you chase after me? You'll remember this. Dandan screamed and shouted. Together with Bubbles, they dashed out of the sea and flew toward Lu Ming. Splash. The seawater surged and the seawater within 1,000 miles was stirred up and kept rolling. Then, a big furry hand reached out from the sea and grabbed at Dandan and Bubbles. The big furry hand was 1,000 miles long. It was covered with long blue hair and emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. Emperor, this was the aura of an emperor. How dare you steal herbs in my territory? Die. A furious roar came from the bottom of the sea. The giant hand sped up and grabbed at Dandan and Bubbles. Chirp chirp. Bubbles spat out a transparent bubble and opened a void passage. It rushed into the void passage with Dandan and appeared on the back of Thunder Rhino Prime in an instant. Chapter 13:11. The Sovereign of the Monster Clan. Thunder Rhino Supreme trembled in fear. First level Sovereign, just nice to test the power of the pure spirit body. Lu Ming revealed a trace of fighting spirit. He soared into the sky and dashed toward the 1,000-mile-long giant hand. An ant dares to resist. You're courting death. At the bottom of the sea, a furious roar sounded again, and the giant hand grabbed at Lu Ming. Who's the ant? Lu Ming shouted coldly, and the 9 dragon forces in his body burst out. The pure spirit body circulated, filling Lu Ming with infinite power. Boom. Lu Ming punched out and performed the hell-suppressing heaven skill. The fist collided with the 1,000-mile giant hand. With a world-shaking boom, the 1,000-mile-long giant hand emitted boundless blue light. And then it suddenly exploded in the air, disintegrating into pieces. Deep in the sea, there was an incredible roar. The sea water surged, and a blue figure rushed out of the sea. It was an ape, more than 3 meters tall, covered with blue hair, and emitting a terrifying murderous aura. It stared at Lu Ming fiercely and was in disbelief. It seemed that it couldn't believe that Lu Ming could defeat the giant hand with a punch. How is it possible that you're just a perfect spirit god? After the ape scanned Lu Ming's cultivation, it was even more incredulous. A divine ape of sea. Interesting. It's a good choice to take it as a fighter. Lu Ming sized up the ape and revealed an interested expression. The divine ape of sea was a kind of divine beast. Nonetheless, it seemed that the sea-subduing divine ape was not a pure-blooded one before it broke through to become a ruler. Instead, it transformed into a sea-subduing divine ape after becoming a ruler. There was still a huge difference between it and a pure-blooded divine beast. What did you say? You want to take me as a fighter? You're just an ant. You're courting death. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the sea divine ape flew into a rage. It took a step forward, and the endless seawater in the sea seemed to obey the command of the sea divine ape. The endless seawater transformed into a giant rod that was thousands of miles long. The sea divine ape held the rod in its hands and smashed it toward Lu Ming. If you don't accept it, then I'll beat you until you do. Lu Ming smiled faintly as his third bloodline appeared. Lu Ming borrowed a wisp of the third bloodline's power to increase his strength. As for bloodline fusion and the concept of primal chaos, Lu Ming didn't plan to use them yet. Boom! Lu Ming unleashed the hell-suppressing heaven art and punched out. Dong! Heaven and earth shook, and the seawater roiled, creating thousands of waves. The giant rod that was condensed from seawater was blasted apart by Lu Ming's punch. Whoosh! Lu Ming executed the wind essence art. His figure was like a phantom as he pounced towards the sea-subduing divine ape with extreme speed. The sea-subduing divine ape's expression changed drastically as it let out an angry roar. Its entire body emitted a blue light as it charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! After a few consecutive moves, the sea-subduing divine ape let out a miserable cry as it was sent flying for thousands of miles. It spat out a mouthful of blood. This sea-subduing divine ape's combat strength wasn't even as strong as the purple golden-robed old man, let alone the emperor's spiritual weapon that the purple golden-robed old man controlled. On the other hand, Lu Ming had cultivated a pure spirit body, and his combat abilities were even stronger. He did not need to perform bloodline integration to deal with the sea-subduing divine ape, much less cast the chaos concept. He could easily suppress the sea-subduing divine ape. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? The sea-subduing divine ape's heart was filled with question marks as it was filled with disbelief. It really couldn't figure out how a mere perfected spiritual god martial artist could have such terrifying combat strength. Run! Without hesitation, the sea-subduing divine ape turned around and ran. It was about to rush into the sea. You can't run away. Lu Ming executed the wind essence art. His figure flashed as he approached the sea-subduing divine ape and punched out. This punch was the fusion of 5 concepts into one. The terrifying power made the sea-subduing divine ape feel cold all over. It felt that it couldn't escape. It roared and tried its best to resist. Unfortunately, it couldn't resist Lu Ming's punch at all. It was sent flying thousands of miles away, and its body almost exploded. It spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and its aura was weak. It was seriously injured in one move. Submit to me or die. Lu Ming stepped out and crossed thousands of miles to arrive in front of the sea-subduing divine ape. He looked at it coldly. In particular, Lu Ming borrowed the power of the third bloodline. The cold and merciless killing intent made the sea-subduing divine ape feel cold all over. I surrender. I surrender. In the end, the sea-subduing divine ape lowered its head helplessly. I have to engrave a restriction on your body. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Dandan, it's your turn. Lu Ming said. Okay. Dandan flew towards the sea-subduing divine ape. The sea-subduing divine ape was helpless. Now that its life was in the hands of Lu Ming, it could only allow Dandan to engrave a restriction on it. Lu Ming, this sea-subduing divine ape's mansion is deep in the sea. There are many treasures there. Dandan's eyes lit up. Chirp chirp. Bubble also waved its little paws excitedly. There was a big bubble, and a small bubble at the tip of its nose. Dandan has led Bubble astray. Lu Ming was speechless. Plop. Plop. Dandan and Bubble rushed into the sea impatiently. The sea-subduing divine ape was helpless. Now that it had submitted to Lu Ming, its mansion and treasures would definitely be lost. Lead the way. I'll go take a look too. Lu Ming instructed the sea-subduing divine ape. Yes. The sea-subduing divine ape bowed and replied. Then Lu Ming and the sea-subduing divine ape entered the sea together. Deep in the sea, there was a divine mountain with countless spiritual herbs growing on it. This was the mansion of the sea-subduing divine ape. There were also some powerful sea beasts on the divine mountain, but they were all killed by Dandan and Bubble. The two of them were desperately picking spiritual herbs and stuffing them into their mouths. Haha, this is 100,000-year-old wine. Suddenly, Dandan's laughter was heard. Lu Ming and the sea-subduing divine ape stepped into the divine mountain. At the top of the divine mountain, they saw a small pool. The pool was filled with blue crystal clear liquid. The liquid exuded an extremely rich aura of life. At this moment, Dandan and Bubble were rolling in the pool and gulping down the liquid. Hiss, at the side, the sea-subduing divine ape was heartbroken when it saw this scene. Its liver, lungs, and body were in pain. Even it couldn't bear to use this pool of liquid. But now Dandan and Bubble were gulping it down. Every mouthful was like biting its flesh. If Lu Ming wasn't here, it would have gone crazy. How unlucky. The sea-subduing divine ape wailed in its heart, lamenting its bad luck to meet Lu Ming. It would lose its freedom in the future, and the wealth that it had accumulated for a lifetime would all be wasted by Dandan and Bubble. You two, leave some for me. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He took out a big jade bottle, activated his true yuan, and absorbed the liquid into the jade bottle. After filling the bottle to the brim, Lu Ming stopped. It wasn't that Lu Ming was satisfied, but that the liquid in the pool was gone. All of it had gone into Dandan and Bubble's stomach. What a waste. Lu Ming's heart ached. Chapter 13:12. But now most of it had been swallowed up by Dandan and Bubble. Hee hee. The two fellows had round bellies and even burped a few times. Especially Bubble. Its eyes were blurry and its entire body was glowing as if it was drunk. Sure enough, Bubble climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder and lay on Lu Ming's shoulder, snoring loudly. The milky white light on its body grew denser and denser. Lu Ming, I also want to sleep and digest the energy in my body. Dandan's eyes were also blurry as it climbed onto Lu Ming's other shoulder. Lu Ming, wait for me. When I wake up again, I'll definitely step into the Monarch realm. Dandan continued to mutter, its voice growing softer and softer. These two fellows had consumed too many spiritual herbs during this period of time. Coupled with the pool of nectar, it was finally time for them to evolve. As it muttered, Dandan also fell asleep on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming put Dandan and Bubble into the mountain and river diagram, then asked the divine ape to lead the way and harvest the remaining spiritual herbs nearby. Since the divine ape was going to leave with him, it would be a waste to leave these spiritual herbs here. They flew out of the sea. Little ape, take me with you. This map is for you. Take me to the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming said to the divine ape. The divine ape almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Little ape? Is this the name you gave me? But under the power of others, the divine ape had no choice but to accept this name. Lu Ming asked Thunder Rhino Supreme to return to the mountain and river diagram to rest while the divine ape carried Lu Ming on the way. The divine ape was an emperor, and its speed was several times faster than Thunder Rhino Supreme. It would have taken more than 2 months to travel, but the divine ape only used half a month to cross it. In front of them, a huge continent was in sight. They had arrived at the divine wilderness continent. After half a month of cultivation, Lu Ming's pure spirit body had finally reached 50%. At this point, Lu Ming let the sea-subduing divine ape enter the mountain and river diagram, and used the Thunder Rhino Supreme instead. The sea-subduing divine ape was, after all, an emperor. Riding it into the divine wilderness continent was too ostentatious and would cause a commotion. Honorable Thunder Rhino was still a bit better. Rumble. Autarch Thunder Rhino stepped into the void, carrying Lu Ming towards the divine wilderness continent. I'm finally back. Xian Yanqing stood beside Lu Ming and whispered. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Now that she was back, it was time to settle the grudge between her and the ancient Saint Dynasty's Xie family. Supreme Thunder Rhino stepped into the void and flew into the divine wilderness continent. Endless mountains and rivers flashed beneath his feet. This was the northern plains of the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming guided the Thunder Rhino Prime towards the 100 Beast tribe. Xiao Wan and the others should be guarding the 100 Beast tribe. Before long, they were close to the 100 Beast tribe. Something's not right. Lu Ming frowned. Along the way, he found that something was wrong. The atmosphere was not right. Many large places and cities were heavily guarded. There was a feeling that a storm was about to come. Who's there? Stop. Oh no, it's a Supreme Being expert. Suddenly, a few loud roars were heard. A group of armored soldiers rushed out from a mountain in front of them and blocked in front of Lu Ming and the others. When they sensed the aura of Supreme Thunder Rhino, their faces changed drastically. Quickly spread the news that an unknown Supreme Being is attacking. One of the armored soldiers shouted. No, that's Marshal Lu. Marshal Lu Ming. At this moment someone exclaimed. What? The other soldiers also looked at the back of Supreme Thunder Rhino. Just now, they were shocked by the aura of Supreme Thunder Rhino and did not pay attention to the back of Supreme Thunder Rhino. Now that they saw it, they were all stunned. It's really Marshal Lu. How is that possible? Didn't the experts of the continent of Divine Ruins spread the news that Marshal Lu died in the battle? Yeah, why is he still alive? But I've seen Marshal Lu before. It can't be wrong. I've seen him too. This is Marshal Lu. Hundreds of armored soldiers were in an uproar as they looked at Lu Ming in bewilderment. I died in the continent of Divine Ruins? What's going on? Lu Ming frowned and felt that something was wrong. Whoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the armored soldiers. The hundreds of armored soldiers were shocked and couldn't help but retreat. I'm Lu Ming. What are you afraid of? What's going on? Lu Ming said. Are you really Marshal Lu? Some of the armored soldiers were still bewildered. Nonsense. Quickly spread the news and asked the chaotic Sky Emperor to come. Lu Ming said. These were just ordinary soldiers and didn't know much. They wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. It was better to ask Xiao Wan directly. Okay, we'll spread the news right away. An armored soldier who looked like a leader quickly took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent out the news. Less than 10 breaths later, hiss. The space fluctuated and cracks appeared. One by one, figures walked out of the cracks. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. Xiao Wan. Lu Ming saw at a glance that the leader was Xiao Wan. In addition, Lu Ming also saw the Emperor Mo Yi from the Myriad Demons Abyss, the Emperor Chu Luo from the Demon God Valley, the Emperor Barbarian Emperor from the 100 Beast tribe, and the Emperor Yuexin Martial Emperor from the Floating Mountain. Why is Moon Heart Martial Emperor here? A trace of doubt flashed in Lu Ming's heart. Brother Yan. Lu Ming also saw Yan Kuangtu and some other Supreme Being experts. As soon as everyone appeared, their eyes fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's really Lu Ming. Lu Ming is not dead. Voices came out from the mouths of the crowd, full of surprise and astonishment. Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. Seeing Lu Ming, Yan Kuangtu was pleasantly surprised and rushed toward Lu Ming. Moo. Lei Shi Supreme roared, his body covered in thunder and lightning, staring at Yan Kuangtu cautiously. Yan Kuangtu could not help but stop. Lei Shi, they're on our side, back off. Lu Ming ordered Lei Shi Supreme. Lei Shi Supreme immediately became obedient, withdrew his aura and turned into a burly man, standing behind Lu Ming. Supreme Being. This is a Supreme Being. Chu Luo, Barbarian Emperor, and the others glanced at Lei Shi Supreme in surprise. A Supreme Being seemed to be very obedient in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming actually had the ability to subdue a Supreme Being and make a Supreme Being so obedient, which was rare. Ha Lu Ming, I knew you would be fine. Yan Kuangtu burst out laughing as he came to Lu Ming's side and patted Lu Ming's shoulder. He then picked up the wine gourd and took a big gulp. "Brother Yan, how are you?" Lu Ming smiled. Yan Kuangtu's concern could not be concealed, as it was his true feelings, causing Lu Ming's heart to feel warm. "Lu Ming." At that instant, Xiaowan Chu Luo and the others stepped forward and greeted Lu Ming. Lu Ming greets the seniors. Chapter 13:13. Lu Ming, the floating mountain sect has moved to the 100 Beast tribe. Yu Xian Martial Emperor was beautiful, but she let out a sigh filled with loneliness. What happened? Also, why did they say that I died in the Godly Ruins continent? Lu Ming asked, full of doubts. Lu Ming, it's a long story. Let's return to the 100 Beast tribe, and I'll tell you in detail. Xiao Wan said. All right. Lu Ming nodded, and the group headed toward the 100 Beast tribe. After arriving at the 100 Beast tribe, Lu Ming felt that the atmosphere was not right. The 100 Beast tribe was filled with various formations. Every corner was guarded by experts and many armored soldiers patrolling the area. The atmosphere was tense, as if a great battle was about to break out. When Lu Ming left the Divine Wilderness continent, although the Divine Wilderness continent was also embroiled in a war and Northern Plains had just experienced a war, the atmosphere back then was not as solemn as it was now. It felt like a great battle of life and death was about to break out at any moment. Lu Ming was even more curious, but he could only suppress his doubts and ask them later. The news of Lu Ming's return spread rapidly in the 100 Beast tribe, causing an uproar. Lu Ming and the others arrived at a meeting hall in the 100 Beast tribe. Everyone sat on two sides of the hall. There were 2 seats at the front, and Xiao Wan sat on one of them. Lu Ming, please. Xiao Wan raised his hand and signaled Lu Ming to take a seat. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and sat down beside Xiao Wan. However, he did not notice the displeasure in the eyes of Chu Luo, Mo Yi, and the other martial emperors. After everyone sat down, more people entered the hall. They were all higher-ups, and the weakest among them was a martial highness realm expert. Soon there were more than 10 people in the hall. Senior Xie, why did the armored soldiers say that I died in the Godly Ruins continent when I returned? Lu Ming could not help but ask. Lu Ming, not long ago, the sea-crossing flying ship that brought you to the Godly Ruins mainland returned. The experts of the divine sect in the Godly Ruins mainland said that you, Lu Ming, offended the sky pride of the heavenly god sect in the Godly Ruins mainland. You were killed by the sky pride of the heavenly god sect. Xiao Wan said. Lu Ming frowned. The experts from the Holy Gate were obviously the experts from the Southern God Palace who had sent Long Chen and the Underworld Child back. But why would the people from the Southern God Palace say that? They said he was killed. Could it be that the people from Southern God Palace were experts from the Mu clan? Lu Ming's heart stirred. When Long Chen, Underworld Child, and Scrupulous Monk, and the others left for the Divine Desolate Continent, it was probably when Lu Ming's group was being chased by the Mu family's patriarch. Therefore, the people from the Southern Divine Palace believed that Lu Ming was dead for sure. When they arrived at the Divine Desolate Continent, they said that Lu Ming had already been killed. Lu Ming guessed. What about Long Chen, Underworld Child, and the Western Desert Holy Monk? No one came out to say anything? Lu Ming asked. No. Moreover, only 3 of them came back. They are Underworld Child and the 2 holy monks from the Western Desert. Long Chen is nowhere to be seen. When the 3 of them came back, they spread the news that they were in seclusion and did not say a word to the outside world. Xiao Wan said. Long Chen did not come back. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Long Chen was also assassinated like them? Moreover, from the looks of it, Underworld Child and the others must have been warned by the Southern Divine Palace and did not say a word. Therefore, the news that Lu Ming had been recruited as a disciple by the Divine Dragon Valley of the Yuanlu continent was naturally kept a secret. Lu Ming, did you really offend the sky pride of the heavenly divinity sect of the Yuanlu continent? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. It was Chu Luo. He was currently staring at Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. In the past, Chu Luo had always addressed him as General Lu. However, he was now directly addressing Lu Ming by his name. Moreover, there was a hint of questioning in his tone. Everyone's gaze also fell upon Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. With his intelligence, he naturally knew what was going on. In the past, they had taken a fancy to Lu Ming's talent, and thought that Lu Ming could join the Yuanlu continent's great sects and help them in the future. However, the people from the Southern Divine Palace had come and said that Lu Ming had offended the sky pride of the Yuanlu continent's great sects, and had been killed by them. Although Lu Ming was still alive, he could not join the Yuanlu continent's great sects since he had offended the sky pride of the Yuanlu continent's great sects. Since he could not join the Yuanlu continent's great sects, and had offended the sky pride of the Yuanlu continent's great sects, their attitude towards Lu Ming naturally changed. That's right. I have offended the sky pride of the Divine Dragon sect. Lu Ming answered truthfully. Lu Ming, it's not that I want to criticize you. Although you have some talent, you should know your limits and know your limits. Your talent is not bad in the Divine Wilderness continent, but it's nothing in the Yuanlu continent. How dare you offend the sky pride of the Yuanlu continent's great sects? It's fine if you offend them, but don't drag us down with you. Tu Luo spoke coldly. Lu Ming, I want to know if the people of the Yuanlu continent's great sects know about your return? Emoyi spoke as well. Tu Luo, Emoyi, that's enough. Lu Ming is my ally. At the side, Xiao Wan frowned and berated them. Demon ancestor, but Tu Luo still wanted to say something. I said that's enough. Xiao Wan's gaze turned cold. Tu Luo shut his mouth and did not dare to say anything else. However, his gaze towards Lu Ming was filled with faint disdain. After failing to join the Yuanlu continent's great sects, Lu Ming was just a junior, a martial artist at the spiritual god realm. He looked down on Lu Ming from the bottom of his heart. Lu Ming smiled slightly and did not explain. He had defeated the sky pride of the celestial divinity sect, and obtained first place in the test. He had even joined another Yuanlu continent's great sects, the Divine Dragon Valley. Senior Xie, what's the current situation in the Divine Wilderness continent? Why do I feel that the 100 Beast tribe is heavily guarded? Moreover, all the seniors are gathered there? Lu Ming asked another question in his heart. In the past, many experts were guarding different places in the northern plains. However, they seem to be gathered at the 100 Beast tribe now. Lu Ming, the current situation in the Divine Wilderness continent has changed greatly. Xiao Wan frowned and said when that was mentioned. The situation has changed greatly? Because of what? Lu Ming asked. Because of De. Xiao Wan said. De. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. De was so powerful that he could change the situation in the Divine Wilderness continent? Yes, because of De. When you left, the Heavenly King token was also taken away by the experts of the Divine sect. However, the Ancient Saint Dynasty and the Divine Army have a deep grudge against each other. It's difficult for them to stop fighting. The other overlords are also fighting with each other. The Central Continent is still in chaos, but the situation is still good. However, a few months ago, De suddenly attacked. Xiao Wan explained in detail what had happened during this period of time, especially about Martial Emperor De. It turned out that everyone had been deceived by Martial Emperor De for so many years. Not only was Martial Emperor De powerful, but he was also secretly developing his forces.